morning. Welcome to day 2 of the 33rd GES. Yesterday was quite a full day. We had a packed agenda. The same will apply today. We have some really interesting thematics covering the entire spectrum of the business world and economy. Let us start with videos sent by Arun Venkatamaran. He is the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Global Markets and Director General of the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service Global Markets from the U.S. Department of Commerce for his brief address. Good morning. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον Νίκο και τον Ηλία για την πρόσκληση να απευθυνθώ στο Ελληνοαμερικανικό Εμπορικό Επιμελητήριο στο 33ο GES. Είναι πραγματικά τιμή μου να βρίσκομαι ανάμεσα σε διακεκριμένους ομιλητές από την ελληνική και την αμερικανική κοινωνία. Θα ήθελα σήμερα να υπογραμμίσω την σημασία που δίνει η διοίκηση, η κυβέρνηση Biden και το Υπουργείο μας στις στενές ελληνοαμερικανικές σχέσεις. Ο κόσμος αντιμετωπίζει σοβαρές προκλήσεις μέσα στο 2022. Ο καταστροφικός πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία και οι σοβαρές συνέπειες που έχει στην Ευρώπη και στον κόσμο δεν μπορούν να υποτιμηθούν. Μας δίνουν το κίνητρο για να κινηθούμε γρήγορα, θαραλέα, προκειμένου να υιοθετήσουμε πολιτικές και να προετοιμάσουμε το έδαφος για το μέλλον. Πέρυσι, οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, σε συνεργασία με την Ελλάδα και τους Ευρωπαίους συμμάχους της, έδειξαν ότι αν λειτουργούμε ενωμένοι, στέλνουμε ένα πολύ ισχυρό μήνυμα προς όλο τον κόσμο ότι οι διατλαντικές σχέσεις δεν είναι αδύναμες και δεν βρίσκονται σε υποχώρηση. Αναλάβαμε κοινή δράση κατά της ρωσικής εισβολής και όπως όλοι ακούσατε και στο χθεσινό πάνελ, εργαζόμαστε στενά για να εμβαθύνουμε την ευθυγράμμιση και τις σχέσεις ένθεν και ένθεν του Ατλαντικού στο πλαίσιο του Συμβουλίου Τεχνολογίας και Εμπορίου TTC μεταξύ Ευρώπης και ΗΠΑ. Οι εμπορικές ροές μεταξύ Ελλάδος και ΗΠΑ αντανακλούν και αυτές μια πορεία βαθιάς ενσωμάτωσης και εταιρικής σχέσης. Για τους ξένους επενδυτές, το Υπουργείο Εμπορίου επιλέγει προγράμματα, ανοίγει πόρτες και συνεργάζεται με πάρα πολλές ελληνικές κυβέρνησεις όπως τα ελληνικά καλώδια και άλλες, οι οποίες επεκτείνονται στην επικράτεια των ΗΠΑ. Το σύνολο των άμεσων ξένων επενδύσεων το 2022 στην Ελλάδα έφτασε στον 1,5 δισεκατομμύριο δολάρια και τα προηγούμενα χρόνια αυτό αποδειχθήκε στις διάφορες συνδιασκέψεις που πραγματοποιήθηκαν. Ειδικά η διάσκεψη κορυφής που διοργανώθηκε πέρυσι συγκέντρωσε εκατοντάδες εκπροσώπους και προσέφερε μια πλατφόρμα για να διευκολύνει την υλοποίηση αμερικανικών επενδύσεων στην Ελλάδα. Το Select USA Investment Forum για το 2023 θα καλωσορίσει Έλληνες επενδυτές, θα πραγματοποιηθεί έξω από την Ουάσιγκτον και θα καλωσορίσει Έλληνες επενδυτές με τον ίδιο σκοπό. Δίνουμε αξία στις πολλές ευκαιρίες που προσφέρει η Ελλάδα για τους Αμερικανούς επενδυτές. Πάρα πολλές αμερικανικές εταιρείες εδώ και πάνω από 50 χρόνια προσφέρουν τις υπηρεσίες τους σε πολλούς τομείς, από τις αναδυόμενες τεχνολογίες μέχρι την υγεία, τα εμβόλια κτλ. Υποστηρίζουμε επιτυχημένα project και βοηθούμε να αντιμετωπίσει το κράτος τις αμυντικές και άλλες ανάγκες του, παραδείγματος χάρη προσφέροντας βιομετρικές τεχνολογίες, F-35 και αμυντικό εξοπλισμό. Το αμερικανικό LNG αποτελεί την πύλη ανεξαρτησίας για τα Βαλκάνια. Μάλλον η Ελλάδα αποτελεί την πύλη εισόδου για το αμερικανικό LNG, σηματοδοτώντας την απεξάρτηση από το ρωσικό αέριο. Οι εταιρείες όπως Digital Realty, Microsoft και άλλες επενδύουν στην Ελλάδα, όπως και το project της Amazon στην Άξο. Όλα αυτά δείχνουν ότι η Ελλάδα έχει γίνει με πολύ μεγάλη ταχύτητα ένα hub για αμερικανικές επενδύσεις στην Ευρώπη. Σε εποχές προκλήσεων, οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες και συγκεκριμένα η ομάδα μου στο Υπουργείο Εμπορίου είναι έτοιμη να συνεργαστεί με την Ελλάδα προκειμένου να οικοδομήσουμε ένα καλύτερο, πιο ασφαλές και πιο ανθεκτικό μέλλον. Το Ελληνοαμερικανικό Εμπορικό Επιμελητήριο υποστηρίζει αμφίδρομα τα επιχειρήματα αυτά, τα project αυτά και η ομάδα μου στην Αθήνα έχει την τύχη να έχει έναν τέτοιο πολύ καλό συνεργάτη, ο οποίος βοηθά στην ενίσχυση των εμπορικών δεσμών μεταξύ των δύο εθνών μας. Ένας ιδιαίτερος τομέας, τον οποίο θα ήθελα να υπογραμμίσω, έχει να κάνει με εταιρείες που δικούνται από γυναίκες. Όπως ο Πρωθυπουργός Μητσοτάκης υπογράμμισε στην ιστορική του ομιλία ενώπιον του Κογκρέσου το Μάιο, ο Πλάτωνας είπε ότι οποιοδήποτε κράτος που δεν αξιοποιεί τα ταλέντα των γυναικών του, σπαταλά τους μισούς από τους πόρους τους. Πραγματικά χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ για το ρόλο που το Αμερικανικό Εμπορικό Επιμελητήριο παίζει στις πρωτοβουλίες του Υπουργείου μας για την συνεργασία με το AmCham και βεβαίως προσβλέπουμε στην περαιτέρω ενίσχυση του προγράμματος για την ενίσχυση των ρόλων των γυναικών στις επιχειρήσεις στην Ελλάδα και στην Ευρώπη. Ευελπιστώ ότι το διήμερο του GES θα σας βοηθήσει να βρείτε ακόμη περισσότερους τρόπους προκειμένου ελληνικές και αμερικανικές επιχειρήσεις να στήσουν σταθερούς δεσμούς συνεργασίας προκειμένου να απολαύσουμε άλλα 200 χρόνια ειρήνης και ευημερίας μέσω του εμπορίου. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Would like to thank Mr. Arun Venkatamaran, the Assistant Secretary at the Department of Commerce of the United States of America. Mr. Tsipras, the President of Syriza, of the opposition party, couldn't attend, so send us a video, please. Let us watch Mr. Tsipras' video message. It's always a pleasure for me to address to the meetings of the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. Sadly, this year I couldn't attend, but I will try. I'll be via a video recorded message and in brief to share with you my thoughts. We're experiencing an era of consecutive crisis and instability. Following the pandemic, the Russian aggression and the war in Ukraine, the energy and inflationary crisis have brought about some tremendous consequences and upset, both geopolitically speaking and financially speaking, affecting the lives and the daily routines of millions of people. Insecurity, widening the gap of inequalities and the inflationary crisis bring about political instability and social unrest. The extreme right-wing populism and extremism find space to grow even within the governmental landscape. Following the Brexit in Britain and the polarized elections in US, you saw the far right winning the elections both in Sweden and in Italy, and they are lurking in France. So in this unstable landscape, we need no fancy words. We need progressive, contemporary solutions that will ensure social cohesion and a healthy business landscape so we can have sustainable investments guaranteed and a fair and inclusive growth. Most importantly, we need institutional responsibility, respect to the rule of law, and to the democratic functioning of our regime, because there is no Western liberal democracy that may have stability unless there is respect to the democratic rules and the rule of law. In 2019, Greece exited the financial crisis and the bailout agreements, settled its debt, upgraded its partnership with the US, and solved a long-standing problem with North Macedonia, providing brand new prospects for the Balkans and leaving behind an era of crisis and introversion. All these things we did having no back thoughts, without looking to the past and being fixated with anything. No, we placed our national interest in front and sidelining any political costs. In face of current challenges, Greece has once again to look forward, to strengthen its position in the international allocation of wealth in a sustainable and viable way, not on the basis of the old productive model that went bankrupt, without communication tricks to hide the problems, but with progressive modern solutions that will ensure social cohesion and fair growth, the shielding of our democratic institutions and the rule of law. Great chunks of the Greek society feel sidelined or put aside in this growth trajectory. The majority of Greek citizens feels as if they are not treated in equal terms by the institutions and justice compared to other, the powerful ones, with government's policies against inflationary pressures being a complete failure. with a real shrinking of purchasing powers between 750 to 1,000 euros per household, which means 14%, which in the case of low-income household, it goes as far as 40%. Greece is the champion in high prices, and we now are proud of having the most expensive petrol prices, in Europe, with the greatest part of the RRF being channeled to a few big companies and not the number of the number of SMEs and the rural areas. And of course, with the wiretapping scandal shaking the foundations of the government and the justice. As a result of that, no economy may be stable, no political system may be reliable, and of course, the democracy cannot operate. Apologies. Currently, Greece needs more than ever social peace and political stability. Unfortunately, we have neither of them, and we have neither of them being provided by the government. Greece needs a comprehensive development plan as the one we drafted back in 2018, which has received wide support by European institutions. A plan that brings together fiscal stability with strategic offering of incentives in order to attract serious investments in state-of-the-art fields. This has been the basis for the opening of our trade relationships with the US in 2019 in energy, defense industries, shipyards, etc., etc. And we are particularly happy that our approach back then paved the way in order for more important investments be implemented, especially in the field of digital technologies. What we need in order for Greece to tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow is to have some continuity of such a plan, because in order to tackle inflation, we need balance between strengthening wages, servicing our debt, and upgrading our social services, with a cost being allocated amongst all citizens. We need to reduce the high indirect taxation and an intensification of control-specific interventions for markets to operate properly. We need targeted aid to companies, proper use of EU funds supporting investments, for instance, on renewables by small households and SMEs, and wealth redistribution related projects that will return these profits to the society. Most evidently, what we need is a set of reforms in institutions, justice, etc., in order to properly strengthen how democracy functions, to strengthen accountability and transparency. Both politicians and citizens have to have trust to the modern state, away from dark vested interests. This is the framework for which we will fight, and I'm confident it may play a catalytic role in substantially promoting sustainable investments in the context of very valuable Greek-US financial collaboration. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first wish all the best to the President of the Chamber, Nicholas Bakatselos, and all those who have their name day today, Nicholas. And night. I have the great joy with my colleague Yannis Stavropoulos, who is a lawyer and head of the AmCham GR Taxation Committee, to coordinate a discussion with the Minister of Justice, Mr. Kostas Tsiaras, and the Secretary General for the Coordination of the Government, Mr. Thanasis Kantogiorgis. I belong in the category of the so-called active in-action lawyers, a barrister, in other words. I will very quickly refer to a case which demonstrates all the problems faced by Greek justice. In 2007, I was informed by a customer, a company which is our client, on a hole that they found out in their books. We made an internal audit and realized that there was a specific person in the accounting department that would receive clients' checks through which he would pay the commodities purchased by the company. Certain checks, however, would appear and would be checked in by herself, the clerk, that is, the employee, in her personal account. So we accumulated all data. We presented the appeal, which we filed a lawsuit in the prosecution office in May of 2008. Yesterday, December of 2022, the case was heard in the plenary session of the appeals court. 15 years later, that case lasted 2 days. Yesterday was the second hearing day. And when we reached 2:05 p.m., when the prosecutor had already suggested the guilt of the employee because the guilt was proven, I asked from the chair of the court to give us also the floor and complete the process. You know that the timetable would be until 3 o'clock, so as to complete the whole procedure. And then I had someone from the audience, by the chair of the judge, that is, who retorted, "When do you expect us to read the case?" The jury, the court will adjourn, and then you'll come back because the judges have to make the judgment. That is 15 years later on a case which is a characteristic example of two problems faced in the Greek Hellenic justice system: a great delay and a lack of quality, because we can't hear publicly in the court a judge in a 5-member offense judge when we might have incarceration against the defendant to declare publicly that she hadn't read the cases yet. 15 years later, that is, she ruled, she gave 2 days to hear, examine testimonies and read the documents, and just before the ruling, she admitted that she hadn't really studied the case, the file, that is. This is the quintessential, actually, the quintessence of the Greek judicial system. So let us see what has happened and whether eventually solutions can be found. So before starting the questions, let me give the floor to Mr. Stavropoulos for his introduction, and then we will proceed with the discussion. Good morning. Again, I wish all the best to those who have their name day today. It is also my joy to participate in this discussion with having as guest the Minister of Justice, who has also bestowed us the order to participate in other events organized by the AmCham, and Mr. Thanasis Kantogiorgis, who is a colleague, besides being Secretary General in the Presidency of the government. And we also have joined experiences during the Anni di Piombo, these bad years of the consultations and negotiations of the MOUs, when he was then a special advisor to the Minister of Finance. and we're given the opportunity to discuss the Hellenic justice as it currently stands. I'm a lawyer, mainly specialized on administrative law and actually more specifically tax law. So this is the picture I've got. I will make an optimistic comment at the beginning, and I leave the pessimistic comment for later. The reality is that in administrative justice, numbers thrive indeed over the last decade from 2011, even before the MOUs, an overall effort was made for the reduction of those administrative trials in front of the courts. In 2012, there were 500,000 cases that were still pending. Today, they are less than 200,000 cases. Now, as far as tax cases are concerned, from an exaggerated number of 160,000 pending cases, today we have less than 30. So numbers are thriving. Rests to see whether the effectiveness and performance of the system also is doing as well. So it's something to be discussed. Well, contrary to you, Yanis, from the side of political justice, I can tell you that in the 22 years that I have been a barrister, I've never seen this acceleration, despite the many transformations and reforms that ministers have introduced. For instance, a case of a trade litigation for an invoice of 100,000 euros, it needed 2 years to be ruled at the first instance and another 2 years for a second degree. This has not changed. A lot has changed in jurisprudence, yet, and the case law, yet the pace remains the same. So let us now give the floor to the Minister for the first question. So you, Mr. Minister, after 3.5 years in your appearance in the ministry, although you are not a lawyer yourself, but having fully understood how this system operates, are you satisfied from the speed of rulings? What have you seen and identified during these 3.5 years? What were the measures taken by your ministry for an acceleration? And I would like also your view on the mentality of the judges. I mean by that, do the judges realize that they're also part of the problem? First of all, I think that no one has to hide behind one's figure and not to agree that the biggest ailment currently in the Greek judicial system is the time, the delays and postponements. Of course, I start by opening a big parenthesis. If we view what happens in most European judicial systems, we'll have a similar observation. Let us not fool ourselves. There's a general ailment in the process and operation of the judicial system. Nevertheless, in a democratic state of the 21st century, no matter what the state is, we cannot have such cases. Such an event that starts in 2007, it's inconceivable to have in 2022 what you just mentioned. And this, I believe, is actually the substance of the current problem. That's the stark reality. So one should view what happens in the field of justice at large. What are the procedures? What is the overall mindset? And how might eventually intervene? Because in this broad discussion, public debate, there are issues that we do not bear into consideration when we want to present a view. And I explain myself. Justice at large, as a concept, philosophy, space, and as an constitutionally enshrined operation, has specific axes upon which it is based. One of these axes are the people, that is the judges, or the assistant prosecutors and clerks, and the other axis is legislation, that is the codes, and this whole corpus of legislation that sets the rules. And the third pillar is the infrastructure, networks, buildings, and so forth. I believe it would have been very easy for us to start from the two latter, because as you realize, we might very easily and with a very brief reformation give the opportunity to the Greek judicial court to make its own steps. And how could that happen? And this replies to your question, what we did in these 3.5 years. So we radically changed all the codes. Why did we do that? Because codes is the godspell for the operation of justice. So we changed the penal code. Suffice to say, I don't have to analyze why we did that, but we changed the penal code. There were, however, many dispositions there on the speeding up, and for the first time we introduced pilot trial. You know, there was a very successful institution for more than 10 years, from 2011, if I'm not mistaken, in the state court. We brought in this pilot case also in all courts. So for similar cases to be ruled with one single hearing, so as to facilitate with this kind of integration of cases. We changed the case law of the state court, introducing through one disposition. Thus, we currently have a single legal document which seems to perform. The auditor's court operates far more quickly, with the exception of some pending issues that regard the so-called personal difference on pension schemes. I believe that the Court of Auditors, in relation to its past tradition, is far better today. We also changed the code of judicial employees and gave the opportunity for this person, this role, to operate accordingly, and we restructured the National Academy for Judges. And for the first time, we offered the opportunity of the so-called obligatory additional training. You realize that changes have changed since the inception of the academy. 27 years have gone by. We had modernized that academy and adapted to a social reality that brings new issues. For instance, in 1995, the justice would not get involved with specific tax issues or with specific environmental issues that are appearing all the more often lately. And I also believe that this way we managed to conclude with a code, with the major modernizing cycle of the case law, introducing the alternative litigation settlements. We first adopted a new law on mediation, which seems to be successful. That is, the rate of cases that are introduced vis-à-vis the success rate is quite optimistic. The point is, of course, to be able to have it even more introduced in cooperation with the global mediation, trade mediation, that will be introduced in this January, so as to close the issue of out-of-court settlement. And so, along with the great progress and the fact that to a great extent we avoid costs, psychological and financial, of course, we alleviate the burden of work, of the workflow. And the part of premises, you know that we have run the biggest digital program in justice that was ever introduced. Therefore, today we are immediately before the completion of major projects, the extension of GDP that regards all the courts in the country, with the exception of the big four ones that already in the first stage, that is the courts of Athens, Thessaloniki, Chalkida, and Piraeus. And we have introduced a lot of digital innovations with the electronic list of cases, so it's for someone to monitor when his case is to be heard. We already issue a lot of e-certificates and documents, and soon we will be presenting the so-called remote trials, remote cases, especially for remote areas. This regards mainly those who have to be called as witnesses in various cases. You realize that the steps made lately in combination with a digital program of the Court of Auditors close a big cycle of reforms. And for the first time, we have introduced the biggest building program with the construction of 7 new courts in Kilkis, Serres, Edessa, Volos, Lamia, and Heraklion and Chania, with the also construction of a new first instance court. A new building of 50,000 square meters will be built immediately behind the second instance court. You realize that it's not such, there's not great honor for us, the current situation of buildings. And we're at the last stage of the international call for tender for the purchase of a court in Piraeus. All this demonstrates that important developments have been introduced over the last 3.5 years. But what is the critical factor in justice serving? No matter what the reforms, no matter how we change legislation or develop digitization, no matter how many buildings, the critical and decisive factor is the people. You know that. Therefore, with the first code, we have introduced specific objective criteria in judges' assessment, and this will be the step that we will launch the evaluation of judges and dealing with all the problems in the judicial system. And all the cases that you raised in concluding your basic question will be dealt with, because it would not have done otherwise, with obligatory postgraduate trainings from the Academy of Judges, with objective criteria where postponements, eventually delays, and the quality of all the rulings of each judge. This will become objective criteria for evaluating judges. If you will ask me what will be the time frame for completing those reforms, because we can't do it overnight, of course. This is a multifactorial process, and it can't be done overnight. So I would say that on the basis, the fact that from this judicial year we have launched the new procedure of judges' inspection, which will last 2 years. So the first results, the first outcome would be at the end of 2024. You realize that we need approximately 2 to 3 years. I believe that by the end of 2025, of course, no one can know when one would be in 2025. We have to be frank. But I personally believe that by 2025, we will be witnessing a different judicial system at another level, with a greater velocity, with processes that will be fully modernized and give the opportunity to Greek citizens as well to regain the trust to the operation of the judicial system. We will have done what we should have done at the given moment. Well, it was very interesting what you said, Mr. Minister, and more specifically some of the measures that I already know personally, that is this pilot case, because it has been used in administrative courts for some time now. It is indeed a very innovative measure and greatly facilitates the acceleration of the procedure. We wish every success for the political trial as well. Let me address the Secretary General now. We've heard of all those initiatives, which are really very important. What do you plan for the immediate future at the level of judicial system, and how is that linked with the funding from the RRF? Thank you for the invitation. As Yannis Stavropoulos said, I wear a double hat in this meeting as a member of the cabinet, but also my 20-year experience from courts in law at large. I am glad for discussing such an issue, which is not only topical, but also has been long-standing, because all the factors involved in justice, and this includes politicians, judicial system, judges, lawyers, ourselves, and public administration, a lot of efforts have been made, but at the same time, we've got contrasting opposite forces. So this long-standing problem, the daily experience of the citizen and the companies, which is not the best, the need for modernization, but also the fact that we should not ignore that all, with no exception, the recommendations of international organizations vis-à-vis the indices for the development show and demonstrate the justice as one of the fields that must be fully rehabilitated, revamped, led us to have a separate sector. When we speak of RRF, it's not merely a funding instrument as we might have it in mind. Of course, we secured 700 million euros for infrastructure that you mentioned, for training, but we also wanted to include also reforms that are connected with the disbursement of those funds, so as to have the self-commitment of the Greek state, not a government, but beyond one electoral mandate, that some things will be done. And before coming to the basic reform for me, as far as I'm concerned, which is related with the RRF, which is the restructuring of the judicial map, let me say a couple of things that are currently connected with this reform vis-à-vis what we have at hand. And those of you who are from companies, you know that we'll be having hundreds of calls for tenders in the next 9 months, so as to quickly absorb the resources from the RRF. And we examine ways such as to have only one stage of the appeals examination, at least for some projects that will be integrated in the fund, so as to broaden perhaps the fees, but not creating problems in the competition or the eventual creation of cartels, but also have a kind of point system which may have arbitrary appeals to impede competition so as to accelerate the whole process. So let me come here to what you've asked about the RRF. Restructuring of the judicial map, because for me personally and the government, the immediate future is of paramount importance. First and most importantly, this is the most important and difficult reform. Most important because it consolidates the main reformative goals for the immediate future: digitization, human resources, rational breakdown, how many judges, how many courts, how many clerks, and all that in a coordinated and rational way. Second, it's more difficult because the agencies who have led to the problems are deeply rooted. Obviously, political forces, clientelism, corporatism, all these have led to such phenomena. To have that is currently 63 first instance courts and 9 second instance courts, no, 14 second instance courts scattered all over the country. For instance, in Germany, with 80 million inhabitants, they have only 20 second instance, and the Netherlands have got 5. Taking into consideration, of course, the geographic disparities. But in public administration as well, the first and second instance courts are definitely above the European average. Whenever there was a problem, there was an increase of cases in administrative court, we would establish a new court. Of course, this has huge irrationalism in its organization. So through the new map, which is currently planned and will be implemented from 2024, we introduce specific indices so as to control the flow of cases, to know where we need judges, where we need more clerks, how we should proceed with this flow, and to know, if need be, to make some mergers or changes in the judicial map of the country. Let us not forget that to a large extent this map was established because it served communication, the road network technology had not progressed, but this has changed. So for us, in the immediate future, I would say that restructuring, review of the judicial map is of decisive importance. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Let us come back to the language of figures. I would like your side, taking data from the side of the Ministry of Justice, which is very well informed and very consistent on the evolution of the pending cases. We see that in the state court, the department judging the tax cases pending are 3,500. The department, however, does not have more than 35 judges. So each judge, as a rapporteur, if we take the ratio, has 110, 115 cases per year. As you realize, this huge bulk of work cannot be dealt with. No one can really respond. No one would be able to respond anyway. So how do you estimate the whole thing? I give you this as a piece of information to see how you view things and how we are to solve such a problem. If you come to the last docket, you realize, because they are all accessible, on December 12, the specific department on tax cases had 112 cases in the docket. Only 12 were heard, and this is a good number, actually. So only 10% of the cases. So I give you an overall picture, which I believe it's useful. And you know it, and it's most useful for your concern.
The point is, when it comes to justice, things are not exactly as they look to be, because every case is special. It's not a matter of figures or the number of cases pending. For instance, figures, numbers would mean a lot in specific cases. For instance, when we have the Katselis law, in which we had the ideal or the optimum number of cases that every magistrate of peace could handle per year, so we can have a benchmark. It will take us this amount of time, this number of magistrates to take care of the cases. And I'm saying that in order to complement what you just said before your question. Imagine that pending cases under the law, under the Katselis law introduced in 2014 and 2015 in our courts, would get a day of hearing, especially in specific courts of peace or district courts, for 2029, 2030, 2031. What kind of justice, what kind of system are we talking about? And I'm not talking about a process that went through the first instance, then went to the Court of Appeal, given the specific deadlines and the delays that are provided for. No, we're talking about very specific procedures. So, let me open a parenthesis. We promulgated a law according to which by June of the coming year, 2023, we will have cleared and completed 49,000 pending cases. Of course, there has been some discussion, some debate. There has been some reaction by the opposition parties in the parliament. They have a viewpoint according to which this cannot be done in the context of the constitutional laws, although this wasn't the case, because we had the opinion by the Supreme Court's plenary. And as you can see, we can intervene in a very specific ways in order to discharge or to take the burden off the judicial system. What matters a lot is to have a specific tool, a specific procedure in our hands, so we can check whether the justice, given its rate or its speed, is able to meet with the expectations and the requirements. That's why in our Ministry of Justice we have a statistics agency, so we have accurate, precise statistical data for every judge, for every court, for every unit, if you like, so we can extract conclusions out of this data to help us promote further new reforms. the way justice operates is not that standardized. We have to be sincere and frank. We're not talking about the same type of cases dealt with in the same way, involving different people, and that's the problem. So let me repeat myself. We have to introduce a general mindset that it's been established with a new regulation for the state of court clerks and magistrates, with the new procedures as provided in the judicial code. And thanks to all the provisions we have introduced, for instance, lawyers can get no more than one single deferral of the case for their own personal reasons, or someone who doesn't attend as a witness, then he or she has to pay an increased fine when he or she finally comes, because sometimes this means delay in the procedure, and sometimes when you take the extract of a ruling, you can stop the procedure if there's no point in moving forward with it. The point is, the point of this is to include all these interventions under a specific umbrella, a specific mindset, and get the judicial system in the mindset of being administered fastly. You mentioned the administrative courts. Indeed, we used to have more than 2,000 days of delay for a case to be completed. Currently, this was dropped to 650 days. That was an achievement, right? It remains to be seen also in civil courts, right? Because we have two parallel procedures that are currently evolving. I repeat, we have to integrate all these interventions into the same context, to the same framework of strategic framework. And as Mr. Kodoyoki said, the redesigning our judicial map will help us, and I think we are taking steps forward. Reforms are taking place. We are looking forward to the results. Let me ask something to the Secretary General for the coordination of the government. We live in an era in which technology evolves really fast. New solutions, new applications, new services. These instruments become part of our daily lives more and more. Do you feel that Greek magistrates and Greek judges are able to catch up with that, and they fully understand what this evolution is about, and especially when there is a case related to these avant-garde issues? How well do you think he or she has understood the evolution of technology itself, so that the magistrate himself or herself may administer justice? In a nutshell, let me link that to the previous comment, the redesign of our judicial map. What are the judges, what are the clerks, etc.? Let me put aside the school of judicial police or judicial clerks. These are very important initiatives by the ministry that will support the work of our judges. Let's talk about the judges themselves. Following the changes already introduced, we have in the National School of Judges, we have new courses: protection of personal data, new technologies, energy, environment, digital and soft skills. And let me come back to that, because for me it's very, very important. And as the minister said, there will be a mandatory post-vocational training, so that the magistrates currently in service will be able to meet the expectations, and this will also be a criterion for their assessment and promotion. There's a very important reform which will start delivering after 2 judicial years, because we will now have the judges feeling the pressure by this inspection of judges or assessment of judges. For me, the most important thing, administration and actually, let me put it in other words, many judges in their lifetime will be asked either to run a bigger court or a smaller court, or a unit or a formation of courts. So they will have to have the administrative adequacy, which hasn't been part of their curriculum in the past, in order to say, okay, these are the cases at hand. They should be appointed to this or that judge. Who is the right judge to hear this case? To try this case. Maybe this colleague of ours is in a difficult state. Let's pick someone else. This calls for some administrative adequacy, plus the skill to properly evaluate the data you get for your court. The minister said before that we had to manage the Katseli's law cases, but we didn't know the number of these cases when we took office. It took us a lot of effort to find out the accurate figure, the number of these cases. So thanks to the statistical agency, we will be able to support both the redesign of the judicial map and support our judges, because those who are experienced know what I'm talking about. If a good judge takes on a case, you've got to get a good ruling, and so on and so forth. So training, post-training, new rules, and the fact that we link that with the judges' evolution and promotion makes it obligatory for those who, even they don't want that, they will have to follow this course. So ending, because I understand that we don't have much time, one comment. After a specific course in the Greek justice system, let me say that we all have our share of responsibility for the delayed administration of justice. The state, the lawyers, ourselves, of course, there's no doubt. You just have to attend a criminal case being tried, and you can see how easy it is for us to defer a case. And of course, there is a share of responsibility for judicial clerks. You tabled a bill the other day for the recruitment of new secretaries. Currently, we have a ratio of 1:1 between judges and secretaries. Your intention is to have a ratio of 1:3. This has been a long-standing demand by the judicial system in order to support the work. Yesterday, judicial clerks went on a strike. Actually, they stopped working for a few hours. They don't agree with the way this recruitment of new people will take place. So we all have a shared responsibility, and sometimes we have to change our mindset. And if not, you have to enforce that. Otherwise, it will take 3 or 4 generations for the mindset to change. Otherwise, there will be no reforms delivering swiftly, and there will be no change in the administration of justice. Yanis, a couple of words. Yes, one brief comment. I totally agree about the shared responsibility, and with what the minister said. Administration of justice is a very multi-level mental process, and you can't get automatically certain results. We have to hear what you said, dear Minister, about the international commercial arbitration. So perhaps in the world of civil justice, we can introduce alternative ways of dispute resolution, like arbitration, administrative arbitration, or any other tax arbitration. And I think we have the prerequisites in order to create such a framework. We'd like to thank you for your contribution. Thank you for listening to what we just said, and of course for accepting our invitation. Thank you very, very much. Good morning. Let's continue. This is day 2 of our 33rd Greek Economic Summit. It's a great success for us. We wish the best to our president for his name's day. Sadly, I have the difficult task to tell you that the Minister of Education, Mrs. Karameus, who was supposed to be with us today, she won't be able to attend because of the tragic accident that occurred yesterday in Ceres. We all know what was the result of that accident, so we want to share our condolences to our entire society, and most importantly to the family of the child who lost his life. Let's hope we won't have this kind of events ever again. So together with Mr. Theocharopoulos, coming from Deloitte, we will try and cover parts of the discussion on education. Should the minister be here, we intended to discuss a very important topic, the STEM issue. We will analyze it extensively and we will discuss about that. And we will have the opportunity to ask you to provide us with your questions, if any. Before we cut chase, I'd like to present Mr. Christos Theocharopoulos. He is the director of the Public Policy Department of Deloitte. He will tell us more. We won't kick off our chat because we have to start with his presentation first, and I would like to ask him to share his presentation with us, and then we will discuss about the issues at hand. Mr. Theocharopoulos. Okay, let me use the podium. We will now present the key conclusions of the Deloitte STEM Observatory. Actually, this is an initiative taken by Deloitte Italy back in 2020 in order to investigate in their STEM-related issues. Actually, you will see that Italy is lagging behind even compared to Greece. They have less engineers, less technical experts, etc. And they try to understand what they can do in order to close the gap. Then we came up with a public policy program in the Deloitte Mediterranean, where Deloitte Italy and Deloitte Greece belong to. And we decided that the STEM Observatory will have a survey for all 4 big European countries: European Union, France, Italy, and Spain. Let me share with you 5 important slides. Some 2,500 questionnaires have been answered from all countries, and 150 interviews have been carried out with employers, with executives in businesses both in Greece, Italy, and Malta, in order to gather information. Because for an observatory, its work matters if you have an ongoing process and you can compare between countries and see the evolution of figures, check the evolution of figures. Early November, we shared this presentation with the European Parliament, and I'm really glad to present it for the first time here in the Greek Economic Summit. We all know that STEM represents science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It includes all disciplines for engineering, exact science, mathematics, statistics, and last but not least, IT sciences or disciplines. According to the most recent data on the EU28 at that time, with the UK included, only 1/4 of our graduates used to follow STEM-related courses. That was quite low, and this rate remains stable since 2016. At the top left corner, you can check. The speaker means the top left one, the top right one. Countries and the percentages: dark blue for women, for men, and light blue for the girls. Germany is at a very good point. It goes without saying. Maybe it's well expected because they have heavy industries and they want engineers and mechanics. UK, then Italy, Spain. We will see some slides how we can close the gap between male and female STEM graduates. Anyway, Greece is ranking quite well. In green, you can see how things are in the ICT domain. Many less graduates. In the past, we talked about STEMs and that STEM courses, and now we used to talk about engineers and mathematicians. Now we are mainly interested in IT experts. You see that Greece is lagging back at 12.4% only. This is the rate of IT graduates within the STEM pool. So only a very small percentage of the STEM graduates relates to the ICT, which is a very hot topic as we speak. So, how do young people in Greece choose their educational path, and perhaps the STEM educational path? These are the data on Greek students. No major changes between or differences between countries. As you can see, only a very small percentage said that it was very easy for us to choose our path, some 20%. 40% said it was quite difficult to choose their educational path. Why is this happening? Out of those who said that found it difficult to choose a path, we see that the first problem was that the school wouldn't help them. So apparently there is an issue with educational support. It seems that the Anglo-Saxons are much better in that. We know that, especially in the case of US and UK universities. Their replies had to do mainly with the fact that the support they got at school helped them choose an educational path. Two more questions. Had to do more about knowing thyself. Do I know what's good for me, and do I perceive something that I like as a course? It's a very difficult period in the life of a person in order to reply, but it was interesting. And the last bit, the question was whether in the last senior high school classes, a school helps you pick a right educational path. Of course, we have career first seminars, and the universities send delegations meeting young pupils in order to persuade them to follow this or that educational path. So what is the kind of aid or support Greek pupils get in order to choose the university degree? The support comes mainly, the help comes mainly from their family, 60%. Another important thing is, this is the graph at the top right corner. Teachers at school do not represent an important factor, but we have another parameter entitled other teachers. Anyway, we're talking about tutorial lessons and other educational institutions where pupils go in order to support their knowledge, and this is where they get some aid. So family is the main driver for creating experiences and insights to the pupils before they choose their educational path. And of course, what plays a very important role is what happens in their social surroundings, their mother, their father, friends, relatives. It's quite hard to see a family suggesting some pupil to go to become, let's say, an IT expert, especially for girls. Most likely they will be driven to become doctors or lawyers. So it will take some time for the families to convince pupils to become IT experts. And the top right, the bottom right graph has to do with all countries in question. And it explains why pupils are afraid of following a STEM educational path. They feel it is a very hard subject. They feel that it will take them many years to master, and it doesn't fit with lots of children. So there's this perception that STEM courses, STEM degrees are hard to get. That's why people try to avoid them. What do employers say? So these are the data we got from all three Mediterranean countries following interviews with employers. Apparently, we have lots of engineers, mathematicians, and physicists in Greece, but we don't have people experienced in IT and the new digital skills required. If you check the skills needed, you see front-end and back-end web development, cybersecurity, database management. This is something very intense. Also in Deloitte, these are the kind of projects we get. It's a hot topic: cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and roboting. These are the hard skills required. But on top of that, we also have some soft skills mentioned. These are things you don't get, you don't acquire in your school years or university years. This is something you can get in the labor market. So the point is whether university graduates are ready and open to get these skills when they are recruited for the first time. So communication skills, sense of responsibility, problem-solving capabilities, and work ethics, flexibility, relationship skills, empathy, and compliance with deadlines. We know that this is very, very important in our world. These are what these are the things employers ask for apart from the qualifications they want, and that's not something that they see in the graduates they recruit. And there is an understanding that Mediterranean employers perceive universities as unable to provide their graduates with these soft skills. Another important topic, conclusion, was a finding was that Greek employers were the only ones who said that they identify hard skill inadequacy when recruiting people. I am a mechanical engineer, and this is in line with what we have seen. Sometimes universities fail to make you feel ready to hit the ground running, which means make it to the labor market and very easily, and not just be a smart guy and with a good mark in your degree. We have some weakness there. So what we need, and we will need even more in the future, people coming from in the STEM world. Of course, we will have more students, more graduates, yes, but that's not enough. It's not enough also because the current workforce has to do what we call upskilling and reskilling, which means they have to acquire new skills that the labor market needs. It's what we call lifelong learning. It's not a trend, it's not a fad, it's a reality. So training is not something you do during a specific time period. No, it goes on and on throughout your active life. The 2020 Deloitte study entitled Equipping the Workforce. This culture involves the integration of training into daily work activities through social learning mechanisms. We use mentoring, also in Deloitte. We have communities, people exchanging information and helping their members, use of technologies. These are the new trends, and at least big companies have to implement. The replies we got from both employers and young workers, we saw that they follow formal education. They are not convinced yet that alternative forms of training may deliver. What do we mean by that? The so-called non-formal education. We're talking about structured courses providing skills and knowledge, but do not give any accreditation, and they are not granted by recognized university institutions. That's the definition of this of non-formal training. We're talking about the GES2022 in Greece. We're talking about courses currently built by major companies in order to reskill their staff in both hard and soft skills. Anything which is non-formal, anything beyond the university classes, always in the STEM world. According to our survey, you may check the graphs. Have you ever heard of academic paths in STEM subjects offered by informal organizations? Yes, I'm familiar or very familiar. It's approximately 50% in the case of students, even more in the case of workers, 60%. And we see that they haven't heard of them at a very high. Those who are not currently working have a very high degree of a high rate in that. which means that if you don't know that there are other informal organizations offering training, most likely you won't get a job. Do they actually represent a good alternative path? In the case of degrees, new workers, and none of the above, the reply is the following. The reply comes from those who had some personal experience, so they know whether they have personal experience of whether these non-formal education paths delivered or not. 40 to 50% of them believe that my personal experience suggests that non-formal or informal education is successful or effective. But there's still a difference with Greece. Greeks are not that positive. In Greece, when we talk about education, we're talking about university degrees. We're talking about only about that. 30% of them say we don't know about that, and some 40% of them believe that it could have been something useful. Generally speaking, employers have also been quite reluctant. They were more in favor of formal education, and some 65% of employers said that alternative non-formal and informal education is a valid alternative. So I think we have to link that with the previous reply that our graduates also lack certain hard skills. So people find that somebody has a degree, yes, it's good, he has the will to work. Perhaps he might be better for the job. Now, the gender gap in STEM education. Although women graduates exceed 50% in the European Union, in Greece women are 60% of the graduates, they are far less in the STEM world. We have to say that in Greece, our country is ranking quite high compared to other countries. 40% of our graduates are female. I'm talking about STEM and IT. But things in the STEM world, generally speaking, but if we talk about the ICT and the STEM world, things are quite bad. 35 or 36% of those graduates and ICT graduates are female, but we still see many young people, young graduates who excel in this world, in the STEM and ICT world, because they're not engineers working in the field. Women, especially non-working at the office, might be extremely good at that as long as they pursue such a career. Just the things that interest. We don't have much time, that's why. So, talking about women, what is important is for women to enter the STEM world, so they get insights, they become experienced, and that's my last point. You see what is the perception about stereotypes obstructing women to get into the labor market per country. In orange, you see the female feedback, and in gray, the male feedback. You see that 20% of male believe that there are stereotypes, especially in Italy. In the UK, we have more or less the same rates. So this is a problem. It's a problem of perception. What do people believe? And that's something that may change. There is some hardcore issues, yes, but part of that has to do with communication issues, how we promote the right perception. One last thing. STEM now becomes STEAM. We have to add an A that stands for Arts and Humanistic Disciplines, which means that we want our STEM graduates to have some soft skills. That's why we have some mixed curricula that provide with this knowledge. Thank you very much. I think the presentation will be uploaded. Thank you. Mr. Christopoulos' presentation was quite enlightening, because I think it is more important than ever to understand that we need to promote a modern training and educational model which will be aligned with the requirements generated by international competition. And I think that Mr. Christopoulos and the entire study and survey he analyzed broke everything down in pieces. It gave us a lot of findings, lots of knowledge for us. Also, given the fact that we have the so-called green and digital transition and the labor allocation between man and machine creates some problems because some 25 million jobs will be abolished. But if we investigate this new model, we will see that there will be some 97 million new jobs created by 2025. But as the minister said before, let's hope that we will be alive until 2025 and we will do even more. I'm just joking. So, STEM education, and that's one of my questions. It's not very popular, and I'd like to hear from our audience, are you aware of STEM education? 2, 3, 4 people? So I think we have to let our Ministry of Education know about that, and it's quite sad that the Minister is not here with us, that there is a great effort we have to do. This is a pedagogical model, and as we found out, it is based on the interdisciplinary, the experiential knowledge and community-based learning, synthetic synthesis in troubleshooting, and what in English we all know, it's called problem-based learning. Having our students at the focal point, we have to start working in this model quite early, so they develop this way of thinking. And now I'm addressing to our female audience, but also the male audience has to know. Internationally, globally speaking, as I found out during your presentation, women are far ahead when it comes to STEM education. Am I wrong? No, it's some 50-50, a bit less. But when it comes to new technologies, they're quite low. Women are quite low still. Yes, we are still low because lots of women, although we have lots of women getting into the technology field. One quick question. We don't have much time. I hope that the presentation provided you with lots of insights. And if you have any question, I will put mine aside so we get your feedback. Are there any questions from you? So there should be a comprehensive long-term strategy that will call for adjusting the curricula, and that's my question. In order to introduce STEM courses in the ongoing vocational training of teachers, because unless we train the teachers in this new model, in this new system, we won't get the right training of pupils, students, and our kids who we want them to enter this new era and become the new experts in the market. So we have to promote educational excellence and mobilize organizations in order to support STEM education. Do we have something like that? Have you seen that? We don't have much time. Your quick reply. I agree that we need a comprehensive strategy on that. We don't have it yet. So we have to elaborate on each of these strategies components in order to properly support and give it some meaning. I'm pretty sure that in the years to come, STEM education will be fostered, at least in Greece also. It will be supported mainly by STEM graduates. That's why it means a lot to have proper school professional orientation or vocational orientation. This gap has to be covered by having more women. It will be right, it will be useful, because I have one more question. And we also have to adjust our university curricula so that the universities are move mainly close, so that universities prepare people for what the labor market calls for. I haven't seen that yet, to be honest. We have to pursue it. In your slides, you said something about non-formal education. Yes, we're talking about all forms of non-formal education. We start with students and people and pupils themselves who look for these courses online. KVD and Greek universities may play a very important role in that, together with organizations. I wouldn't call it the labor market, because we have big companies and universities building courses for skilling allowing the people to acquire new skills. Of course, this is no formal education. In Greece, it's not that intense, because in Europe they don't have public education free of charge, because when you pay for something, you will make the best cost-benefit solution. In Greece, we have the luxury of free of charge university courses, but it's a very important priority. So in other words, STEM leads to what we are talking about, collaboration between universities and organizations. That's the most direct way, and perhaps the most direct solution. Because when we say we are trying to find people and we cannot find the skills we need. So if we follow this method, if I may call it a method, we will be able to create the profile we need, so organizations will be able to find a solution to their needs. Generally speaking, it's common practice that organizations expect that they will recruit a graduate, but they want these graduates to be properly skilled. They don't want to build them from scratch. We haven't delved into the STEM issue, nor our committee has. Whether we have STEM education that gives degrees to graduates that are ready to hit the ground. But what is for certain is that we're going to need many more people, both in sciences, technology, in practical terms. I mean, in order to cover the needs of organizations. Does this cover our need? And are they all informed? I'm talking about the employers, the universities, the ministry, everybody, the teachers. That's why I'm talking about a comprehensive strategy. I think that major organizations know about that. Let me tell you something. In Deloitte, we launched our big center in Thessaloniki, involving young people who are trained in the ICT field, and they provide their services also abroad. There was no way of finding people exactly the way we wanted them in ICT before that. No, we got some mathematicians, and we trained them. So it's important for organizations to do the upskilling or the skilling themselves. Okay, bigger corporations can do that on their own and use their own resources. Others may use non-formal educational courses. So let me ask Mr. Kasimiotis, coming from Hewlett-Packard. And there was someone from Cisco before. I can't see him right now. Mr. Kasimiotis. Let me ask you something. You, representing Hewlett-Packard, an international player, talking about the STEM issue, do you have such issues? The reply is off the mic, apologies.
Intervention is off mic. Unfortunately, there can be no translation. You can't find soft skills easily, however. You have to nurture that in-house. That is the mixture of the two, STEM and soft skills. The one who attains that in the future will have the ideal employee. And from the viewpoint of companies, I believe that we should thank youngsters. Because at this level, this correlation from the viewpoint of the state top-down approach is not at the desirable level. It will happen in the future because the debate is launched, but the role of the companies is important. Well, I don't see the future as a future. I see it now. I consider that the future is now. So I believe that the effort made by companies, of consultancy companies as well, and our chamber, we can join forces and organize this effort, because must have a concerted effort, because both the ministry and every stakeholder wants to offer such an assistance. So, Mr. Theocharopoulos, yes, I believe that Theocharopoulos is the name. I'm sorry. Yes, I stand corrected. Yes, I believe that this has been a very important session, and we've got 1 second left. I don't know whether there's something that you would like to add. I know, I'm through. I understood. Said the moderator. Yes, I must add that the role of mass media plays a very role. In BBC News, I saw an article the other day stating why women are very capable in informatics. Yes, of course, women are most able, but they have to be introduced very early. Yes, of course. ID needs observation, spirit, persistence, and obstinacy, I might say. So women have all that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Following this most interesting session on education, I have the great joy to welcome to our conference Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis, Minister of Labour and Social Affairs. Before starting the Q&A session, let me make a statement. Personal statement. And because it's my name day today, I have the right to say something more. So, my dear Minister, because I have served under your ministry as chairman of the EDIE when you served as Minister of Energy. Now that you are Minister of Social Affairs, I conclude that you are the person for the hard missions, the missions impossible. You're always successful. It is a very frank. I'm not paying you a compliment. I really believe that. Thank you. Happy Name Day. And because this is a quite popular name, I wish a happy name day to all Nicolas in this hall, and Nicolettes and Nicoles. I have some other version of my voice due to a flu, but anyway, you know what my normal voice is, so this is an opportunity to be a little bit innovative and hear me a little bit differently. Thank you. So as a first subject, I would like us to explore something that has been greatly discussed in our committees in regards to the digital card. This has been a most innovative tool introduced that promises to improve the daily lives of both companies and workforce. I suppose that this is a quite complicated measure in its implementation. Have you taken into consideration the particularities of this implementation in the various sectors of economy and the various professions and specialties of the workforce? How are you to deal with this disparity? First of all, let me say that the digital work card is more than necessary in Greece, because we have not that much of a black economy anymore following the big fines since 2013, 2014. We have mostly the phenomenon, the problem of a sub-declared labor. Let me give you an example so as to set things clear. PECA, the so-called regional centers of control of the social security system, EFCA, effected audits that covered 38,000 employees. Of these 38,000 employees, some 80,000 were found working overtime outside their normal hours. I believe, non-paid overtime, that is. I believe that a government that declares that wants to implement a socially just policy, labor policy, as all previous governments have claimed, must do something to deal with the subject. We do not ask for something additional by anyone. We merely ask for the stricter observation of the law. If we are not for the observation of law, let us raise our hands and say so. But no one has said so. Therefore, we proceed. It was a former proposal by the General Federation of Workers to implement this measure. Almost all political parties were in consensus in the parliament, and we embarked upon implementing it from the banks and the supermarkets. We already today cover 110,000 employees in these two sectors. That is, this measure is in full operation, is full-fledged. It was not introduced in an arbitrary way. After it has been adopted, there has been a call for tender for the necessary infrastructure as far as IT is concerned. The contractors were assigned, a dialogue was launched. It lasted 3 months, both with employers and employees, because it was the beginning. And we concluded in a consensus, more or less, in the implementation of this measure, which currently, with the completion of the electronic digital stock taking in all sectors, which will be completed by December 20, will be extended to other sectors of the economy. We will be starting. This dialogue will start immediately with the security companies and the insurance companies at the first stage. Then we will proceed with the public utilities, which is under our umbrella, and industry, manufacturing, that is, and following that, tourism and restaurants will follow, and catering services. I reiterate this answer, and I'm glad for the question because I'm given the opportunity to repeat it. We will not be implementing the card the same way everywhere. That will be nonsense. And no one has accused us of being idiots. We have been called neoliberals, callous, whatever, but no one has accused us of being idiotic. It's one thing, banks, and it's another thing with public works, where there's not even a gate. Well, we can think that much. So we have embarked upon a dialogue, both with companies, placing the emphasis on the departments of human resources, which these departments know better this subject and who have less difficulties when we discuss with the HR departments because they know the details and have no phobias and illusions. And on the other hand, we discuss with trade unions. And this is how we'll move ahead. Let me add something, however, which is important. The implementation of digital card may eventually, you have not suspected that will also help us in dropping social security contributions. Now, why is that? Because evidently, we will have a broader base for contributions because EFCA and the Social Security Ministry will have a bigger base once we deal with the various violations. So we will not have a mere 5% reduction of Social Security contributions. According to the ILO, we will be able to bring about an even greater reduction precisely because we will be implementing this digital card. And this is, I believe, an excellent piece of news, both for the workforce and the consistent and conscientious employers who will see by the implementation of this measure to be actually rewarded by them paying lower Social Security contributions. This I have to underscore. It hasn't been highlighted enough, I believe. Yes, indeed, it is important. Thank you for pointing that out. But is the ministry ready to deal with those incumbent difficulties in the implementation of this measure, especially due to those particularities and disparities? Well, listen, in the e-stock taking, 2.5 million employees will be recorded. We have no illusions on the scale of this endeavor, and this is why we proceed gradually. I would be only happy if I were able to say tomorrow we are finished and completed, but this is not true. So we proceed on a consensual basis. We apply the measure depending on the particularities of each sector, and on the basis of the proposals that will be proposed either by companies or by employees. Anyway, it is a measure for which we have been complimented by the European Commission. It is considered a measure really innovative, a reform which is innovative even for the European Union, and it is definitely a measure that will help in having a guarantee on the timetable and the overtime of an employee, but also a very fair competition between companies. Because until now, there were companies, and there are many of them that are consistent, that observe the law and pay their contributions to the fullest, and this is known, it is proven, it can be proven, and there are also other companies that do not do so. So the implementation of the digital work card will reward those who are compliant, and we usually said, what do you do? How do you word the compliant? Well, this is precisely what we do. This is what we do for the compliant ones. And on the other hand, we deal with the violation. If we do not want to ban violation, let us have a movement for them. But let's state it clearly. Thank you. I have a question on that, but I keep it for the end, says Mr. Bakatsellos. Let me corroborate what you just said. If I were to say to the HR department of my company that we will be speaking today, I will be handed not 2 pages of questions, but a whole volume. So let me shift gear. In 2021, the Ministry of Labour made an open international call of tender for the administrative code of the labor law codification. The call for tender attracted great interest, and the project was eventually adjudicated to a joint venture for the overall services and execution of all the works demanded for the codification of labor law. Could you please inform us vis-à-vis the procedures, the progress of the process, and the delivery time? First of all, how do you know all that? Well, we have various committees that prepare those questions, that they are very knowledgeable. Well, personally, I didn't know that you were such an expert on such subjects. No, you're right. I'm not an expert. We've got special committees for that. Okay, let me tell you that we proceed with codifications. It is by coincidence that yesterday the official gazette was to be announced of labor codification, that is the personal labor law, and it will follow the beginning of the year the codification of the overall labor law. What, however, was codified is more difficult. We here proceed with the codification of Social Security legislation as well. We will be ready by summer of 2023 for the Greek public administration. Elections will be ready. We consider that we will have again the new mandate, but anyway, elections will intervene. And then what will follow is the Central Committee of Codification will process, as it happened with the individual labor law under Mr. Stavropoulos, who is the Vice President of the State Court, and it will take its course. Let me say something for the legalists that we hear. Codification is facilitating lawyers, barristers, and their clients, and for the courts, of course. It has been effected with all the care and due diligence that is demanded, but first, it doesn't revert the existing legislation, and secondo, in case of doubt or objection, the original text fait foi is the one that is in force. Not new. There are no new dispositions introduced. Nothing of what is already in force is reverted, but we do facilitating work of codification as it is given by the word, which had been lagging its feet since the beginning of the previous decade. Anyway, we set that as a first priority. We said so, we stated, and we do it in both cases. So I come back, I revert to my original. You are the ones for the missions impossible. You are the one who closes pending issues. So, Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. So some aspects that are more global aspect. Vis-a-vis social security, our country has made 14 bilateral agreements, and more specifically 11 classic type agreement and 1 agreement amongst them with the USA. I would like your comment vis-a-vis the importance of those contracts. And I would also like to ask you whether any plans for further bilateral social security agreements that the state is willing to sign. Yes, these agreements are most important. 11 are horizontal and 3 are of partial force. They help the insured persons for the transfer of their rights, for their pensions, which are of such big interest, the pending pensions. Help us in paying them more quickly when more than one state is involved. And it's not only about the pensions of Greeks living in the USA or any other foreign country. It also concerns pensions of Americans on other nationalities who have spent some years in Greece. In EFCA, we are involved in both cases, and when we say pending international pensions, we entail both aspects. Anyway, those agreements have helped us. We are currently in negotiation with more countries, but it is not allowed out of code of ethics of diplomatic practice to name names, to state who we are discussing with. We want to proceed, and we are at your disposal at the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. If you believe that there are pending issues vis-à-vis these international agreements, especially with the USA, we're here to pay heed to what you all have to say. Thanks a lot. I'm certain that my colleagues have already taken note of that, and I thank you. Now, you touched upon the issue of pensions. Yes, there's not a single day that I don't touch about this subject or not have some interlocutor touching upon this subject. So, first of all, what is the stage of paying the a posteriori pending supplementary pensions? First of all, let me tell you that the issue of the main pending pensions is closed. That was not easy. We were bequeathed 1,059,000 different cases of pensions, various problems of any kind you might name. We started dealing with that. Now we have concluded with the main pensions pending from 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. Today, we have approximately 5,500 pending pensions from 2021, which are problematic in various notions. They either owe money above the limits, or there's still no medical ruling for disability pensions, or it appears that we lack documents. That is, documents do not suffice to have the foundation for such right. There's a task force dealing with all those aspects, so as to deal with them. What is most important is that in 2022, we have reached a point where 85% of the requests has been covered. This means that EFCA enters a pace of normalcy, has found its pace. And most importantly, on the new requests, pensions are paid on a median basis within 60 days, while in Germany it takes 74 days, for instance. This is international data, not ours. This is a major conquest. We consciously left behind the complementary pensions because it is obvious why. When one speaks of main pensions, of course you must put the priority on main pensions. You're managers, most of you, so you know well that you can't do everything overnight. Especially in an organization such as EFCA, where when I took it, the mandate had 48% of the complaints of all public administration. Second ranking, the tax administration with 11%. So you realize what is the electric chair that I was put on. Yes, we can put it in accumulation. Olympic Airways, pensions, yes. Now we have 100,000 pending complementary pensions, which are being dealt by the task force, or the same people who were in charge of the main pensions. And I believe that's an issue of months, not many months, to deal with this issue as well, which is far easier to deal with, because once you have the main pension issued, the responsible employees are greatly facilitated to calculate and issue the complementary one as well. Thank you. Well, high time I sipped a little bit my tea. Okay, I'll read out the whole question. Sip your tea. given the consecutive crisis and in view of the current development trends and inflation pressure, is there a case to increase pensions? What? Said the minister. You said what? Increase the pensions? I thought you said more, increase them more, because they have already been increased. That is, such an increase has been decided upon. There will be a horizontal increase after 12 years of 7.75%. This is an increase that is a produce of an equation that it was set by a formula that was introduced by Syriza. That is the increase of inflation of the price index plus the increase of the GDP divided by 2. And this gives us 7.75%. But we also have introduced 3 additional increases. The 4th installment from the recalculation of the so-called Vroutsis law, which concerns 225 to 230,000 citizens. The previous regards 1,724,000 citizens. Out of a total of 2,664,000, we give for the third time, this extraordinary complement of 250 euros for Christmas, covering approximately 1.5 million people, and the extraordinary solidarity pension, which is being abolished after many years, following negotiations that the Prime Minister has had in Brussels, that regards 900,000 people. Anyway, not to pester you anymore with figures. 1 out of 2 pensioners will have the benefit of 2 out of these 4 increases, and 1 out of 2 will see, starting from January and onwards, when we will also have the horizontal increases, we'll see an increase equal to 1 additional pension per year. Why didn't we offer more? Because we have no money, we cannot afford it, that's why. People ask me on many occasions, various journalists, which is the politician that would want to give even more, even the more restrained amongst them? I'm also included, and definitely the Prime Minister. There's no politician who would like to be unpleasant, but one will become even more unpleasant if implementing bad policies that will be found ahead of us. And the previous decade is not such a remote past so as to forget what had happened with the implementation of policies which were beyond our means. Yes, you're absolutely right, says Mr. Bagatsalos. Let us conclude with a question regarding the contributions evasions. In the framework of the 18th Tax Forum that we have held, and we discussed this issue, to what extent do these measures taken over the last years perform? What's the produce? What's the yield? Well, the answer here will be quite complex, because when we speak of contributions, especially over the last years, we have been 3.5 years in power. 2 years are lost with the pandemic and with measures introduced which were protective. Well, that means don't pay contributions and so forth. So we can't have easily the right data to present. What I can tell you, however, is that precisely because our economy is resilient, no matter what the problem of evasion, this gives a boost to the funds. For instance, all that what I'm mentioning is official data. At the beginning of this year, we calculated that in the fund of complementary solidarity security, we will have 60,000 new employees enrolled, because in 2022, those who first got the first job are enrolled in this fund. That was our calculation and forecast. We're continuously surprised. In summer, we calculated that there would be 80,000, and now it seems that we'll have 120. This is a pleasant surprise, far above our forecast, which means that there is a dynamism in the economy that we haven't imagine it ourselves. And of course, this is not something that's out of chance. It's the result of the overall interventions of the government in the economy on tax administration, on licensing, on procedures streamlining, and so on. Therefore, this trend is not limited only to youngsters. The reduction of unemployment from 17.5 to 11.6% in October as well, despite the fact that there's a great seasonality increase, shows a lot. It's very telling. Doesn't mean that we should be over-optimistic. Very intensive work must be done in EFCA beyond the issue of pensions and servicing the citizens. This 1555 law, a lot has to be done for a better organization of the service itself. And we proceed into that with the integrated IT system of EFCA. Until now, for instance, GEAO, which is the center of areas to EFCA, as it was established, does not communicate with the rest of EFCA. That is, you go and pay your contributions, if there are areas or whatever, and then you ask for a certificate of solvency, and you can't have it issued. And they tell you you can't have it issued because it seems that you still are in debt. The systems do not communicate. And EFCA does not communicate with the remaking EFCA. It's not just a mere database that has to communicate. The traditional EFCA, since we had a merger, no matter how, of so many funds, has 88 different databases. It's the absolute chaos. Therefore, the system was reconstructed, re-engineered from the beginning. Now the call of tender is in process, along with the digitization of the files, so as to be able to put our house in order, but also deal in a more integrated and global way the issue of the evasion in payments. But additionally, this will also deal with what I've said previously, the further reduction of social security contributions, because it's far easier to pay if they are normal and far more difficult if they are skyrocketed. This, we know, it's basics from a global economy, and will try to be taught by the lessons of the advanced countries of Europe and the world. Thank you, Mr. Minister. A good way to conclude. I warmly thank you for being with us in the 33rd GES. If you haven't understood, the Minister is also a dear friend of mine. But beyond that, objectively speaking, he is a person who really expresses law and order and rationality. Thank you. Thank you for one more invitation to the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce at your disposal. Such kind of meetings, I have greatly missed them, to be honest. I'm away to a great extent from the business world. And I'm not as I used to be in my previous mandates. Now I'm more in contact with the employees, the disabled persons, the pensioners, not the businessmen anymore. So I have missed such kind of conferences. But you know, the ministry I'm currently in offers a huge satisfaction, to be honest. This is the satisfaction of dealing with problems of poor people or problems of people in dire need. And this is a huge, it's valuable in politics because you immediately see the result in front of you. It's a great moral reward. And amongst the various difficulties that I mentioned, I must point out that the decision of the Prime Minister to send me there offers me this reward. I didn't expect it, but there it is. I've got it. Thank you.
So we heard the minister saying that he's happy when he tries to do things for the poor people. So let's talk about reskilling and upskilling so we have better jobs, better professional careers, and so the work of our minister will be easier. And Mr. Petropsaltis, sorry. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Welcome. So welcome, and so at the beginning we will speak in English because we have our guest. I'd like to welcome Mr. Egbert Hughes, coming from the European Union, the head of unit for Germany, Austria, ο επικεφαλής, συγγνώμη, για Γερμανία, Αυστρία και Γερμανία, Αυστρία. Αν ακούσαμε καλά, αυτός είναι ο τίτλος σας. Και από τη στιγμή που αντικαθιστάτε την κυρία Γκέλεγκ λόγω ασθένειας, θα μας μιλήσετε για την κατάσταση που κρατεί ως προς τις δεξιότητες στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Και όταν λέω κατάσταση, εννοώ τις προκλήσεις και τις ευκαιρίες που παρουσιάζονται. Κατά βάση τον αντίκτυπο που έχουν αυτές τις προκλήσεις στην παραγωγικότητα, διότι τα τελευταία 20 χρόνια μιλάμε για τη βελτίωση των δεξιοτήτων. Όχι, δεν είναι κάτι που το συζητάμε μόνο τώρα. Και αναμένουμε από εσάς, στο τέλος της παρουσίασής σας, να μας δώσετε πιο ξεκάθαρες ιδέες για το πώς θα αντιμετωπίσουμε αυτό το κενό, το χάσμα των δεξιοτήτων και εμπειρίες από τις βόρειες χώρες ή κάποιες αποτυχίες τους που οδήγησαν μετά σε επιτυχία, αν θέλετε, από την εμπειρία σας. Μπορεί να μην θέλετε βέβαια στο πλαίσιο, διότι το φτιάξαμε κάπως τελευταία στιγμή, οπότε μπορεί να μας δώσετε τις δικές σας ιδέες και απόψεις αναφορικά με το θέμα των δεξιοτήτων. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Κυρίες και κύριοι, είμαι πολύ χαρούμενος και είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή να είμαι κομμάτι αυτής της εκδήλωσης και ανυπομονώ να κάνουμε την κουβέντα μας στο πάνελ πάνω στο θέμα του upskilling και του reskilling, δηλαδή της ανάπτυξης δεξιοτήτων και της μεταξέλιξης αυτών, μαζί με τα άλλα μέλη του πάνελ. Από την ελληνική πραγματικότητα μπορούμε να αντλήσουμε πολλές ιδέες για το πώς θα αντιμετωπίσουμε την έλλειψη δεξιότητων, διότι, αγαπητέ Πρόεδρε, όπως ξέρετε, αυτή είναι μια πρόκληση που αντιμετωπίζει όλη η Ευρώπη, όχι μόνο η Ελλάδα, και έτσι περισσότερο διότι χρειαζόμαστε συγκεκριμένες δεξιότητες προκειμένου να προχωρήσουμε στην πράσινη και στη ψηφιακή μετάβαση. Κατά την άποψή μου, λοιπόν, και αναμένω και άλλοι πανελίστες να το επιβεβαιώσουν, η μετάβαση δεν περιορίζεται από την επιθυμία μόνο να επενδύσουμε από τις εταιρείες, αλλά από την έλλειψη των εργαζομένων που έχουν τις δεξιότητες αυτές. Και βέβαιως αυτό μπορούμε να το εξηγήσουμε, αλλά κυρίες και κύριοι, μάλλον πρέπει να δούμε τις πολιτικές και τις επενδύσεις. Αν δείτε τα δεδομένα, στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχουμε κατά μέσο όρο απασχόληση η οποία είναι 6%, μιλάει για ανεργία ο μιλητής, περίπου διπλάσια στην Ελλάδα, αλλά οι πιο πολλές χώρες, κατά 77%, δυσκολεύονται να βρουν υπαλλήλους με τις κατάλληλες δεξιότητες. Αυτό είναι ένα πρόβλημα και φαντάζομαι και οι πανελίστες θα επιβεβαιώσουν την κατάσταση αυτή. Σε πολλές περιοχές, σε πολλούς τομείς και ιδίως στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, αυτό είναι ακόμα πιο δύσκολο, να βρουν δηλαδή το κατάλληλο προσωπικό. Όπως γνωρίζετε επίσης, υπάρχουν συγκεκριμένα επαγγέλματα όπως ειδική IT, και ειδική ασφάλειας, κατασκευαστικά επαγγέλματα, φιλοξενία. Εκεί απαιτείται γνώσεις μαθηματικών, μηχανικής, θετικό λειψηπόλου και εκεί υπάρχει έλλειψη υπαλλήλων. Αυτό είναι κάτι που το αναγνωρίζουμε και κάθε χρόνο η Κομισιόν βγάζει ένα πακέτο στο πλαίσιο του Ευρωπαϊκού Εξαμήνου. 22 Νοεμβρίου είναι το επόμενο, σύμφωνα με το οποίο η οικονομική προοπτική είναι αμφίσιμη, θα υπάρχει δυνατή ανάκαμψη μετά την πανδημία, αλλά υπάρχουν πολλές άλλες προκλήσεις. Το σοκ από την ενέργεια, η ανατροπή στις εφοδιαστικές αλυσίδες ως αποτέλεσμα του πολέμου στην Ουκρανία. Είναι σημαντικό ότι ένα από τα κομβικά στοιχεία που περιλαμβάνεται στο Ευρωπαϊκό Εξάμεινο έχει να κάνει με τις δεξιότητες, το ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, καθώς για το εξάμεινο αυτά αποτελούν προκλήσεις. Συνεπώς, στο συνέδριό σας καταπιάνεστε με ένα θέμα που είναι πολύ επίκαιρο. Ειλικρινά, η πρόεδρος της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής πρότεινε να καταστήσουμε το 2023 το έτος δεξιοτήτων. Οπότε να θέσουμε τις πρωτοβουλίες και τις επενδύσεις για το θέμα αυτό στο μικροσκόπιο. Επίσης, αυτό αφορά και την Ελλάδα. Στην Ελλάδα, όπως ξέρουμε, η ενεργεία έχει μειωθεί και πάλι και ειδικά η απασχόληση είναι χαμηλή. Επίσης, υπάρχει ζήτηση για συγκεκριμένες δεξιότητες. Ένα 53, αν ακούσαμε καλά. Δυστυχώς δεν ακούμε καλά τον ομιλητή. Ένας λοιπόν από τους λόγους που πρέπει να εξετάσουμε, κυρίες και κύριοι, είναι ότι στην Ελλάδα μόνο 16% των ενηλίκων έως ηλικίας 64 ετών συμμετέχουν σε τέτοια μαθήματα μετακπαίδευσης. Τι πρέπει να γίνει? Ήδη ανέφερα την ατζέντα μας για την ανάπτυξη δεξιοτήτων. Έχουμε 12 συγκεκριμένους στόχους. Όπως είπα, η πρώτη προτεραιότητα είναι η ανάπτυξη συγκεκριμένων IT δεξιοτήτων, αν ακούσαμε καλά. Έχουμε 12 μεγάλες εταιρικές σχέσεις με διαφορετικά οικοσυστήματα και πάνω από 1.000 οργανισμοί, εταιρείες από όλα τα κράτη-μέλη συμμετέχουν για να προσφέρουν αυτή την υποστήριξη και τους καλούμε και στο συνέδριο που θα διοργανώσουμε θα μελετήσουμε αυτό το θέμα της έλλειψης δεξιοτήτων. Δεύτερη προτεραιότητα της ατζέντα μας είναι να περιλάβουμε δεξιότητες που ευθυγραμμίζονται με τις ανάγκες αγοράς και την προωθούν. Άρα χρειαζόμαστε γνώση για να δούμε ποιες είναι αυτές οι δεξιότητες που απαιτούνται και είμαστε αισιόδοξοι ότι και οι άλλοι τρεις πανελίστες, δυστυχώς δεν μπορούμε να καταλάβουμε τον ομιλητή, δεν είναι καλός ο ήχος, και η τρίτη σύσταση έχει να κάνει τρίτη προτεραιότητα που είναι πολύ σημαντική είναι να δώσουμε τη δύναμη στους ανθρώπους ήδη να επετεκπαιδευτούν. Μπορούν λοιπόν να ξεκινήσουν οι ίδιοι κάποιο πρόγραμμα κατάρτισης. Ζητούμε συγγνώμη, αλλά ο ήχος είναι παντελώς ακατάλληλος για διερμηνία. Ζητούμε συγγνώμη, κάνουμε ό,τι καλύτερο μπορούμε. Σε όλον τον 20ο αιώνα, για να καταλήξω σε ένα συμπέρασμα, Κλείνοντας, ο μιλητής λέει ότι το πρόβλημα είναι μια πρόκληση για όλους και πρέπει όλοι μαζί να προσπαθήσουμε και να αντιμετωπίζουμε αυτές τις ελλείψεις δεξιοτήτων που αντιμετωπίζουμε αυτή τη στιγμή.
For the implementation of the year. And so once again, many thanks for having invited us here. I'm very interested in the outcome of the conference and in the panel discussions right now. And I would really like to invite all of you to support and involve promoting activities, initiatives, and events throughout the year. Thank you many times, dear Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Egbert, for reminding us about partnerships, about skills alignment with the market, coordinated policies. The only that remains to be done is implementation and follow-up with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So,
let me now switch to Greek, because I love having a chat with Greek panelists before a Greek audience taking place in Greek. So let's move on to Mr. Protopsaltis. I don't know if this clock is running correctly. Anyway, we're losing some seconds there. Anyway, my first question goes to you. Because it was mentioned before, and we always say so, that what is the role of vocational training and lifelong learning in order to close the skills gap? And especially in the case of Greece, it's not just about STEM or high-level disciplines. We also lack craftsmen and technicians in plants in order to turn them into to make them more productive. We don't have time for many questions, but that's my first one. Yesterday, the Prime Minister visited Tripolis, the city of Tripolis, and he paid a visit to the industrial zone of Tripoli, VIPE, and two specific plants. One is a pharmaceutical company doing some great investments in the region, and a recycling company that's also doing fine and invests heavily. So while talking with the owners of both companies, one of the biggest challenges for them is that they cannot find the right workers in order to support their growth and the new jobs that these investments generate. Last week, no later than last week, we signed a memorandum with Onyx, the owner of Elefsina shipyards, that will operate again after many, many years. So we have another case of a major investment about to take place, and the operators fail to find the right people to work there. Sadly, in Greece, and I'm talking about the staff or the workforce, is not always something that we discuss when investment is being discussed. It's something like an afterthought, although the issue of finding the workforce, finding the right skills, should be on the table since day one of our talks about possible investments. I talked to you about the visit of the Prime Minister yesterday in Argadia and the shipyards in Elefsina. These are just a couple of examples, but that's something I've been listening to many times. I've been hearing about many times in these 3 years of my tenure. And although unemployment is 11.6%, dropping from 33%, a great part of enterprises fail or struggle to find the right workforce. On Saturday, we will hold the 12th Career Day in Velidion Expo Center in Thessaloniki. We have 1,000 jobs by 9,000 companies, and they can't find the right people. They will come to Velidio in order to find the right people. What does this mean? It means that there is a deficient link between the training and formation systems and the needs of our economy, or to put it in other words, we overproduce graduates in fields where there is limited or no demand, and we underproduce graduates in fields where we have a high or increasing demand. And as a result, we are ranking last in the European Skills Index. We have been last for the past 3 or 4 years. And what does this government do in order to deal with this problem? We turn skills to our priority. We invest 1 billion euros to upskilling our workforce. Currently, we have the largest training program of unemployed people ever to take place in Greece. 120,000 unemployed people will be trained in green and digital skills. Very soon, we will have another course of 150,000 employees in green and digital skills, because we recognize, just as Europe does, that the future economy will call for changes in the workforce, and we have to support that as DIPA, the Public Employment Agency. And let me go back to Tripoli, to the visit of the Prime Minister. So while talking with the owner of the company who told us he had difficulties in finding the right people, he didn't know that in the same city there was a vocational training school offering the graduates he actually needed. So the fact that the school was not something that the business world or the businessmen were aware of, the local ones, I mean, it's an example of the systemic failure we have in our system. Sadly, we haven't connected the dots in very simple things so that we can have at least the information flow, so that we know what the company needs, what the enterprise needs, and what the educational system has to offer. We have a long way ahead, but I'm pretty sure that thanks to the bills passed by the government in the field of education and training, we will have new schools, new courses, new specializations, and we have disdain will stop. We've seen some examples, for example, in Halkida for the upgrade of our F-16, the same with Onyx in Elefsina shipyards. But as you said, it's very important to link the market requirements with educational system. So we're talking about extroversion, stronger extroversion in order to have the alignment with market, and partnerships, because these things it takes two to tango, because, and you know, our chamber will always be next to you. Mr. Kasselaki, apart from the needs of manufacturers, of employers in plants, etc., for finding craftsmen, we also need soft skills. We consider them to be a bit of secondary importance. There are also other skills, other needs of an enterprise that will turn middle-level executives to become more efficient in running an organization, in managing people as well, apart amongst others. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that, because these are skills as well. These are not things one may be taught at school, right? So what do we do? Although Mrs. Kerameos the other day told us that this is something taught at schools already, let me say firstly, hello. Your question is extremely interesting, because middle-level executives had to face that in the past, because we're talking about the link between the marketplace and the universities, and that had to do mainly with high-level executives. In the case of middle-level executives, the kind of skills they need, of course, technical skills and the sector-specific knowledge is very important for them to be efficient. What they need is what we call the power skills, are the ones we used to call soft skills. And they are needed at all levels. In order to go more granular, what are the power skills required by middle-level executives? Let me elaborate on that from three specific viewpoints. The first viewpoint, what do middle-level executives do? They are the bridges, the link between top management and the staff already working in the company or the one to be found. So they are the ones to create value by producing labor and knowledge given the existing skills they have in order to implement the top management strategy. In order to do so, they need empathy. They need amazing communication skills and negotiation skills in order to identify the priorities for the strategy's implementation. And themselves, they are more than simple people managers. No. They have also to manage the expectations that come top-down, and they also have to be sentimentally committed, efficient, effective, and they have to follow this trend while at the same time generating value while being able to transfer reality in a bottom-up way from to the top management so that the strategic vision of the top management is being realized. And last but not least, they have to handle different perspectives, the suppliers, the employees, the workers, their peers. So they are the ones to have to keep their clear judgment, which greatly contributes in keeping their cold blood, so that they can manage different viewpoints and make them justified, if you like. That's one viewpoint about how they operate. The second viewpoint, it's like a magnifying glass, you know. So the second magnifying glass, we are going through a deep transformation of the labor market. In the past 10, 15 years, we keep on saying that all companies are under transformation, public or private ones. And for the same time, we've been saying that this transformation always fails. Especially after the pandemics in the last couple of years, these transformations are of larger scale, much larger scale. So companies, in an effort, they see that they need more things in order for this transformation to be sufficient. And until recently, they used to say that transformation is digital, so they need more digital skills. Currently, we call it a transformation that includes a green transition. So we need an ESG-related or sustainability-related transformation. So we need the respective skills. But I want to make a reference to the skills as highlighted by a survey that we carried out this year together with Oxford University. It was EY and the university that collaborated about the ingredients that lead to successful transformations. Successful transformations, as it was brightly proven, comes from the way companies handle not just the customer journeys, we call them sentimental or emotional journeys, actually. And the big links of this chain and the big links in order to understand how our people perceive, experience, and witness this transformation has to do with their feelings. A time in which we used to say that we are rational beings belongs to the past. Now we're talking about emotions. So data shows that leadership, as well as middle-level class employees or executives that have to materialize this transformation, have to be able to communicate and share a comprehensive and single narrative to their people. So it They are committed to that. They also have to create this feeling of emotional security or safety for their people, because this security may lead to new ways of working. They also have to be to have an increased adaptability when it comes to the managing style. It's not just about the gender difference. You also have to take into account the aged group one belongs to, because currently we're talking about people coming from 5 different generations, right? So we have an even larger distance to cover when it comes to meeting the understanding of the youngster, because they come in the labor market, they have certain skills, or they don't, so they have to cultivate them within a corporate environment. So this calls for a different approach, a diversified one, an approach based on co-creation and involvement. Last but not least, allow me to give you the third viewpoint, the third magnifying glass. That's also based on international data and data coming from an EY and LSEP and the University of Experimental Psychology survey on where well-being stands in our country. Last year, the findings showed that at domestic for Greece, 85% of employees are disengaged. 45% of employees do need to feel connected at a humane level and get the support they need while working from their immediate supervisor. And 85% of the respondents said that there is a need for proximity. They want to feel intimate with their immediate supervisor, the middle-level managers in our case, so that they may deliver. In times in which international and Greek data show that 30 to 35% of people are burned out or brown out. So they seem to be functional, but they are not. So in order for companies to move forward, because currently companies have left behind the issue of being just cost managers. Now they are growth managers. That calls for innovation, and they call for pooling all talents and the minds of people coming from different generations to co-create, to co-produce. Innovation calls for speed. Digital tools, sustainability as a concept have to be grounded in a certain reality. All this, at all levels of management, is something dearly needed, let alone in the case of middle-level managers. They have to have self-understanding. They have to read a lot, because unless you have a self-understanding and unless you know yourself, you won't be able to support either your team that is lacking specific skills and they have to deliver because time is running, or you won't be able to provide people with the right amount of space in order to display their skills, which you have to acquire on the go. You will never get them ready-made. The surveys, global ones, saying that this year there will be some $3.5 trillion loss of revenues, because the skills gap is ever growing. So the way we use our workforce within our companies, and especially the role of the management, of top management, in order to promote practical upskilling, is the elephant in the room. I hope I was okay with my time. Even if you didn't, I think what you said was so useful and beautiful. So you made us feel really great. My heart feels soothed right now. That's why I gave you some more seconds, because many of the things you said are a bit optimistic, that companies are not interested only in cost management, because in the past, restructuring used to be just about laying people off. In our case, in my case, I used to think, okay, you want to cut down costs. Why don't you stop working? Why don't you go out on the streets and do something else? The the same way the same way companies have to learn that we have schools in their city, the same way employers have to understand that I cannot give you some kind of injection in order to give you the skills you need. So you don't feel under pressure by the top management or the low-level employees and other things. I'm really happy that soft skills turned into power skills in the hope that we will understand they represent no weakness. So, moving to our beloved Christina Leimoni, I just met her today. I really loved it. Same-wise, we used to know each other from a distance only. So, she is the COO for Microsoft. She is as a member of the Greek diaspora, and she returned back. And she will talk to us about digital skills. We spend so much time talking about digital skills, however, they are absolutely necessary, because it feels as if we talk about digital skills, we're having a chat on reinventing the wheel. I mean, every time, or turning on the light, you don't feel like you are introducing some amazing innovation when you just find some digital skills, so you talk about them. I'd like your allegory, because digital skills we're talking about affect the entire population, starting from the average smartphone user or internet user, from the average citizen that goes online to file an application or to carry out his or her e-banking tasks, but it also relates to those people who build these applications, who build the experience for the end user. It also relates to those people who perhaps want, as the demand shows and our report shows, are the people who want to change. And that's something that we all know, that people in the coming years will have to change their careers many, many times to do the so-called career shift. You discussed about the challenge of transformations. Let me tell you that in the first couple of months during the pandemic, there was an evolution in digital transformation that in the past would take at least 2 years to happen. So pandemics accelerated also the talent quest in digital skills. So the GR for Growth, which is our investment plan that also had to do with physical infrastructure, a great part of our plan had to do with training 120,000 citizens, fellow citizens of ours, on digital skills. The good thing about that program was that it covered a big gap in terms of skills and requirements. Talking about both pupils and students who use technology in order to have access to knowledge and to carry out their research activity. So research in universities is being promoted, but it also relates to our partners, our customers who are invited to build solutions for the end user. So the better equipped they are, the better trained they are, the better experience will be the one that the end user will get once entering in a browsing or using an application. We had an amazing program with the public administration. We trained 3,500 people working, public servants, working in some IT-related departments. So we are actually boosting the service we offer to our fellow citizens. Together with Mr. Protosaltis, we worked with the unemployed. We had a program on digital skills for the unemployed. What was amazing was that we found out that people really long for digital skills and certification of the acquisition of such skills. Acquisitions coming not only by colleges and universities, but by organizations such as Microsoft and other software developers. Mr. Protopsaltis, I remember we received 2,500 applications, and we had the trouble back then how to cover for all of them. The attendance rate was 98%. 60% of them were women, because it was mentioned before that women tend to fail in STEM-related professions. And soon we will come up with a story. We will present a story of a person who used to work in the banking sector. He was laid off. He followed our program. He got some additional certification at the next level, let's say, and quite recently he got recruited by a company. And one of the reasons he got recruited was because he invested in his own reskilling and got some additional certificates. So he started from the world of finance and he made it into the cybersecurity world. So these are the things we observe, and we also touch upon other areas like the unemployed, Digi Girls, and we are also working on other programs to boost female presence in the IT world. This has changed a lot in the past, but for those who love history, let me tell you that Stanford University, when they first launched their IT courses in the US, the rate between women and men was 50-50. So something happened in the meantime, but we truly support that. In our case, 55% of our top management team is made of women, and 45% of our employees are women. So we have some programs like Digi Girls and Digi Youth that will support young girls who want to be inspired and make it into the IT world. Dear Mr. Protopsaltis, you have these schools and you are asked for providing technical training, and apart from extroversion and the power skills and the digital skills for those who don't want to study, don't want to go to school, what are your plans for the future? I think we have to start with the fact that we have to recognize that the old model, as it used to apply during my years, I go to the university, I get a job, and then I'm not going back to the classroom, is dead. There's no such model anymore. We have to keep on learning things throughout our active lifetime. And this is something quite important to recognize, because currently our entire system, unfortunately, has been built on the basis of the old system. We all know that we are well beyond that. We are now into the world exactly as I described it. However, our system has been designed in order to meet the requirements of all time. So unless we give the opportunity to people to be upskilled or reskilled during their active lifetime, how are we to thank the people you just described, just mentioned, who because of restructuring or because of any other reason, they had to change their job, find another job or whatever. Let me highlight, because Mrs. Leimoni gave us some really interesting bit of statistics with respect to the participation of women in our programs. Let me say that 75% of all people taking part in the training program for 120,000 unemployed are women. 66% of the unemployed are women. 75% of the attendants are women. So we have an overrepresentation of women, which shows that people are hungry for more training. They want to learn more things, and that's quite encouraging for me. The fact that we launched a program to cover 80,000 positions, and now we have to find a way to cover 120,000 positions, this shows that there is some demand, right? Having said that, and given that we don't have much time, I think that given that we have businessmen in this venue, I think the business world has a share of responsibility. Sadly, in Greece, we are ranking last when it comes to in-house training. That's something that the Association of Greek Industrialists has recognized the past, but let me reiterate that. Companies have to invest in reskilling or upskilling or training their workforce. It's not a cost, it's an investment. You have to see that through this viewpoint. It's not a cost center, it's an investment. It's something that will give you additional productivity, etc., etc. So we have the share of responsibility on behalf of the state, yes, but companies, on their part, they have to keep on investing that. I'm an optimistic person by nature. That's why I believe that we will have to respond to these needs. It's a global trend. Unless you catch up, you will be left behind. So I think that in fact, we will have to proceed with changes very quickly. The same that happened with the digital transformation amidst the pandemic. We took huge steps ahead, very quick ones. The same way in the world, in the case of, in the field of training and vocational training, we will see changes that should have happened in a very short time. They will take place in a very fast way very soon. I truly believe in the reskilling as carried out, as promoted by employers, but we talk very little about that. And, my dear Christos, unless employers given the role models that your company may represent, don't give the right, do not pave the way, not just because you are big, but because you have the right to do so, you're entitled to do so, because no priest will change the church. That's freely translated. As Mr. Protopsalit said, it's a lie. I've been in the world of human resources for 40 years. I've been listening to the same stuff again and again, but currently we're living in the era of in the human era, not in the era of technology. It's the humans who decided to bring in AI, digitalization, etc. So we have to think about how we can turn these humans into someone who's not being intimidated or is afraid not to work. No, we have to turn them into individuals that feel engaged and they are inspired to work. It's one thing to make these people feel engaged and make them want to offer, not because they are afraid of being unemployed. Okay, we don't have a good safety net in Greece for unemployed, but because they will feel proud of that and they will not get burned out. So, the things you just told us, Ms. Kaslaki, are very optimistic. The fact that we're now talking about the sentimental journey of our employees, and we will follow suit of that. So, and that's something that not only major companies have to do. It's up to the state, up to the government to help. And it's up to the SMEs to follow this path and not leave it just in the hands of the big companies like Microsoft because they have a big CSR. No, it's not CSR. No, it's not CSR. It's part of our investment plan. It's not part of our CSR plan. Exactly, because the other day I was talking about that. I don't like the CSR concept because I don't believe that you have to give just bits and pieces of what you're left with. No, you have to have a systematic approach to offering to others so that our 800,000 SMEs will introduce reskilling in their core business. 3 words by each lady in order to conclude.
Well, 2 words from me, actually, because it's a part of what you said. What we see, and through the LinkedIn survey, we can see employees 7.6 times more than last year wish to switch jobs. And the main reason for that is for their own development. So the investment of an employer in reskilling allow them to recruit their own employee for a new job that they may have or a new position. When we're talking about the digital transformation, this means that the very operation and function of the company itself changes. So some jobs and positions may become redundant, but some new ones are created. There is nothing better than to look for a talent that can do the work today and to reinvest on someone we already have in our company and the growth that they can to undertake these and assume these positions. This is what investment is all about for us in reskilling, for the companies themselves, in-house, for their own staff, to re-recruit them instead of scouting for new skills. Now, Mrs. Kaselaki, you have the last word. Now, I would like to say that we and our customers are very glad to see how much they invest in reskilling. Through the creation of academies, through the creation of databases. Not just for the KPIs, but what is the skill set that is the future skill set on the basis of which flexible academies, through self-learning and through coaching and through in-class training, etc., and with badges and everything, create accreditations that help in internal mobility of their career paths, and also, in essence, even people who do not have the skills who come from the job market, if they have the appropriate profile and they have interest to learn, for them to be able to go in and be channeled in the chain of command. Now, εκτιμούμε πάρα πολύ που μείνατε μαζί μας, κύριε συνάδελφε. Αν έχετε να πείτε και εσείς με μία πρόταση να κλείσετε αυτά τα οποία είπαμε για να ξεκλείσουμε με τον άνθρωπο που άνοιξε την συγκεκριμένη συνεδρία. Μιλάτε σε μένα λοιπόν. Δυστυχώς δεν μπορώ να προφέρω σωστά το όνομά σας, επομένως μάλλον δεν καταλάβατε τι εννοούσα εσάς. Όχι, σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Θα έλεγα ότι αυτό που έμαθα από αυτό το πολύ ενδιαφέρον πάνελ με όλες τις αναλύσεις που έγιναν ως προς το πώς να αναπτύξουμε καινούργιες δεξιότητες και πώς να έχουμε αυτήν την έννοια της διαπίστευσης, διότι αναπτύσσοντας δεξιότητες θα πρέπει να αναπτύσσουμε δεξιότητες οι οποίες μπορούν να χρησιμοποιηθούν από τις επιχειρήσεις, να χρησιμοποιηθούν σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο. Επομένως, η πιστοποίηση και η διαπίστευση είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική. Έμαθα πολλά από αυτήν την ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση και για μένα ήταν επίσης μια απόκτηση καινούριων δεξιοτήτων. Ελπίζω να μπορέσουμε να συνεχίσουμε τη συζήτηση μαζί σας, στο πλάι σας, σε αυτό το πολύ σημαντικό θέμα στην Ελλάδα, αλλά επίσης και για το υπόλοιπο της Ευρώπης. Πολύ ενδιαφέροντα πράγματα. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση να συμμετάσχω σε αυτό το πάνελ. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και είναι τιμή μας που παραμείνατε μέχρι το τέλος της συνεδρίας. Κρατώ από αυτά που είπατε ότι πρέπει να παρακολουθήσουμε το όλο θέμα. Κρατώ το στοιχείο της συνεργασίας, το οποίο είχαμε όλα αυτά τα χρόνια και θέλω να το διατηρήσουμε, και πραγματικά θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω όλους εσάς που ήσασταν εδώ μαζί μας και είχαμε αυτή την φανταστική συζήτηση. Εγώ προσωπικά έμαθα πάρα πολλά πράγματα. Ευχαριστούμε. Thank you very much. Right, good afternoon, everyone. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to be here with you today. I believe that our country has gone through some very important crises over the past years. I mean, for about a decade in memoranda and bailouts and enhanced supervision, and then the pandemic struck. And another global scale phenomenon. I believe that all this made us reconsider much more the workplace framework and to be concerned much faster with sustainable development that goes hand in hand with sustainable employment. And it can't happen in a different way. So something else that we got to realize after the crisis, the health crisis and the financial crises that were linked together, is that nothing can go forward on its own. It's not just state intervention on its own, and the private sector in its own can't go forward either. It gives me pleasure to discuss this framework about what this can mean today, how it transcends, how it becomes action, this sustainable employment, with Mr. Akis Kertsos. He is Minister of State. The government has voted a new bill, and with Mr. Christos Harpandidis, who is Chairman and Managing Director with Papastratos. The company is a, colossal sized company. For Greece, you employ, I think, more than 1,200 people, half of which are women, correct? So I will start with you, Minister. It's been almost 3.5 years since you took office as the government of this country. We're nearing on 4-year mark. What can you say that has changed in the labour market? What was the driving force? What did you discover as a problem? What are the biggest challenges? And what lies ahead? Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for having me. The previous panel was, in fact, a very interesting one. And I must say that today is an historic day. Today and yesterday, because it marks the end of a very painful course for our country that had entailed a lot of pain, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of hardship. But it was an educational process for all of us. I think that we matured through these difficult 12 years of the, well, dare I say it's failure and bankruptcy of the country, from this humiliating monitoring and follow-up by our debtors and our fellow in the EU. But it taught us a lot, and it allowed us to become better. It was announced, the Eurogroup was announced yesterday, that this 12-year supervision and stewardship is over. And it was matched with a release of funds that were still held during the Syriza government, has to do with the debts of the public, the central public banks, and it comes to enhance the revenues. But now, a punishing, I would say, increased interest rate in us paying our public debt is being abolished. So the Greek state, Greek society, benefits to the amount of 6 billion euros as regards the repayment of our debt. And this is a historical date for the new generation, because we know that the higher the public national debt and the higher the interest rates in the repayment, the fewer expenses we can do and we can dispose for our policy and for our social policy and for the future generations. This is one thing. It is the end of an era through which we were hurt, we learned, but we also changed. We managed to transform the country to a great extent. We started very low, concerning where Greece was and where Greece is regarding indicators, with the available income, with the quality of life, the protection of the environment, the operation of public administration. We still have a long ways to go. But over the past 3.5 years, we've been experiencing a country that using these finite resources we have and going through an historical crisis, fiscal and economic and social, has yielded better results than more robust financially countries. And this was made possible because we tried over these 3.5 years to go back and to circle back to the initial question, is to have and instill a different way of administration, governance, drafting, designing policies, implementing them, that is based heavily on long-term planning, on the vision of where we want to be, of where we want our country to be in the decade to come. This is very important. We don't allow everyday problems suck us in. Of course, it disorients us. And we devote a large chunk of our time to know and to see a country that wants to be innovative, a pioneer, to be constantly pioneering, to enhance and increase the available income, disposable income of the citizens. And this is a significant change. I think it has yielded results. We can see the results in the growth rate of our economy. We have twice as high growth rate than the rest of the Eurozone, 6%. According to estimates, the Eurozone has an average of less than 3%. Next year, there are estimates that the economy will grow at lower rates, but 3 times as fast as the rest of the Eurozone. And this is good, and we're doing something well. And what we do well is that we have given a clear message and a direction in our policy that we want Greece, the Greek economy, Greek labor market, to become more extrovert, more productive, more innovative, and to trust more organized entrepreneurship. This has to do primarily with how employers and employees work. And it does hold water that the Greek labor market had, over time, many problems. It was and still is a hectic labor market with many gray zones, black economy, undeclared labor, exploitation and abuse of the employer's power. It's the power of the employers over the employees. It doesn't have that much to do with the organized companies in our country, but it's a large part of Greek economy that also needs to change their behavioral models, which in turn led to very poor employment and labor relationships to employees who were disgruntled, who didn't see themselves as part of the future of the country. They saw themselves outside of that. It led to brain drain, an exit of those people from our country to seek their fortune and their future abroad. These are trends that start being inverted. We see an increasing number of young Greeks, the young generation that left the country over the past few years, to try to find ways to come back, wanting to return, to rebuild their lives in the country, to make their families, to develop and grow professionally. And this is indeed very hopeful. Why is this? Because Greece now becomes an increasingly exporting company. What does that mean? It means that we have companies that are testing themselves and trying themselves in the international markets. So they must uphold and keep specific protocols as regards their presentation, their organization, the creation of their products, how they meet their obligations, etc., which means a better environment to work in, which means better prospects for someone who works in an exporting company. I should note that Greece has better exporting performances than the rest of the south of Europe. That is similar to the performance of Portugal, which is a model country, and slightly less than Germany, which is the heavy exporting economy in Europe. We also see that Greece has better performance regarding innovation, according to the European indicators. Over the past 3 years, Greek companies invest, thanks to the incentives provided by the government, increasingly more in innovation. This, in turn, means that all this generation of new scientists who receive their bachelors from the university will not have to go abroad to find a job. They can stay in Greece and develop and grow within the Greek companies to chase their dreams, go after their dreams, to become productive. At the same time, we invest heavily in what we call work-life balance, which is the equilibrium required between work life and personal life, family life, because we know we have a very serious problem. We have a ticking bomb in the foundation of Greek economy, which is called the demographic problem. We see that Greek families hesitate to have more children because they don't think that they have the appropriate support by the country, and they don't have a support from the businesses they work in, to feel that a young mother, when she will bring a young child into the world, will have the support necessary from their employer and the state alike. What do we do there? Well, we create tools and instruments to provide services to support a young mother and a young father, and they already have a huge part in bringing up and raising their children. We have instituted the neighborhood nannies. We create daycare centers through the RRF funds. We have the 2-year preschool training education so that children can go to school earlier. We create more jobs in daycares with coupons that are subsidized by the state. We expand and enlarge the curriculum and the hours of school. We have implemented a policy that I'm very proud of that creates an extended zone of the all-day school until 5:30 in the afternoon, because we realize that there's a problem, that young working mothers do not go off work at 3:30. So we don't want the school to be a place where people park their children, but we want to have more creative abilities that also allow for mothers to work. And this is a key problem that is a fundamental priority to us. It's to increase the part of participation and the share of participation of women in the labor market, of women, of young people, and young parents. These are 3 categories that overlap and that need targeted policies that will allow us to reach the employment levels that we can see in the other European economies. Now, if I may, it brings different balances within the very society. A woman that finds a better job can deal with many other problems that she couldn't if she were financially dependent. In family violence, etc. Yes, to cope to the responsibilities of a child or whatever. Now, financial emancipation of women is how we can have women with more rights, with a better position in society, and to acquire what we have at the legislative level, but not in practice, which is the equality of both sexes. Because we need more women in companies. Because women have proven that they think differently and they do add added value to the companies, and working synergistically in groups and teams, at the end of the day, they create more wealth and more value for all of us. Now, Mr. Harapandidis, the crises that have affected the Greek markets are numerous. They are in chain reaction. There have been steps taken by the states. We heard Mr. Sketcher describe them, but it is not enough. We need the contribution of the private sector. Please do tell us what you have done with Papastratos. This, coalition between public and private partner, because for 7 years you are an employer of choice. What does that mean in practice, and how does one go about achieving it? Thank you very much for having me here. Now, if I were to be descriptive, because the Minister was very detailed in describing how the businesses need to deal with today's reality, is more or less what he said. I will just say that, I will just repeat what he said. Joining forces in such a very complicated and complex environment that is financial, geopolitical, etc., is a one-way street. Complex and complicated problems need synthesis to deal with them. We are part of this employment transformation of the country. We do this consistently and coherently, and dare I say, ahead of many others for quite a long number of years, on various axes. I will only mention a few to be brief and respect the time allotted to me. First of all, we are devoted in creating new jobs that are well paid. Now, I was always concerned as to how this can last. I mean, okay, work here, develop, grow, it may have a limit, a time limit. So I'm pleasantly surprised at times. So it has been proven that innovation and investments in innovation beget new investments that beget new jobs, which is an ongoing circle. We are now in the 4th generation of our products that require and request new investments. We have more than 1,000 hirings, recruitments since the year we started. The other day, I went on LinkedIn and I saw an agency that is asking 300 engineers, production technicians. So I rang the people. I said, it's wrong. I mean, there's a mistake. We can't be looking for 300 people. But it's actually true. We're looking for 300 engineers. And the most important part is that these jobs, these positions are very well paid. We're always on the upper 20% as a bracket with a very high first salary, etc. And the benefits that you can imagine we give our employees. The other part was mentioned, and dear Venetia in the previous panel made a personal reference to upskilling and reskilling. So this transformation requires that we change skills and that we ourselves change. And this can only happen by bringing people with skills that we lack from the market, by attracting talents on things we didn't do yesterday. Customer care. So we used to get information, we used to get data scientists, people who, with their skills, their behaviors and their experiences, help us change. So we have a huge problem of upskilling and reskilling to all of us who stayed, and in a large majority stayed and remained in the organization. We have developed, we have evolved. Last year alone, we had 93,000 hours of training for our employees. And this obviously is ongoing and constant. A third pillar, and I'll just say a few words about that, is the environment you create, the ambiance, is creating an attractive working environment that will embrace difference, to have a productive collaboration, always looking ahead into the future. It's an environment that's pleasant for the employees, but also attractive for the talents that we wish to bring into our company. A key example, a characteristic example, is that despite the talent battle that goes out there, we don't lose people in our organization. Despite the fact that we are up there, up on the mountain, that takes 2 hours of commutes, return commutes at an average, but still people remain with our company for all this value they acquire and they receive from Papastratos. Now, Mr. Skertsos, talking about actions and reactions and consequences, I would like you to talk to us about what you've done as a legislation, what you've already passed, and apart from the passing of those laws, whether all this is actually implemented or not. Let's say, first of all, picking up from where Mr. Harapandidis said that there is no successful business without satisfied employees. It is a key principle. in the way someone handles and manages one's staff and achieves and attains the professional and business goals they set. We need to learn to work in a much more collaborative way, to listen to one another, to get in each other's shoes, to see what their needs are, to try to meet them. This is a key principle of human resources management, of people's development and evolution, and we need to understand and realize that we cannot simply look at the short-term profit. Through this development and growth of these people, as was mentioned in the previous panel, everyone stands to gain, and we give more room and more perspective and more prospects to the people who work together, so that to give them the feeling that they also participate in the vision of a business or to the overall national vision and goal. Our policies are all being implemented. I think this is a key thing, and it's imbued in the very DNA of this government. We're interested in efficiency and effectiveness, and the confirmation or that what we do is what actually happens. We said we'll do it and we did it is what the Prime Minister always says, and he means it. In the agency that I supervise, this is what we do, is to confirm that the things that we vote and we pass, and we've passed a lot, it's 350 laws over the past 3.5 years. I mean, you don't necessarily have to, you don't just have to pass the laws, you need to implement them. So we do. We have a very good monitoring and follow-up mechanism to make sure that everything is implemented. And it's not just us who say so, it's the European Union institutions, like in yesterday's announcement that actually ascribed and prescribed that actually the government implements reforms. Why is this critical and crucial? To revert and to say what people outside say about us and see it, because, well, sometimes we become entrenched in the microclimate and the micro area and the micro environment, and we miss the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, the forest, is that Greece is transforming. It changes very fast. Maybe faster, at a faster pace than what we can perceive. Maybe because it's a multi-level change, but it is something that is being recorded primarily by people and secondarily by organizations who have the capability to do overall supervision. When we have big businesses, huge, colossal businesses that trust in our country and say that they will invest billions of euros in Greece, in a country that up until recently was the black sheep of Europe. It drove investments away. We were notorious for being counter-investive and investments not friendly. So when they come and trust Greece, this means that there is a recognition of this transformation process. I will reiterate that it is not something to pat ourselves on the back about. It's not something that we need to tut our trumpets. I mean, we need to do transformation. We need to transform procedures. We need to transform behaviors, to harmonize people in the digital world, because there have been leaps forward in digitalization, but the human factor, particularly in the state sector, public administration, need to become in sync with those changes. We need to eradicate those old philosophies and those old mentalities, and I think we're there. With perseverance, with our head on the wheel and our eyes fixed on where we want to go, we can make it happen.
Let me return to you. You are an employer of choice. To what extent have you focused on the issue of inclusion? I'm asking as a mother, as a young woman, how have you been able to integrate women in your operations? The importance of inclusion is highlighted by the fact that we keep on talking about that, and having women involved in the working environment is very important. And although we used to handle that, to manage that as a kind of an ethical duty or obligation of ours or a competitive advantage of ours, no, it's not just a hygiene factor for us, which means you have to be inclusive in order to operate. But it also has to become part of your DNA, of your company's DNA, in order to tackle with the multifaceted world, with this demanding consumer who, for you to tackle your own transformation, you won't be able to make it unless you are inclusive, unless diversity doesn't become part of your DNA. Now, talking about women, Philip Morris International and Papastratos in particular, we've been fighting for that for many, many years. We have more than 41 of our administrative people being women. we used to suffer in the case of factory floor. Production engineers, for instance, we have some great programs that are doing fine. Last year, we employed 12 female engineers. 11 of them stayed with the company. We're really happy with that. We are the only company certified since 2018 as an equal salary company. Equal salary, equal wages, equal opportunities. Currently, for the 5th year in a row, and I think we will do fine this year as well, to claim the same award. And apart from the part of women, we do many things there. I think that respect to the needs of our employees is a very important aspect. The Minister mentioned the needs of young parents. We have policies in place in the past 3 years for young parents or for parents who adopt a child regardless of gender. We offer a parental leave of 18 months compared to 9 months as provided by law. And apologies, he said 18 weeks, not 18 months. So we have a list of actions that we carry out in order to do what's ethically right and what will also enable us to become more resilient, more adjustable and ready for the future challenges. Dear Minister, what Mr. Harpatidis just said, do you believe that all these things represent reasons why Greeks could return to Greece in order to reverse the brain drain? Do you think it's a lost bet? No, it's far from a lost bet. Do we still have time? Do we still have the space? Yes, of course. I think we have already covered a long way in the past 3.5 years. Let me give you three acts that have been passed already. The first one is the 25 quota for the participation of women in company BODs. I know maybe this is a bit awkward for the business world. Maybe it doesn't sound that well. The fact that we need a quota stipulated in 2022. Yes, I wish we didn't. I wish it could be a bit. We wish our society was a bit fairer, a bit more just. But you have to take certain measures, even by law, in order to enforce this 25% participation of women. Allow me to say, and sorry, but this is my soft spot. The fact that we need a law in order to enforce, to oblige us. The mere fact that we recognize that, the mere fact that there is a law, that there is a quota in place, is a sign of progress, right? Yes, we identify the problem and we tackle it. Yes, but there is an issue of understanding, of perception in our country. Yes, quite recently, the Ministry of Labour, Mr. Hatzidakis was here before, an act was passed in order to lift all distinctions against Loatki, against the LGBT plus people. If somebody lives abroad and wants to come back and sees that there is no framework of equality and respect of individual rights, he won't come or she won't come. That's why we extended the maternity leave to 8 months also in the private sector, because that was another phenomenon we used to have in Greece. There's a different set of rules applying in the public sector, another one in the private sector. So we're turning that into a level playing field. We recognize rights, we expand certain rights, and we create a better environment or working environment for people. I think this is a very positive environment for people to return. I think it's high time that we closed the session. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. We'll have a very interesting discussion with the Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Pierakakis. Minister, digital transformation in the country is a sector that is very successful in the country. It has left a very high, very positive and, well, countable, tangible footprint in the citizens' lives and their interaction with the public sector. So in the next, 15 minutes that we have at our disposal, I would like to talk about what we have succeeded in so far regarding digital transformation. The second has to do your point of view regarding the future, where we need to focus looking forward, looking ahead. And the third, what we call challenges, some challenges that you foresee and how we could manage them. Now, starting with the status quo today, one of the traditional problems we have as the Greek society is this relationship of trust between citizens and the state. And it is undoubtable that the digitalization of this transformation, digital transformation in the public sector has improved this relationship of trust, taking out the middleman, the mediators and third parties. If we were to expand and enlarge on what we have succeeded in so far, from your point of view as the minister who was the leader of this transformation, where would you focus if you were asked to talk about the footprint and the value for the country of these past 3.5 years?
Good afternoon. It is with great pleasure that I attend this event, and let me reply by saying the following. A great part of our results are already being, let's say, measurable, and some of the results are to come. For instance, we can count the number of services we had back in 2020 and the number of e-services offered today. Okay, we tripled them. That's something quantifiable. We used to have 501 services, and now we have approximately 1,500. The interesting thing about that is that tripling the services offered, all those under the umbrella of egov.gr, had an effect on how they have been used, because they had a multiplying effect factor of 100. We used to have 8.8 million transactions in 2018. They turned to 34 million transactions in 2019, 467 million transactions in 2021, and now we have approximately 1 billion online transactions. We're talking about 1 billion visits that never took place. This has also a very specific, let's say, imprint on our economy. That's something OECD has already measured, because we did an exercise. What is the excessive cost for our GDP before the crisis? That's something OECD did back in 2006 to 2007. Our GDP was quite high at that time. Greece used to rank first in terms of its red tape. Some 6.8% of our GDP was the cost of red tape for the state. I think that the result of all these mechanisms, MITOS or GovGR, procedure simplification exercise, all these things it gave some added value to our economy. We will measure that value. Of course, in the course of time, this affects how the public administration works, whether the public sector uses these services and how the job descriptions have changed. I think this is something we have to do in the second tenure of ours. But for the time being, we have already created a legacy of facilitation for our citizens. Of course, it's far from that. Being digital is not just about transforming the public administration. It's about transforming the private economy, telecommunications, digital skills. Our ministry is exclusively responsible with telecommunications. In other domains, we have to work with other co-competent ministries. But I think the footprint is something tangible. The imprint is very tangible. We can see that in every poll that takes place, measuring the public sentiment, but we have a long way ahead. Let's stick a bit more to the present. Despite the unquenchable progress that has been registered in the past years, I think our country is ranked 25th in the digital index of IT and digital society. This indicator is being affected by a number of factors in order to have our final ranking. What's your take on that, about our position? What should we do in order to improve our ranking and close the gap? There are certain things that are properly displayed in the indicator, some others do not. And sometimes that's why we, more often than not, we give our feedback to the European Union in order to improve the indicator. There are two things not displayed in the indicator. When it comes to telcos, actually, in the last version of the indicator, there was some improvement as a result of mobile telecommunications. Greece ranked 25th in mobile telecommunication. With respect to fixed line, we ranked 95th. There's a huge gap that leads to our bad ranking. In the case of 5G, we were one of the first countries to do the transition, and following the investments by the providers and the state, we ranked higher. With respect to optic fiber, we will exceed EU average within a very specific time period. Talking about the provision of digital service by the state, if you check the DESI report, you will see that Greece has converged with the EU average, and with respect to government services to citizens, we are already beyond the average. That's why the indicator doesn't count that. Half of the weight, let's say, of this indicator has to do with a service offered to foreigners. Currently, we are translating the entire GovGR website to non-Greek speaking people. So we have already exceeded the EU average when it comes to state services offered to the citizens. I think next year this will be displayed on the indicator. Now, talking about the skills and digital penetration to our society, things are a bit harder there. When it comes to digital skills and digital penetration, yes, we do have a penetration, but our companies are quite small in size. And you know that Greece, in the European sense, we don't have SMEs. We have micro enterprises. I'm talking about people employing 0 to 9 individuals. In Europe, SMEs means less than 250 employees. So this is an equation which is far more difficult to solve. So that's why we have targeted programs to tackle this issue. Now, talking about digital skills, I think there is a global exercise to transform educational systems and a shift from getting a degree at the beginning, getting a postgraduate degree later on, in order to have a lifelong and ongoing process of enriching our knowledge, which in the future will be mainly digital. That's why we have a set of targeted programs mainly funded by the RRF. The main role is played by the Ministry of Labour in this respect. We have programs for the public administration for upskilling our civil servants, program for upskilling the members of the military. These programs in the pipeline. We will see some progress quite soon. But when it comes to telecommunications and the public administration, the state, we have empirically seen the impact of our progress on the indicator. And I think next year the DESI index will be more illustrative of telling of our progress. Now, talking about the future. Let us be forward-thinking. What are the most important objectives or goals for Greece, according to you, in this quite successful journey of our country's digital transformation? For starters, we have a specific time schedule which had to do with our first tenure. What has been our goal at the beginning? To create the necessary legal software, which means to promulgate all legal acts necessary in order to carry out digital transformation as such. We did that at the beginning of our tenure and in midway, given the Law 4727 of 2020, which at that time has also been supported by the opposition. We weren't in the pre-electoral period as we stand right now, and the law on emerging technologies that was passed in summertime, talking about blockchain, AI, etc. So, currently does have the legislation needed for telcos and digital services. Tell you that when it comes to telecommunications, we have been the first country to harmonize our legislation with the EU directive on telcos. The second thing, and actually the most important bet for us, has been to offer very swiftly those services that we were in lack of. I'm talking about the daily lives of our citizens, intangible e-prescriptions, certificates, solemn declarations, issuing driving license, all the things, these 1,500 services under gov.gr, plus the interconnection of minor systems, because nobody paid attention to that in the past, and we did that. Actually, it's being completed as we speak. Very soon we will have the establishment of a private company being done fully online. We will have medical tests and examinations by third parties included in the My Test portal, and in a forward looking way, we will have RRF-funded projects being tendered online. Things that for the very first time we have the money to fund, we will do so. We will award the tenders. We will call the tenders online. So very soon they will be included in the existing platform of digital means that we use. This tendering will come in the coming months. IDICA or ministries will be tendering major IT projects every month. These projects will take 2 to 3 years in average. I would say more like 3 years. So by the end of the next tenure, of the next 4-year tenure, I think we will be ready to say that we will have a completely different state. This basically has to do with solving old pending issues. Greece lacked a major human resource management system or a proper ERP system. We didn't have the electronic medical record that many countries already had. We're talking about this debate with the past of ours. So what we lack, as you suggested in your question, what we want, the wagons that we have to catch up. For instance, AI-related projects that have to do with the health and social security field, the taxation issues. We have also the spectrum auctions. So we currently have a fund of 100 million euros worth to invest in 5G. This is a project that currently debates or echoes in the future. But there are many, many things of this sort that have to take place. Our job is to produce a fertile ground for all these things to bloom. And of course, following that, it's not our job for these projects to be properly to deliver. It's up to the businesses, the startups, research institutions, incubators, in order to come up with new ideas that will help us unleash our potential in Greece. I think what has already been made completely understood in Greece is that this endeavor is feasible. A few years ago, if we were to say that Greece, Bavaria, and Massachusetts, and that's my favorite example, would be the first to come up with vaccination systems worldwide in times of pandemic, what will be the best? Nobody would vote for Greece. Ours delivered. Massachusetts and Bavaria's ones at the beginning failed to deliver. Then they did. This shows the quality of Greek software developers and engineers, the quality of Greek agencies and enterprises, and of course the quality of Greek civil servants in this domain. So you have a good plan and you know how to properly structure it. You can make miracles. And I think it has been proven already that there are no such thing. There are no wonders. There are feasible things that we can do on the field. Now, let's go now to something that you mentioned before, the skills issue. According to the annual EY survey, the EY attractiveness survey, and we tackle the attractiveness of every specific location in terms of attracting investments. So the first thing that companies tell us is the first thing they check is the familiarization of the general population with technology in order to invest. So with respect to that, the familiarization of our general public, of the population with technology, where do we stand? And what are the next steps? There is some improvement, of course, but we still have a long way to go. To a great extent, this improvement was the offspring of necessity. During the 2015 capital controls, in times really hard for our country, people became familiar with web banking. During the COVID pandemic, another hard time for our country, in which, of course, the state responded completely differently. People became familiar with digital services because the state had to keep on running. Businesses have to achieve their business continuity, and we had to attain our government continuity, which means we built GovGR in order to serve our citizens at home. So lots of people learned how to digitally interact with the state. Okay, it was really helpful that we designed things in a completely different way. We made our platforms more user-friendly, more attractive, aesthetically speaking. But although for more countries, the shock of this change reflected on a change in demand because of COVID. In Greece, the main impact was the fact that we tripled the e-services offered, which of course was coupled with a change in demand, but that was not enough on its own. We have to be very to work in a very targeted manner when it comes to skills, because we have a part of our population that lack basic digital skills. That's why we have certain programs like the digital custodian, let's say, freely translated, or the digital academy offering content free of charge. None of these things is perfect. None is able to give the full reply needed. One has to create a jigsaw and take each one of these things in order to complete the jigsaw. So one thing we have to do is to work in a targeted way in order to reply to something similar to what you just asked. There are many businesses, especially in technology and in startups, try to find people to work for them to recruit, but they cannot find them. Although we have a lot of unemployed graduates of STEM courses, chemists, physicists, mathematicians. So if we have a very targeted upskilling courses, it will be very easy for them to learn how to code and find a job. So we need targeted programs for them. Or we can go to the military. What other countries do during the military service of the citizens? Can we introduce these upskilling programs that will be offered during the military service of our citizens? What can we learn from Singapore or the Irish or the Finnish? Or the Finns, actually. So it's a puzzle. Depending on where we stand, depending on the age of each individual, is it a kid? So he or she has learned more skills compared to the ones given at school, or are we talking about someone who has never been in contact with digital skills and he has to learn something quite simple? We, from our part, has to take it step by step and add something to this mixture. We have to see what the civil society may offer, and all these things together have to be part of a national-wide comprehensive strategy. I think it is more than necessary for this to happen. But if you, in the long term, it's not just about covering the digital, the skills gap of our population. The important thing is to decide how the educational systems will be orientated, because the life expectancy increases, technology takes up speed. We will do more things. Children now in the kindergarten or in nursery schools will have more than 2 or 3 careers in their lifetime. So the educational system has to change with respect to how we upskill our people. And we have to review the kind of upskilling courses we will offer in the future in order mainly to change the culture of people that, yes, they will have multiple careers in their lifetime. So digital education, which experience shows that when it comes to skill acquisition programs, corporates and enterprises are much better than traditional formal educational schemes, because they know how to train you in a corporate environment. So there are many things that we can learn from them, many things that universities can learn from major companies and their experiences when they recruit people and they upskill them. So how all these things may be, let's say, squeezed, formulated in a question that no country has been able to answer yet. And given the skills we have on the field, let's find out the right reply. I wish that somebody took account of what you said about the military 24 years ago when I did my military service. Let me say that somebody thought of that in the past. If you check what your grandfathers used to narrate, is the following. They used to say that they learned how to drive during their services. They learned how to become cooks during their military service. I have a relative who was trained barber during his military service. That was a skill acquisition process that was lost in the process. We have to change. We have to learn how to do that in a different way now, and we can do it as long as we introduce digital skills, and more than digital skills. Any skill may be certified during your military service. That's a project embraced by the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, and of course the Minister of Defense, Mr. Paniotopoulos. There is money earmarked in the RRF. We're going to do it step by step, but we have to complete it, and that's something that we can do, and actually has been done in the past. One last question. We have 60 seconds. You talked about the offspring of necessity. And perhaps one of the evils during the adjustment period, the rate of recruiting people in the public sector was accelerated. As a result, we have a percentage of young people who work for the public sector. In the age group 18 to 34, this is one of the lowest rates in amongst the OECD countries. I think it's quite low. So how easy does it make it for a minister to promote the digital transformation of a country? The challenge is huge. but let's go one step back. For starters, it's one thing to be able to attract talents in the public sector. It's much more difficult in the public sector because the delta, the differential for an engineer, for the mathematician between the private and the public sector is huge, especially when it comes to the fees they get paid. The second challenge, which is a bit easier to tackle, is the following. How can we invest in talented, qualified people we have? We haven't done that in the past, we can do it now. For instance, the General Secretariat of IT Systems, the tech of IDICA, features some amazing software developers and engineers. We will invest in them in order to be fully acquainted with cloud technologies, Microsoft, AWS, or Google-sponsored cloud services. So they will learn all of them so they are able to choose the right pathway for them, because it's up to them, not up to us. So in this sense, this entire exercise is a very difficult one for the coming years. We believe that the digital transformation program will change the allocation of jobs in the future. We will see about that in the, and then another issue, which is and of course this is a global issue, and we'll try to find the right answer ourselves. Thank you very much, dear Minister, for this very brief, quick, but really dense discussion we had. Thank you very much.
Now we pick up where we left off, welcoming everyone here. We pick up where the Minister for Digital Transformation left off, digital governance rather, and we're moving on to digital trajectories, which is one of the key axes for the day after. And the target, which is nothing else than the, well, productive transition of the Greek economy. Now, the title of our session is The Future of AI in Cloud and Data Centers. It gives us great pleasure and an honor to have with us outstanding members of this innovation ecosystem in the country. Now, from my left, your right, is Mr. Michalis Kasimiotis, Managing Director, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Hellas and Cyprus. Next to him, we have Mr. Minas Poulissianis, Data and Technology Transformation Leader for IBM. And last but definitely not least, Mr. Frank Zervos, Sales Consulting Director from Oracle Greece. Now, without any further ado, to put the 30 minutes we have at our disposal to good use, I would like to take things from the top. We have AI, the great debate on the data centers, etc. What changes, what is brought in Greek entrepreneurship, and what does this bring in our everyday lives? How much value can we draw from these new data? So we'll start with you, sir. Well, the challenge, after speaking after the minister, is to say something new, something unknown, or something astonishing to keep everyone's interests high. Now, I will not say something that is unheard of, but I do believe it's interesting. I think that we all accept that we live in the era of data, the economy of data, and even those who do not perceive it because they haven't included it in their everyday lives, and I'm talking about the businesses, I believe they accept the challenge and they feel the risk that if they don't do it, something will be left behind, even the very existence of their company, since we're talking about entrepreneurship. When we talk about the state, well, things are slightly different. Like the minister said, first we need to close our past trending issues and tending issues so as to have something that is available, something that is well protected, start drawing the first insights from the first differences, and on the basis of these insights to produce, understand the content in the decision-making process. This, more or less, is the definition of AI. How we can utilize data either to improve the operation of our business, our company, or a state process through which we can improve our productive indicator. What may be less understood is that from the data produced, most of it goes to waste or is aside because there is production of data everywhere. A commercial activity may have a lot of data, where someone using their smartphone uses an application, or when they're speaking, data is produced. The issue is how can that data be taken into advisement by a company or a business in a way that is both moral and safe and secure, and to use it to improve and enhance the experience, say, of a visit of someone to a museum, or a consumer at a mall, or a spectator at a stadium. This is the big challenge that lies ahead, both for businesses and state structures that are into services offered to the citizens. Now, in a recent survey we performed as a company, we saw that the maturity index of data, that is the digital preparedness index for that data to be introduced in the productive process, is very low. I think it's below 50%. And not for their availability as in terms of reporting, but to be utilized to produce a new service or a new experience. Now, this needs to rise. 50% is very, very low as an indicator. So I believe that in Greece, where the subject of AI has been perceived and understood as a necessity and as a benchmark against which the country needs to measure up, we need to do the fundamentals. And the fundamentals, well, the train has passed, the ship has sailed, etc. I don't know whether my interlocutors will agree with me, so we need to double our pace. Redouble is. How can we have those structures, not to say infrastructures, that support AI as an endeavor? How can we make a national strategy that will transcend from theory, because we have theory, into practice? How can we see state and businesses to enter this equation in an equitable manner? That's the question. Right, well, the torch is passed on to you. So our relative velocity, is it sufficient for us to attain those necessary rates to achieve the goodwill and the value, the surplus value for us to succeed and for the state to take up those measures and steps? Well, we need more speed, we need more velocity. I had the pleasure, ever since I studied at the university, to revolve around this terminology, to be very familiar with it, and around this domain. I worked on AI and data for a great number of years, and the development and evolution could have been faster. Be that as it may, we hit a good stride and a good pace as of late, and we heard the minister say that very significant interventions have been made in the Greek state that have in fact facilitated these things tremendously. At the level of entrepreneurship and business, if one were to look what this novel issue will be that will be brought upon by AI is, one needs to look at the drivers. What drives entrepreneurship? One could possibly talk about, say, for instance, improving productivity, improving cost. Another very significant thing, and we experienced it during the COVID era, to talk about customer experience and citizen experience when we're talking about citizens and the state. There, great strides forward have been made, but we need more. And I believe that the future, as we've already heard in the public sector from the minister, they need to move in the course of utilizing the data more and to use this added value, because there is a lot of intrinsic value in data, the structured, the unstructured, the inherent, the external data of the businesses, and to put it in the everyday lives of the end users, the citizens, that is, and to improve procedures and processes. Because AI is a turning point, is a key point to produce automations, and at the end of the day, another very important point, another very important issue that is seen by most companies, by most businesses, and needs to be seen and understood by the state is innovation. To build the next steps beyond the next 5 years, we need to build on our future. Right, moving on to Mr. Zervos. Mr. Koulisianis talked about innovation. We heard yesterday from the panel on the RRF that a key for the day after is in fact innovation. Productivity was raised as an issue by Mr. Vetas. So do you see that in this field, with the use of AI, the use of new data, the management of big data, we can make the transition to the day after? And what is being done now, or what will happen in the medium term, fills you with confidence that we'll be able to give value to economies, society, and to citizenship as well, increasing their participation, maybe more transparency. Is that where we're headed at? Quo vadis? Where are you headed? Well, undoubtedly AI is the technology of the future, despite the fact that it hasn't evolved and been developed recently. The term AI, and I think you know these things better than I do, was first heard in the mid-1950s. But it took a great number of years until such time as it started its upward mobility. And this upward mobility was combined with the cloud boom that gave all the capabilities that were needed, the technological capabilities, I mean, required. Obviously, it can contribute with huge benefits and huge opportunities provided for the businesses and entrepreneurship. But what I would say that we find exciting is the contribution of AI and its social dimension. By that I mean how it can contribute in the improvement of the population's health, agriculture, and subjects such as that. So the field is indeed a glorious one, and it lies before us. So constantly AI will be on the rise, both in the private sector and the public one, because we shouldn't forget that we have automated most business procedures and processes, but they're still based and founded on the human factor. So they are prone to mistakes. They are affected by mistakes. So with AI, we can eradicate those mistakes and make the processes more efficient and effective. Studies show that with AI, businesses can increase their ROI and their profitability, and to be even more innovative than they used to be in the past through the use of artificial intelligence. We would be remiss if we left the public sector outside of our scope of thinking, because the entry and introduction of AI into the structures of the public sector can reshape public administration in a fundamental way, especially in countries as Greece, where we have chronic problems, pathogeneities, I would call them even, and AI can resolve them once and for all. Mr. Zervos, you mentioned the issue of the value that may be acquired by entrepreneurship in a country that is struggling in terms of innovation. Let me move on to Mr. Kassimiotis. These words, AI, big data, data mining, data processing, all these neologisms we use in a traditional economy that is based on tourism, real estate, some manufacturing businesses, and has a backbone of a small and medium-sized enterprise nature. Can they lift and shoulder this technological burden? Can they deal with this technological challenge in a sufficient way? And of course, there is the issue of resources. Is there the capacity? Or are we just talking just like that on thin air? Now, my answer will be two-pronged. I said earlier that we're already living in a time when economies are developing on data. And there are studies and surveys by the EU even that show that the economies that will prevail in the future and will increase their GDP will be those who will have attained to maximize the utilization of the data that is produced within the economy. So we start to see a trend of an increase or reduction of the GDP that is a function of our ability to process and utilize data. We can't say that we remove ourselves from this equation, regardless of which parts of the productive economy support our GDP. All areas, all sectors work in the exact same way. Even the sector of tourism, let's use this as an example, is a sector that has a huge interaction with the state. So even the state in its fundamentals need to have to share three key characteristics in order to be able to survive and increase the level of produced services. Which are those things? They need to be edge-centric. They need to be cloud-enabled. What Mr. Zervos says to be able to use new techniques to maximize the processing of all that fact and to be data-driven, to take the data, store it, utilize it, produce understandable and reproducible content, and therefore create and transform data into an asset, either of the business or of the state. This is a global game. Greece cannot leave itself outside, and we've seen how happy we all were when we saw the state make things they wouldn't do in the past for things that touch our lives every day and feel very proud about it. And this is something that can be seen. So in the global competitive community, I believe that both big companies that at the moment, truth be told, have a greater degree of adaptability to this data economy, and the smaller ones where a lot of work needs to be done, and the work that needs to be done by everyone, because a single company or a single structure cannot resolve the entire problem. It's an ecosystem within which the bigger companies that possibly already implement such techniques lead the way and create a platform very, very fast through which all companies, regardless of size, can walk at the same pace and stride. And this has nothing to do with market segmentation or verticalization. It needs rules of equity, of equal distribution of technology as a commodity, to allow everyone equal access to it, so as to allow everyone to adapt to it at the same pace. The issue with sustainability and ESG in general is not by accident that is being discussed. We all have a right to a good climate. Climate change torments everyone, not just the poor or the rich. A similar example could be seen in the access of companies to all these new technologies that will be, at the end of the day, their raison d'etre. So do you believe that the institutional framework is sufficient to have this dissemination on all levels and strata of society and the economy, and to create the data gravity of the country and to maximize it? Now, regarding the institutional framework, I think that the minister spoke about it. Yes, but you're in the market and you know better, don't you? Yes, we do, and we primarily focus on technology and how we can utilize it, or to, propose additions where additions are needed. What is important, and I would like to highlight and increase and put on what was already said, is that what does the cloud give us that we didn't have in the past decade? It gives us scalability. We can move from very small infrastructures to big infrastructures, to rise, to drop in a very flexible and fast way. This is something we didn't have. Second, the data exists to a great extent within the companies, within the businesses, and without, in social networks, in social networking media. And AI is a challenge that can benefit everyone. The very tissue, the very structure of the Hellenic economy, small and medium enterprises. Now the key and the great gap is to build skills, skill building. They need to acquire human resources with skills that can support these initiatives and to allow them to innovate, be that businesses that offer tourism services, be that businesses that offer other goods and commodities of everyday life. So this is the key point, the turning point. And all from those small and medium enterprises invest in HR and build skills in the years to come, they will undoubtedly be winners in business. Right, well, Mr. Zervos, do you think that there is sufficient human resources to support this transition? Because we are hearing an investment boom in data centers in Greece and so on and so forth. Can this be sufficiently supported? What will this bring to the country? This trend we hear about regarding investments in this sector. Well, you see, obviously, all investment is a good investment. It's welcome because it will transform the country, potentially, into a digital transition hub or center. So, in that sense, any investment is welcome. That being said, investments bring this reskilling among the employees to make them capable to meet and cope with the new status quo, as required by each profession in this modern day and age. So, surely, digital transition, the technologies you mentioned, the cloud, AI, big data, all these things will give the chance, provide an opportunity to organizations, businesses, and the employees, respectively, to rise one or two rungs in the ladder they're on. It's equally important to say that these technologies, and the cloud in particular, made it possible for everyone, even the smaller businesses, to have access to the latest technological advances, which was unheard of and impossible in the past. Due to the acquisition cost and the operation cost, something like that was impossible in the past. So today, the opportunity is given to all businesses, regardless of size, and their employees alike, to utilize all the latest technological developments for their business and their organization to operate in a more efficient way, in a more effective way, and to provide services both to citizens and their customers. So in this map that you described, I want to raise two issues in closing the discussion. First of all, your businesses, how do they contribute into this new map that is being drawn in terms of investment or in terms of policy axes? And the second thing I'd like to hear your opinion on is whether there is a moral danger or a moral risk from all this management. A moral risk at a time when society is fragmented and quite possibly frightened to develop some antibodies or some phobias that will impede or slam the brakes on this transformation into a digital future. Well, being a businessman, I will answer the first part of your question first, because it has to do with the social contribution we need to think about as a priority. Quite clearly, there are professions that will be impacted more heavily. There are others that will quite simply improve themselves because they will adopt faster all these technologies. Quite clearly, we'll need to examine the institutional framework, because part of this framework exists, part of it needs to be built and is being built, and this is not just a Greek reality, it's a European reality. At the moment, in the EU, there are three big political umbrellas, let's call them, that are trying to describe what must be done, the moral code of the businesses, of the companies. I will talk about the Digital Market Act, the Digital Service Act, and the Data Sovereignty Act. All these three give the framework within which businesses and citizens need to move within. So as a company, well, we're a company that believes that the cloud needs to go to the data rather than the data go to the cloud, which is why we built a platform that allows from the edge where the data is created to the cloud that is offered for each type of data for them to be positioned in an optimal way, to have options, choices. These choices may be in data centers collocated or in the public cloud. What we want is to be able to manage, utilize and monitor the data throughout their life cycle. Well, let me start from the second part as well, so as to keep the ball rolling. In IBM, we call this trustworthy AI. It's very important. It's something that stems from the moral dimension of the issue, but definitely expands, extends. It needs to be worked legislative-wise, but also in the everyday practice of the people who are working on it. What does that mean in practical terms? It means that the practices of moral processing of data and drawing the value and surplus value needs to be incorporated in the process of utilization and modeling of data, fragmentation, creation of data-driven insights, and so on and so forth. So it is very important for this to be done with respect for the end user, and with their consent. And on behalf of the business that uses these data, to have those controls and checks in place that will safeguard that no tweaks will happen, no distortions will be experienced, and that it will not be demonized. We, as IBM, celebrated 80 years of presence in Greece. We are one of the oldest, perhaps the oldest IT-related company in Greece. Throughout these decades, we've been moving on two axes. One of them is to utilize new technologies and assist businesses to acquire know-how on technology and on the new initiatives that have been introduced now, which is data, AI, the cloud. And the second axis is that we place great emphasis, and we have been through time, in utilizing our scientists. And, well, Greece is a greenhouse of producing such scientists, and our universities, in their good and bad states, do produce excellent HR. So we focus there. We transform IT scientists through the productive process by introducing them and including them in the most complicated and complex projects there are out there, and serving the most critical workloads we have in the country, be that banks or telecommunications or other areas and sectors. And Mr. Zervos, for the closing. Well, morality in science and technology is an issue that has been of concern for a number of years, and it affects advanced societies, socially and technologically, such as ours. It's ethics. So we need to follow the way of dealing it that has been followed until today in similar such issues, because what we need is a transparent regulatory framework, one that will determine and define which sectors AI may be implemented on, who will have access to it, and all other related issues, because there are risks and dangers out there. There are risks that have to do with unemployment, risks that have to do with justice itself, risks that have to do with equity and equality of citizens. Obviously, the risks are out there. So, respectively, a regulatory framework, a legislative framework, needs to be created, put in place, that will determine how we can utilize AI, with the goal being the future and the prosperity of humanity. Now, our company, Oracle, is not here for 85 years, but we have been in Greece for 35 years. And particularly these past few years, but throughout, Oracle has been investing in the human resources of Greece, rendering Oracle Greece, Oracle Hellas, rather, a hub in Southern Europe and the Middle East. So we constantly invest in human resources. Now, regarding other investments like data centers, for instance, obviously, Oracle sees Greece as an inextricable part of the wider area of the region of Europe, as an integral part of the EU. And we have a development strategy of our data centers in Europe to be implemented in the forthcoming future. Already some data centers are almost ready to be made operational and to accompany and be added to the total of 49 data centers we will have in the world as of the next 6 months. So Greece is closely watched, both locally and from the HQ. So when the time comes, this country will too be the focus of a separate and distinct investment regarding data centers. Right, this brings us to the end of this session. I would like to thank very much Mr. Michalis Kasimiotis, Managing Director Hewlett Packard Enterprise Hellas and Cyprus, Mr. Konsilianis from IBM Greece and Data and Technology Transformation Leader, and Mr. Frank Zervos, Sales Consulting Director with Oracle Greece. And of course, our wish is to meet again under better conditions, in better terms, and with better news in the time to come. Thank you very much all, and passing on the torch to the next panel.
So we pass on. We now move to the next panel. We had some really interesting stuff in the previous panel. Let's now talk about the following. The cloud computing world doesn't affect only, or doesn't relate only big companies, as most people might think. It also has to do with the public administration in a wider context. We have new modus operandi, we have new applications, new services that make our life easier. I think we all understood that in the past 2 years. Of course, all these things call for effort, struggle, additional infrastructure, risks, which we will discuss in the following panel discussion. We'll try to cast light on them in order to see how things will evolve from as of today. I have the pleasure to host Mr. Dimosthenis Anagnosopoulos, Secretary General for Information Systems of the Public Administration, and Mrs. Victoria Kalfaki. She is the head of public sector in Google Cloud. Hello, Ms. Kalfaki, welcome. Mr. Anagnosopoulos, we have to start with the ladies, right? But there is also an institutional protocol. You have to start with the representative of the government, of the state. So let me start with you. It will be no exception. So we're talking about cloud, we're talking about transition, we're talking about the public sector. For 2.5 years, there is a well-established policy according to which cloud is our first policy. Everything goes to the cloud, right? Cloud comes first. What does this mean for the public sector, for the way it operates, for the way it is run, and what will be for the citizens to take out of that? Let me start the other way around. Benefits for the citizens are quite evident, I think, quite tangible. But allow me first to share a few words in order to comment the main decisions we took, or to comment on the main decisions we took a few years ago that allowed for all this thing to become a reality. Checking the sponsors, or the list of your sponsors in the conference, I think this is how it was with the public bodies, which are numerous, of different sizes, and it took a set of strategic decisions in order to promote digital governance, allowing thus our citizens to interact with these bodies. In a nutshell, we may now have the same credentials in order to have access to various IT systems of any body, so we have the same credentials, and we can do that using a common center of interoperability. So we may ensure that the experience will be smooth and seamless whenever we need to include our credentials, and the cloud first policy, which means that all state bodies will prioritize in an obligatory manner to store and run their systems in the cloud. What's the cloud about? As the European Union suggests, it's hybrid. So we're talking about infrastructure that are physical. The public sector's data center is there, you can touch it. That's the private cloud. And we have the public cloud. We're talking about the infrastructure and the services we get from third parties, major developers like Amazon, Google, of course, and Microsoft. And we have adopted the EU policy, according to which we have a hybrid cloud, both public and private, and multi-cloud. So we have various manufacturers in order to pool capabilities. This will allow us for to use different data centers in order to handle different workloads. And of course, there are many benefits as a result of that for the public sector. And we will be able to use the capabilities of all manufacturers, because not all manufacturers or developers have the same capabilities. So it will help us get the best result out of anybody. The same way a private company would have done for their own operation, so they get the best service by the best provider, and actually the best providers. That's what our cloud policy is about, and this will give us two advantages. A, we're going to have operating centers, because cloud first policy secures one major thing, that all our systems will be up and running on a 24/7. That wasn't the case in the past, because when you have a number of systems that interoperate, if one fails, all others fail. And the second thing, like in the case of vaccine, was to enter a shop, and people could use the same data center in order to check whether he was vaccinated or not. The second point is to have systems that are homogeneous, and this homogeneity allows for the intercommunication, so we can offer more services to the companies, to the citizens, to the individuals, which means a huge benefit for the Greek economy. Ms. Kalfaki, you represent one of the three top players globally in the cloud business, and you have already announced a major investment in Greece in the coming years. So judging by your experience, this transition of the public to the new era, what kind of capabilities may it unleash? Well, many capabilities. Let me start with the main thing, that cloud transition allow us to rethink certain things. Some services or core applications may be rethought of. We will review how our transition is to take place. So we put the citizen at the core. Something that some years ago, when the architecture has been discussed, we might not have thought of. So the cloud allows us to rethink about the way we serve the end customer, the citizens, that is. The next point, which is very important for all those making the cloud transition, has to do with scalability. It is easy for anyone to scale up or to scale down depending on their needs. It's something very easy. We have a different budgeting. There is no need mid-year to change your budget or review your plans every 3 years, every 2 years. No, it's something dynamic, so it changes the way the state itself drafts their budget. They have a monthly budget, they know what to spend and how to spend it, and this will grow bigger as cloud consumption keeps on rising. And the more services uploaded to the cloud are being increased, so bodies will understand what is the monthly cost for the coming years. Put that in picture. I mean, it's a huge asset for the state. They will be able to better budget their expenses, and certain assets won't be left unused, untapped. That's what scalability is all about. Moreover, the fact that the cloud is agile. So we can do many things using cloud platform. It's very agile and flexible in order to be used in various fields. And what is very important and really surprises me that people fail to mention that in public debate, that is that these projects and the cloud transition makes teams make the teams to work together. They lead to their cooperation. They become more accountable, and that affects both the teams that implement certain projects or the bodies involved. The fact that departments, services have to cooperate in order to produce a certain result, and each one has to shoulder its own share of responsibility is very important. But as far as I can see it, we have some new potential or some new capabilities that are or possibilities that are being presented, because you have so much information, the public registers or data analysis, data processing in order to come up with conclusions, as people say. That's something very important, and that's an additional capability, right? Using the use of data, as mentioned in the previous panels and throughout your proceedings, is very important. The point is that currently we have so many data sources, but we have to aggregate them and produce actionable data that will help our decision-making process, that will be real-time, and data that will lead us to a certain result. Because having the data, owning the data means nothing on its own. How we use this data, how we avail ourselves of them is what matters, and the decisions by the leaders, a ministry or the government as a whole, or a private company if you like, have to rely on data. They are data-driven, as we say. So we have to move away from the old model that we were to do things empirically, and that's how we used to do things, and we will do them again. Now we are data-driven decision-making process. We have data coming from various bodies, and as Mr. Anaglosopoulos said, we have lots of data coming from the public sector. So let's make use of them in order to help our decision-making process. I remember the census in the past. We used to wait for the census results in order to decide certain things. Now, I think you just gave us a teaser of what's to come, what's to follow. I'm talking about the interoperability of the systems. TaxisNet has become our passport. You want some identification? Then you use your TaxisNet credentials. You have your credentials, you enter a brand new world, especially for those of us who used to be in the Stone Age, right? Used to live in the Stone Age. Mrs. Kalfaki was absolutely correct. With respect to the interoperability as driven by the TaxisNet platform, it is as if we have all your 40 sponsors having 40 public bodies that allow citizens to have access in a seamless and single way. Because in the past, we used to have issues of homogenization or unification of public bodies. Reality is the following. You have a central point, and every service that wants to communicate with another one, for instance, the fuel pass. We were to submit an application, which means that the citizen just has to express their will. I want this one. And then the state is up to tell you whether you own the car, whether you are eligible for this fuel pass, whether you owe some driving fees or some charges. These are the things that you get some feedback for. The only thing you have to do is just to express your will. The citizens say what they want, and then they may extract the findings immediately. And that brings one more benefit. because we have one-stop service, and when you want certain decisions to be taken for interoperability sake, you may enforce them very easily, because now we may easily communicate, and this is I say so because no service, nobody extracts data from another body. Generally speaking, no, they do it just for a specific reason, just because the citizen wants that, or because it is provided by the legal framework. And a comment on what Mrs. Kalfaki said. Being able to have a monthly, weekly budget of your operations is very important in order to make a forecast for the future. Given that you have the best cloud provider by your side, this also highlights the need to further invest in that. And it also highlights the fact that in Greece and in other European countries, there's a lack of expertise. I mean, people who are experienced and specialized in building cloud systems and making these systems work in order to get the best service available at the best cost, at the most affordable cost, and as I always say, with a seamless, non-stop way, which is what makes a state move forward. Is there any difference between the services that companies like Google offer to the state compared to the ones offered to the private sector? No, the tools are not that different. What differs is the way and the design. The fact that, and the architecture, in some cases, systems are complicated, and they may differ in this respect, and what matters a lot is the source of data, how we source them and how we process them. This is equally important also for a private company. The importance, however, is higher when we talk about state-owned data. In this case, we're talking about state-possessed data. And especially when we're talking about medical records, these are very sensitive stuff. The important thing is to protect what has to be protected, what is important. This data is very important for each and everyone. It is important to be able to protect them. And we are moving towards, we're going down this path down this road, because the difference between the public and the private sector is how we practically install and run these programs, or how we design them. The service itself is not different. How we install, how we implement it, and how it ends up, there are some differences in this respect between the public and the private sector. Now, talking about security and the issue of backup, I think you mentioned something about at the beginning about the European Commission, that we have to have multiple providers. So automatically this leads me to the following question to Ms. Kalfaki. This means that there has to be some understanding, some collaboration between the companies. This competition, the way we understand that, doesn't apply in our case since you have a common client, right? Generally speaking, the policy of all providers, and that's something we have fully adapted, its core strategy has to do with the availability of our systems. We have to be open. So Google adapts open source practices, and it's very easy for anyone using the Google platform to interconnect with any other provider, a Microsoft service or an AWS service. And also, with respect to security, the way we approach cybersecurity and data security, for us, it's an agnostic issue. It doesn't matter where this data comes from, be it a private cloud filled with data, and he or she wants to use Google in order to protect them, or this data may be found in another provider or in our platform. We have the solutions in order to make sure that this data remains safe in any way, and to make sure that no one may access them in order to extract data, no matter where he or she stands. I think this is what makes us different, and actually we are the third provider making it into the Greek market, and globally speaking. Being the third means that we have a different strategy in the way we realize or we implement these programs, also in the case of cybersecurity. From the public side, do you have checks and balances in place? Because we're talking about sensitive data, right? Firstly, the state provides three different clouds. For the three different clouds, we have the G cloud that has to do with the general government, independent authorities, ministries. The general government, we have the health cloud, which has to do with health records, and the research cloud that has to do with education. The main chunk has to do with the G cloud, the one we're making reference to with respect to the systems and applications that we have to run and make sure they operate safely. This year we will reach 1 billion transactions. Maybe we will go well beyond that. These transactions facilitate the life of our citizens, and they are split in two categories. We have the services in which a citizen has to enter, they have to log in, and they express some desire, or we're talking about services in the context of which the citizens have to exchange data with the state. These are things, if we add them all together, we're talking about more than 1 billion transactions. This is the category of service mainly used. I'm talking about services in the context of which the citizen doesn't have to present a single PDF document or a scanned copy of whatever. So the need for security is massive. Having this cloud strategy, we get the following benefits, which are the following. We may apply common methods, policies, tools in order to protect data to be found in common infrastructures using private or public tools. So one may get better protected, for instance, against DDoS threats. DDoS are the kind of threats where somebody sends massively data to a specific IT system in order to bring it down. Of course, security has many levels. We have the bottom levels and the higher ones, moving up to the application level. If you have a bad user who gives his or her credentials to someone who's evil, he or she will be able to access, of course, but there are different things you do at different levels. The cloud-first policy allows you to have a single approach in tackling different problems and have people with a single or unified or expertise against these systems. I'm talking about the system operators. Imagine having any municipality, any state body, any state agency having their own data center to be protected with a state-of-the-art tools, with highly qualified people in all platforms. This consolidation is an international trend. We applied it as well, and this gives us specific benefits in order to get the best we can. When it comes to security, you can never say that you are absolutely safe. It's an ongoing struggle in order to find ourselves at a good position compared to what may happen internationally. I think we have just a few minutes. I have a round of questions for you, but if there's someone who wants to say something more or maybe to ask a question, please, you have the floor. Please feel free. No one? You may raise your hand. Mrs. Kalfaki, you're about to build a very important infrastructure in Greece. You have a major investment announced. What can this investment change with respect to these dynamics you just described? We are interested in having a local data center in Europe. We have the main concern has to do with latency issues. I'm talking about real-time data, and I will give you a very simple example. Everybody will understand that, and we all feel it. Protection policy. For instance, there is a wildfire or a flooding, and this is something that has to be detected at real time. And of course, we also work proactively. What do we do in order to prevent something like that? So this kind of infrastructure to be placed in local data centers that detect events in real time may respond to such challenges, that we all understand how important they are, how important it is to be able to give an answer and detect the issue in real time, like the wildfire. Of course, allocation services, which are being used by all providers. This is an asset that may be used by various bodies, private or public ones. So, great. Any questions? No, so I will do the closing. Mr. Anaglasopoulos. The taxes net credentials will be used in what other applications? We're going to have some new services in the use of the wallet, so we can have a mobile phone with us and have everything we need in there in terms of supporting documents or public documents. In summertime, we could have a mobile phone with ID or maybe a credit card for online payments. So we're waiting. We're looking forward to introducing a set of new services, health-related ones, things that facilitate citizens' daily lives. We come up with ideas and things that our citizens need and things that will help their daily management. We focus on that, and we have many things to do. That's why we're currently launching a new interoperability project that will allow for the whole set of services a body has to give to another body, to another service, in order to facilitate the life of citizens. We can do that within a few, very quickly, in the context of a project, some 7 million euros of worth, 27 million euros of worth, in order to have the transfer of this data in a digital and safe and secure way. So, thank you very, very much for this really interesting and intriguing discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. Going to the next panel.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους, είμαι ο Βασίλης Παναγούλιας, principal στο BCG Athens. Εστιάζω στην ενέργεια και τα βιομηχανικά προϊόντα. Στην BCG συμμετέχουμε ενεργά στην προσπάθεια κατά της κλιματικής αλλαγής και βοηθάμε τους πελάτες μας τόσο στην βιωσιμότητά του όσο και στα ταξίδια που κάνουν στο πλαίσιο της ψηφιακής μεταρρύθμισης, προκειμένου να γίνει ο κόσμος ένα πιο βιώσιμο, να έχει ένα πιο βιώσιμο και θετικό μέλλον. Μιλάμε λοιπόν για το CCUS πλέον. Τι είναι το CCUS? Βασικά περιστρέφεται γύρω από την σύλληψη του άνθρακα που γίνεται σε μεγάλες βιομηχανικές μονάδες, οι οποίες κυρίως χρησιμοποιούν ορυκτά καύσιμα ή βιομάζα. Αυτή η τεχνολογία εισήχθη στην Συμφωνία των Παρισίων και ήταν ένα από τα βασικά αντικείμενα του 27, όπου η BCG ήταν η σύμβουλος για αυτό το αντικείμενο. Τώρα, το CCUS δεν έχει ολοκληρωθεί ακόμα. Έχουμε 36 εγκαταστάσεις ανά τον κόσμο, οι οποίες αυτή τη στιγμή λειτουργούν με CCUS, αλλά είμαστε στο 5% της συνολικής συλλήψεως του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα που απαιτείται μέχρι το 2030 ώστε να παραμείνουμε στο βιώσιμο σενάριο των 2 βαθμών Κελσίου σύμφωνα με το Σύμφωνο των Παρισίων. Αυτό είναι πολύ καυτό ζήτημα και θα το συζητήσουμε με 2 πάρα πολύ καλούς ειδικούς που έχουμε μαζί μας. Έχουμε τον κύριο Τάσο Βλασόπουλο, Διευθύνοντα Σύμβουλο της Hellenic Upstream. Και έχουμε επίσης και τον Ferrante Benvenuti, ο οποίος είναι partner της BCG στο Μιλάνο. Είναι ο τοπικός leader για την CCUS στην Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή και την Αφρική. Καλώς ήρθατε. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Και αποτελεί πραγματικά τιμή που σας έχουμε μαζί μας. Επί τη βάση των σενάριων που είδαμε στη Συμφωνία των Παρισίων, Υπάρχει ένα κενό μεγέθους 120 γιγατόνων προκειμένου να επανέλθουμε στην κανονική τροχιά και η CCUS θα λειτουργήσει πολύ καταλυτικά σε αυτήν την κατεύθυνση. Είδαμε πολλές διεθνείς οργανώσεις και πολλές κυβερνήσεις να δεσμεύονται σε αυτόν τον στόχο. Το 90% αυτών θέτουν τους στόχους τους με βάση αυτό. Πού υπησέρχεται η CCUS σε αυτήν την εξίσωση και έχουμε φτάσει εκεί ή όχι ακόμα? Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, Βασίλη. Θα έλεγα ότι η CCUS είναι για τις βιομηχανοποιημένες χώρες, για τις δυτικές χώρες, κρίσιμη για αυτό το οποίο έχουν να κάνουν με τις βαριές βιομηχανίες, χώρες οι οποίες δεν έχουν άλλες εναλλακτικές για τη μείωση του διοξιδίου του άνθρακά τους. Στην περίπτωση της τσιμαντοβιομηχανίας, εκεί εκλείεται διοξείδιο του άνθρακα κατά τη διάρκεια της παραγωγής. Είναι μια βιομηχανική παραγωγή που παράγει διοξείδιο του άνθρακα. Έχουμε και άλλες βιομηχανίες όπου υπάρχουν πολύ περιορισμένες εναλλακτικές και θεωρώ ότι υπάρχει μια γενική συνένεση και βλέπουμε χώρες να κινούνται προς την πορεία κυρώσεων και υποστηρίξεως projects τα οποία θα οδηγήσουν σε μείωση του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα και στην Ευρώπη και στην Βόρεια Αμερική. Τώρα, όταν βλέπουμε την Ασία, γνωρίζουμε ότι η Ασία βασίζεται πάρα πολύ σε ηλεκτροπαραγωγή μέσω ορυκτών καυσίμων. Αν θέλουμε να κάνουμε να αφαιρέσουμε όλο αυτό το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα από αυτές τις ηλεκτροπαραγωγές μονάδες, έχουμε λίγες επιλογές και υπάρχουν κάποια κίνητρα τα οποία μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε. Στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες έχουμε το H5Q που είναι πολύ υψηλή κινητροδότηση. Στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχουμε κάποια εθνικά προγράμματα. Έχουμε το Next Generation EU στην Ελλάδα και το Next Generation Greece, το οποίο δίνει κίνητρα σε τοπικές λύσεις. Υπάρχουν και ευρωπαϊκές λύσεις, είναι το Horizon Europe επίσης. Επομένως η χρηματοδότηση είναι διαθέσιμη, αρχίζει να γίνεται όλο ένα και περισσότερο διαθέσιμη και σίγουρα επιτρέπει να ληφθεί αυτό το πρώτο βήμα ως στο ταξίδι αυτής της αφαιρέσεως του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα. Επομένως είναι πολύ χρήσιμη βεβαίως και η κρατική χρηματοδότηση. Τάσο. Και μιλήσαμε γι' αυτό, είπαμε ότι η CCUS είναι από τις... Έχουν δημιουργηθεί πολιτικές οι οποίες μας οδηγούν σε αυτή την ατραπό. Είδαμε ότι δεν υπάρχουν πολλές εφαρμογές και δεν είδαμε να αναπτύσσεται πάρα πολύ. Ποια είναι τα προβλήματα τα οποία κρατούν πίσω την ανάπτυξη των CCUS και πώς μπορούν να ξεπεραστούν? Να δούμε λοιπόν ποιοι είναι οι περιορισμοί. Να δούμε ποιοι είναι οι περιορισμοί. Υπάρχουν κάποια κολλήματα, κάποια μποτιλιαρίσματα αν θέλετε. Και ο τομέας αυτός μοιάζει με το να πάει κάποιος σε ένα μπαρ και μια δισκοτέκο που κανείς δεν θέλει να χορέψει. Όλοι περιμένουν τον άλλον να κάνει την πρώτη κίνηση. Και αυτό ακριβώς είναι που έχουμε με το CCUS. Είναι ένα σύστημα το οποίο για να είναι λειτουργικό θα πρέπει όλοι να κινηθούν με σύγχρονο τρόπο. Αλλιώς δεν πρόκειται να γίνουν πράγματα. Ποιοι είναι οι βασικοί περιορισμοί και τα μποτιλιαρίσματα αν θέλετε? Πρώτα απ' όλα έχουμε ένα βασικό μποτιλιάρισμα σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο, το οποίο συνίσταται στην αλλαγή φυσικής αποθήκευσης. Δεν υπάρχει αρκετό δυναμικό να αποθηκεύσουμε το διοξίδιο του άνθρακα. Αυτό είναι το νούμερο 1. Το νούμερο 2 είναι ότι υπάρχουν διαφορετικές δυναμικές μεταξύ της Βορείου Ευρώπης και της Νοτιού Ευρώπης. Στη Βόρεια Ευρώπη Υπάρχουν περισσότερες δυνατότητες αποθηκεύσεως, γιατί υπάρχει εκμετάλλευση στη Βόρεια Θάλασσα, γίνεται στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο ή στην Νορβηγία ή στην Ολλανδία και τη Δανία, ενώ στην Νότιο Ευρώπη είναι μόνο 2 project. Το ένα είναι στην Ραβένα και το άλλο είναι στον Πρίνο, στην Ελλάδα. Διαφορετικές δυναμικές λοιπόν, οι οποίες έχουν να κάνουν με την εκμετάλλευση του ENP. Το τρίτο πράγμα είναι ότι η τεχνολογία δεσμεύσεως διοξιδίου του άνθρακα δεν είναι εύκολη. Δεν είναι δύσκολη μάλλον, αλλά δεν είναι εμπορικά βιώσιμη. Επομένως θα πρέπει να υπάρχει μια οικονομική δομή η οποία θα το υποστηρίξει. Το κόστος μπορεί να ποικίλει τεράστια, διότι αναλόγως του που γίνεται η δέσμευση και που γίνεται η αποθήκευση του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα υπάρχει διαφορά. Αν γίνεται στη Μεσόγειο και η αποθήκευση γίνεται στη Βόρεια Ευρώπη, το κόστος είναι τεράστιο και το κόστος του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα και όλης της αλυσίδας μπορεί να κυμαίνεται από 75 έως 100 ευρώ ανά τόνο, και θα πρέπει να δούμε την ανάπτυξη clusters, θα πρέπει να δούμε κλίμακα, οικονομία κλίμακας. Και ενίοτε η κλιμάκωση αυτή μπορεί να δημιουργήσει θέματα με τις αδειοδοτήσεις, αν πρόκειται για κάτι πάρα πολύ μεγάλο. Επομένως, κάποια μικρότερα projects μπορεί να τρέξουν περισσότερο. Η δημιουργία κάποιων clusters δεν επιτρέπει τη δημιουργία οικονομιών κλίμακος. Επομένως, η κοινωνική αποδεκτότητα ήταν ένα θέμα, αλλά νομίζω ότι όλα αυτά αλλάζουν και θα αλλάζουν όσο περνάμε αυτήν την διαδικασία απαλλαγής από τις ανθρακούχες εκπομπές. Υπάρχει ένας περιορισμένος κίνδυνος μόλις το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα έχει αποθηκευθεί. Υπάρχει ένας περιορισμένος κίνδυνος διαρροής, είναι μικρό θέμα αυτό. Το ρυθμιστικό περιβάλλον εξακολουθεί να είναι ασαφές και επί του παρόντος έχουμε το EU ETS, το οποίο προσανατολίζεται περισσότερο στην μεταφορά διοξιδίου του άνθρακα με αγωγούς από ότι με σκάφη, και αυτό θα πρέπει να το δούμε στο μέλλον, γιατί σε χώρες όπως η Ελλάδα ή η Νότιος Ευρώπη γενικότερα δεν έχουμε τις υποδομές που έχουμε στη Βόρεια Θάλασσα. Επίσης η αδειοδότηση θα πρέπει να επιταχυνθεί, όπως με όλες τις υπόλοιπες υποδομές και τα αντίστοιχα project. Ένα βασικό θέμα είναι μεταξύ Ευρωπαϊκής Ενώσεως και Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου να εξασφαλιστεί ότι θα υπάρχει μια ισοτιμία μεταξύ του ETS Ευρωπαϊκής Ενώσεως και Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου, προκειμένου να διασφαλιστεί ότι η μεταφορά διοξιδίου του άνθρακα από την Ευρώπη μέχρι την Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο έχει τα ίδια ωφέλη. Και θα σταματήσω εδώ προς το παρόν. Ωραία, σε ευχαριστώ Τάσο και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που έθεσες αυτούς τους περιορισμούς που χρειαζόμαστε προκειμένου να ξεκινήσουμε να τρέχουμε στο CCUS. Τα CCUS παραμένουν κρίσιμα και χρειάζεται επιτάχυνση ως προς τις πολιτικές, τους ενδιαφερόμενα μέρη κτλ. Πώς μπορούμε να επιταχύνουμε την υιοθέτηση των CCUS, δεδομένου ότι έχουμε πάρα πολύ φιλόδοξους στόχους για το 2030 και το 2050. Κοιτάξτε, Βασίλη, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Θα ήθελα να πω να αναφέρω 2 νούμερα για να μας βάλω λίγο στο κλίμα. Μεταξύ άλλων, λέμε ότι χρειαζόμαστε 800 εκατομμύρια τόνους διοξιδίου του άνθρακα μέχρι 1 γιγατόνο διοξιδίου του άνθρακα να έχει αποθηκευθεί για να αξιοποιηθεί μέχρι το 2030. Αυτό είναι κατέτος. Μέχρι το κατέτος. Όταν μιλάμε για το 2050 μιλάμε 5 με 8 γιγατόνους. Επομένως, αν αναλογιστείτε κάποιο project το οποίο μπορεί να εκπέμπει από μεταξύ 0,5 μέχρι 1 εκατομμύριο, μπορείτε να κάνετε τους υπολογισμούς εσείς, είναι και χιλιάδες project τα οποία θα πρέπει να τρέξουν. Επομένως, χρειαζόμαστε να κάνουμε scale up πολύ γρήγορα. Ο Τάσος το είπε, είναι πολλά πράγματα τα οποία θα πρέπει να γίνουν. Ένα από αυτά είναι η τεχνολογία, θα πρέπει να αναπτύξουμε την τεχνολογία. Δεύτερον, η ρύθμιση, το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο. Και τρίτον, οι αγορές. Θα περιγράψω και τα τρία στα γρήγορα. Πρώτα απ' όλα, τεχνολογία. Η τεχνολογία δέσμευσης διοξιδίου του άνθρακα είναι υψηλής εντάσεως ενεργείας. Επομένως, για τη δέσμευση 1 τόνου διοξιδίου του άνθρακα χρειάζεται περίπου 300 κιλοβάτ ηλεκτρισμού και 300 κιλοβάτ θερμικής ενέργειας. Επομένως, χρειάζεται πολλή ενέργεια για την δέσμευση αυτού του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα. Η ενέργεια, όπως ξέρουμε όλοι, κοστίζει πολύ. Είναι αρκετά δαπανηρή αυτή η δέσμευση. Επομένως, χρειαζόμαστε καινούργια τεχνολογία προκειμένου να βελτιστοποιήσουμε αυτές τις διαδικασίες και να μειώσουμε αυτά τα λειτουργικά κόστη. Και αυτό επιτρέπει μεγαλύτερη αποτελεσματικότητα στην μείωση του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα. Και αυτό είναι ένα κρίσιμο σημείο. Η τεχνολογία επίσης θα πρέπει να μας βοηθήσει τι γίνεται με την υγροποίηση του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα. Θα είναι κρίσιμο αυτό στην Μεσόγειο και δεν υπάρχει άλλος τρόπος. Να σκεφτούμε πόσα νησιά έχουμε, πόσα παράκτια κλάστερς έχουμε και δεν έχουμε χώρους αποθήκευσης. Ο Τάσος λέει ότι έχουμε τη Ραβένα, έχουμε τον Πρίνο. Μπορεί να υπάρχουν και άλλες περιοχές που υστερούν, υπολείπονται, αλλά χρειαζόμαστε μεταφορά του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα. Επομένως, χρειαζόμαστε υγροποίηση. Το ίδιο που συμβαίνει και με το φυσικό αέριο. Και εκεί χρειαζόμαστε κλιμάκωση και οικονομία κλίμακος. Και εκεί επισέρχεται η τεχνολογία. Το δεύτερο που είπα είναι το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο. Το CCS βρίσκεται στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ταξονομία. Είναι κομμάτι εκείνων των μοχλών που αναγνωρίζονται ως θετικοί από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Υπάρχουν διαθέσιμοι πόροι. Εν τούτης, όταν μιλάμε για δομές και επιχειρήσεις υποδομών, όπου έχουμε μεταφορά μέσω αγωγού, έχουμε την αποθήκευση και ούτω καθεξής, όλα αυτά θα πρέπει να ρυθμιστούν με προσεκτικό τρόπο, γιατί μπορείτε να φανταστείτε ότι θέλουμε μία εκάστη των βιομηχανιών να έχει τις ίδιες ευκαιρίες. Δεν σημαίνει ότι αν είμαι τσιμεντοβιομηχανία στο μέσο του πουθενά θα χρεώνω 3 φορές όσα χρεώνει κάποιος άλλος που είναι δίπλα στους αποθηκευτικούς χώρους. Αυτό θα δημιουργήσει στρέβλωση στην αγορά. Αυτό είναι ένα θέμα, γιατί οι χώρες δεν έχουν ακόμα ρυθμίσει όλα αυτά τα πράγματα. Το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο βρίσκεται μπροστά και έχει υιοθετήσει νομοθεσία που είναι συγκεκριμένη για αυτό το κλάστερ. Αλλά δεν υπάρχει μια συγκεκριμένη συνολική νομοθεσία και πρέπει να υπάρχει μια ρύθμιση η οποία επιτρέπει ανταλλαγές διοξιδίου του άνθρακα. Και γνωρίζετε ότι αν έχουμε λίγους χώρους αποθήκευσης, φερρυπίν, στην Μεσόγειο, αυτό σημαίνει ότι αυτοί οι χώροι δεν πρόκειται να πάρουν διοξίδιο του άνθρακα μόνο από τη χώρα, αλλά και από άλλες χώρες. Αυτό είναι το δεύτερο βήμα, είναι η ρύθμιση, το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο. Νομίζω ότι χρειαζόμαστε αγορές. Δυνάμεις στην αγορά, γιατί υπάρχει δημόσια χρηματοδότηση, αλλά η δημόσια χρηματοδότηση δεν μπορεί να διαρκέσει SAE. Θα πρέπει να είναι ανταγωνιστική. Δεδομένου του ακροατηρίου στο οποίο απευθύνομαι και είναι αρκετά ευρωκεντρικό συνήθως και ζητώ συγγνώμη γι' αυτό, η Ευρώπη θα είναι στο κέντρο, στο επίκεντρο αυτής της ρύθμισης και θα θέσουμε ένα όριο, μια επιβάρυνση σε αυτά τα προϊόντα τα οποία έρχονται εκτός της Ευρωπαϊκής Ενώσεως, τα οποία έχουν αποτύπωμα διοξιδίου του άνθρακα υψηλό και ως εκ τούτου θα φορολογούνται. Αυτό μπορεί να αποτελέσει μια καλή αρχή για μια αγορά προϊόντων που έχουν απαλλαγή από ανθρακούχες εκπομπές. Αυτό είναι ουσιώδες, σημαντικό και χρειάζεται να έχουμε εταιρείες, παίκτες αν θέλετε, οι οποίοι θα θέλουν να πληρώσουν ή που θα αναγνωρίζουν ποιο είναι το θετικό του πράσινου χάλιβα, του πράσινου τσιμέντου, της πράσινης αμμονίας, των πράσινων λιπασμάτων. Αλλιώς θα είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο για τις κυβερνήσεις να υποστηρίξουν και να διατηρήσουν επί μακρόν μέσω επιδοτήσεων αυτήν την διαδικασία απαλλαγής ανθρακούχων εκπομπών. Θα έλεγα ότι αυτά είναι τα βασικά στοιχεία και δεν είναι μόνο για την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, είναι για όλους και για όλα. Χρησιμοποίησα την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση ως παράδειγμα λόγω αυτού του φόρουμ, αλλά αυτά τα βασικά στοιχεία είναι ουσιώδη για το CCS να λειτουργήσει και να ευημερήσει. Επομένως, να δούμε τι γίνεται με το CCUS, και αυτό είναι ξεκάθαρο. Και νομίζω ότι συζητήσαμε πολλές από τις προκλήσεις και τις ευκαιρίες τόσο σε παγκόσμιο όσο και σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο. Τι γίνεται με την Ελλάδα, Τάσο? Ποιο είναι η άποψη η δική σας για αυτές τις εφαρμογές, αν υπάρχουν συζητήσεις που μιλάμε και που τι συζητάμε σε αυτά τα θέματα εδώ στην Ελλάδα? Ναι, σας ευχαριστώ. Να δούμε λοιπόν τι γίνεται εδώ σε όλη την Ήπειρο, θα έλεγα. Δεν είναι μόνο η Ελλάδα. Οι συζητήσεις στην Ελλάδα έχουν επικεντρωθεί στο θέμα της αποθηκεύσεως. Όλοι γνωρίζουμε ότι στον Πρίνο δόθηκε το πράσινο φως για να διερευνηθεί η μεταμόρφωσή του, η μετατροπή του, αν θέλετε, σε μονάδα αποθηκεύσεως. Και πραγματικά μας χαροποιεί ιδιαιτέρως που είδαμε ότι αναπτύσσεται ένας χώρος αποθηκεύσεως στην Ελλάδα όπως το Πρίνο. Για να είναι επιτυχημένη αυτή η διαδικασία, όπως είπε και ο Φεράντε, είναι ότι θα πρέπει να έχουμε και projects δεσμεύσεως, τα οποία θα μπορούν να είναι λειτουργικά και βιώσιμα. Και στην αρχή βεβαίως θα χρειαστούν κάποιο είδους οικονομική υποστήριξη. Δεν μπορούμε να ξεφύγουμε από αυτό. Τα κόστη είναι σε επίπεδο που καθιστούν απαραίτητη μια τέτοια υποστήριξη. Αναλόγως τώρα του... Μπορούμε να κάνουμε τεράστιες φιλοσοφικές συζητήσεις πάνω σε αυτό, αλλά θα πρέπει να δούμε αν θα πρέπει να χρησιμοποιήσουμε το καρότο ή το μαστίγιο. Οι Αμερικανοί δίνουν ευθέως κίνητρα. Στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχουμε το EU ETS. Υπάρχουν διαφορετικοί τρόποι να επιτύχουμε αυτή την υποστήριξη προκειμένου τα διελιστήρια, οι τσιμεντοβιομηχανίες, δηλαδή οι βιομηχανικοί παίκτες θα μπορέσουν να είναι εκεί, να έχουν παρουσία εκεί που θα χρειαστεί να αναπτυχθεί όλη αυτή η αλυσίδα αξίας. Έτσι λοιπόν, ας βάλουμε στην άκρη το ελληνικό περιβάλλον προς το παρόν και ας δούμε λίγο τον όμιλο ελληνικής ενέργειας εδώ. Να δούμε ότι είμαστε από τις βασικές εταιρείες διελιστήριων με διελιστήρια στην Ελλάδα. Έχουμε 3 διελιστήρια και παράγουμε πολύ διοξείδιο του άνθρακα, όπως και όλοι οι άλλοι σε αυτού του είδους τον τομέα. Έχουμε ανακοινώσει προφανώς μέσω της αναφοράς βιωσιμότητάς μας τις μειώσεις τις οποίες θέλουμε να προβούμε. Ας πούμε ότι έχουμε 4 εκατομμύρια τόνους εκπομπών κατ' έτος και εξερευνούμε αυτή τη στιγμή, μελετούμε θα έλεγα καλύτερα, ένα ενδεχόμενο πιλωτικό πρόγραμμα σε ένα από τα διελιστήριά μας, το οποίο θα δημιουργήσει υποδομή δεσμεύσεως και στη συνέχεια αποθηκεύσεως του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα αλλού. Όπως όλοι είμαστε εκεί, κάνουμε τεχνικές μελέτες, διεξάγουμε τεχνικές μελέτες προκειμένου να εντοπίσουμε την τεχνολογία και να πάρουμε την αντίστοιχη άδεια, αλλά ταυτοχρόνως συζητούμε και με τους εφοπλιστές, δηλαδή τους μεταφορείς, όπως επίσης και με τους ιδιοκτήτες αποθηκευτικών χώρων στην Ελλάδα και αλλού, προκειμένου να δούμε πού μπορούμε να μεταφέρουμε τις μελλοντικές μας εκπομπές. Ελπίζουμε ότι τα πράγματα θα δουλέψουν, θα λειτουργήσουν και ότι θα έχουμε ένα επιτυχές project στο μέλλον. Θα το δούμε, αλλά δεν είμαστε ακόμα εκεί. Πρέπει να ομολογήσω, είμαστε στη φάση την διερευνητική. Η μουσική όμως έχει αρχίσει να παίζει, σωστά. Η μουσική παίζει, να δούμε ποιος θα αρχίσει το χώρο, ποιος θα ανοίξει το χώρο. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ ότι υπάρχουν τέτοιου είδους υποδομές στην Ελλάδα και υπάρχει σκέψη πάνω σε αυτό το πολύ σημαντικό θέμα, γιατί είναι από τους πολύ ισχυρούς μοχλούς στον δρόμο μας για το 2050. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ όλους. Ήταν μια εξαιρετική συζήτηση. Χαίρομαι που σας είχα και τους δύο σε αυτό το θέμα και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που ήσασταν εδώ. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ που ήσασταν μαζί μας. Χαίρομαι που ο σπόρος φυτεύτηκε, αν θέλετε, και θα δούμε τους καρπούς στο εγγύς μέλλον. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Βασίλη.
Καλησπέρα κυρίες και κύριοι. Ευχαριστώ που ήρθατε μαζί μας στο 31ο συνέδριο GES του 2022. Είμαι ο Γιώργος Καβουνίδης, επικεφαλής των δραστηριοτήτων εδώ στην Αθήνα του γραφείου BCG. Η κλιματική αλλαγή είναι το πιο σημαντικό θέμα που αντιμετωπίζουμε, μεγαλύτερη πρόκληση και το πιο φιλόδοξο σχέδιο που έχουμε αναλάβει στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση σε ό,τι αφορά τους φιλοδοξίες, τους στόχους και που έχουν τεθεί, του σκοπού και της συνεργασίας και συντονισμού που απαιτείται μεταξύ διαφορετικών υπήρων αλλά και οικονομικών τομέων, το βαθμό των χρηματοοικονομικών που απαιτούνται, αλλά επίσης, ακούγοντας και το προηγούμενο πάνελ, και σε ό,τι αφορά τις τεχνολογικές λύσεις οι οποίες πρέπει να εξευρεθούν και το αριθμός και το είδος τεχνολογιών που πρέπει να αναβαθμιστούν για να μπορέσουν να μας συνοδεύσουν. Η Σύνοδος Κορυφής COP26 φάνηκε ένα μεγάλο ορόσημο στη Γλασκόβη, ξεπερνώντας κατά πολύ τις προσδοκίες, αλλά πολλά έχουν αλλάξει στον κόσμο έκτοτε. Μόλις λίγες εβδομάδες μετά την COP27 που έλαβε χώρα στο Σάλες Σαμ στην Αίγυπτο, θέλουμε να κάνουμε μια ανασκόπηση και να κατανοήσουμε πού είμαστε στο ταξίδι αυτό, να λάβουμε υπόψη τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουμε, αλλά και τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουμε και παγκόσμια, αλλά και εδώ, ειδικά στην Ελλάδα. Στη συζήτηση αυτή λοιπόν για το θέμα αυτό έχουμε μαζί μας τον κύριο Γιώργο Κρεμλή, ο οποίος είναι πρόεδρος της Ευρωπαϊκής Πανελληνικού Επιμελητηρίου για την Κυκλική Οικονομία και επίτιμος διευθυντής Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, την κυρία Κιάρα Κόντι, η οποία ηγείται των υπηρεσιών αειφορίας για την Κεντρική Ευρώπη και Νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη και Κεντρική Ασία για την Ernst & Young, με έδρα εδώ στην Αθήνα επίσης, και τον κύριο Μισελ Φρεντό, ο οποίος είναι επίσης της BCG και επικεφαλής που μόλις έφτασε από το ΣΑΓΜΑ και την COP27. Ξεκινάμε λοιπόν αμέσως και αρχίζω, Μισελ, με σένα. Ακούσαμε πάρα πολλά κατά την COP27 για το πώς πρέπει να περαστούμε από υποσχέσεις και ανακοινώσεις σε εφαρμογές. Είδαμε πολλές χώρες και εταιρείες να αναλαμβάνουν δεσμεύσεις, όλο και περισσότερο. Αλλά πού βρισκόμαστε επί της ουσίας προκειμένου να προχωρήσουμε στην εφαρμογή? Και υπό αυτή την έννοια, ποια ήταν η αίσθηση, τι αποκομίσατε ως συναίσθημα από την COP27 σε σχέση με το COP26 και υπό την αυγή αυτού του αλλαγμένου κόσμου? Το γεωπολιτικό πλαίσιο σίγουρα δεν βοήθησε πάρα πολύ τις διαπραγματεύσεις για το κλίμα. Αλλά πάντως η COP26 στην Γλασκόβη καθοδηγείται από τον Βορρά, δηλαδή αφορούσε την απάλυνση των επιπτώσεων, να κρατήσουμε τον 1,5 βαθμό περιορισμού αύξησης θερμοκρασίας όπως το έχει θέσει η Βρετανική κυβέρνηση, και υπήρξαν πολλές υποσχέσεις. Και αυτό που ήταν πραγματικά το πιο σημαντικό, ο κολοφόν, ήταν η κινητοποίηση πολυεθνικών. Ήταν πάρα πολλές εταιρείες εκεί παρούσες, οι οποίες έλαβαν δεσμεύσεις και δεσμεύτηκαν με πολύ σοβαρό τρόπο στο ταξίδι αυτό. Η COP27 ήταν άρδιν διαφορετική. Είναι ουσιαστικά μια σύνοδος κορυφή από το Νότο. Μιλάω τώρα η Αφρική, η οποία αντιπροσωπεύει πολύ περιορισμένο ποσοστό, μόνο 3% των εκπομπών, αλλά υποφέρει πολύ περισσότερο. Οπότε η COP μιλούσε πολύ περισσότερο για προσαρμογή, οικονομική ανάπτυξη στα πλαίσια μετάβασης και βέβαια τα θέματα απολειών και ζημιών και χρηματοοικονομικών. Και το γεγονός του να αποφύγουμε να έχουμε περισσότερες υποσχέσεις και να περάσουμε περισσότερο σε δράση και εφαρμογή. Αυτό που συνέβη λοιπόν συνοπτικά στην COP27 ήταν ότι οι μεγάλες επιτυχίες για τις οποίες όλοι ακούσατε είναι ότι για πρώτη φορά ο κόσμος συμφώνησε να συζητήσει τις ζημιές και απώλειες και να αναπτύξει ένα χρηματοοικονομικό εργαλείο. Συμφώνησε δηλαδή καταρχήν ότι θα συζητήσει. Δεν υπάρχουν ακόμα χρήματα, αλλά συμφώνησε ότι χρειάζονται. Τουλάχιστον είναι το πρώτο βήμα στο ταξίδι. Υπήρξε επίσης συμφωνία στην Summer Cell στο πρόγραμμα προσαρμογής από μη κρατικούς φορείς να χρηματοδοτήσουν αυτά τα σχέδια προσαρμογής στις διάφορες χώρες. Έγινε κατά κόρον συζήτηση περί γεωργίας Και βέβαια συνδεδεμένο με αυτό είναι το θέμα των υδάτων, διαχείριση υδάτων και βιοποικιλότητας, αλλά όλες οι διαστάσεις του περιβαλλοντικού ζητήματος ετέθησαν στο ίδιο επίπεδο με το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα. Δηλαδή πλέον δεν είναι μόνο εκπομπές διοξειδίου του άνθρακα. Σε ό,τι αφορά τα αποτελέσματα, τα προγράμματα δίκαιας μετάβασης και πλατφόρμες οι οποίες ξεκίνησαν με την Νότιο Αφρική πέρσι, επεκτάθηκαν και στην Ινδονησία με 20 δισεκατομμύρια υποστήριξης και διευρύνθησαν προς το Βιετνάμ, την Ινδία και ευελπιστούμε και προς τη Σενεγάλη τον επόμενο χρόνο. Υπήρξε ένας αριθμός περιφερειακών φόρων ανά τον κόσμο για την ανάπτυξη project και σε αυτά τα project θα πρέπει να βοηθηθούν στη χρηματοδότηση. Δηλαδή ήταν περισσότερο από 400 δις project τα οποία καταμερίστηκαν σε διάφορες περιοχές και μια πολύ μεγάλη δέσμευση να υπάρξει πρόοδος και στο πεδίο αυτό. Και όπως είδατε, ο ΟΗΕ έχει προγραμματίσει, έχει προσαρμόσει την μηδενική ανοχή σε ό,τι αφορά το πράσινο πλήσιμο, δηλαδή το τι σημαίνει αυτό το 0% και ιδιαίτερα την ακεραιότητα των πιστώσεων και μεταφοράς εκπομπών διοξειδίου του άνθρακα και τι είναι αναμενόμενο σε ό,τι αφορά τη δέσμευση και τα σχέδια μετάβασης. Χρηματοοικονομικά λοιπόν ήταν στην ατζέντα ένεργα, με μια συμφωνία να συζητηθούν ιδιαίτερα στον κρατικό επίπεδο το ρόλο του Παγκόσμιας Τράπεζας, του Διεθνούς Νομισματικού Ταμείου και τα πολυαναπτυξιακά σχέδια. Δηλαδή το μέρος, βλέπετε ότι γενικά η συζήτηση ήταν ευρύτερα του φάσματος. Είναι επίσης σημαντικό να συζητηθεί και το τι θα συμβεί στη συνέχεια. Νομίζω ότι το σημείο της χρηματοδότησης είναι κρίσιμης σημασίας, αλλά επίσης και ο ορισμός του καθαρών μηδενικών εκπομπών και τα ζητήματα των υπολείπων παραγόντων κλιματικής αλλαγής πέραν διοξείδου του άνθρακος ήταν σημαντικό που υπήρχαν. Γιώργο, στρεφόμαστε σε σένα. Ακούσαμε πάρα πολλά για τα χρηματοδότηση. Πολύ πιο προηγμένες συζητήσεις σε ό,τι αφορά χρηματοοικονομικά εργαλεία που γίνονται πολύ πιο συγκεκριμένα, τουλάχιστον σε ό,τι αφορά τις προθέσεις αλλά και δεσμεύσεις, συγκεκριμένους τομείς, απώλειες και ζημιές και προσαρμογή. Αλλά ακούσαμε επίσης και κάποιες σημαντικές δηλώσεις, αν θυμάμαι από τη Μαρία Κοσλόφσκι από το Ίδρυμα Ροκφέλερ, για ότι από τα δολάρια τα οποία δεσμεύονται μόνο το 6% έχει κινητοποιηθεί. Αυτό είναι σοκαριστικό. Τι πρέπει να κάνουμε λοιπόν για να γίνει σωστή η ροή, η χρηματορροή αυτή, για να υπάρξει διαφάνεια? Ακούσαμε για το πράξινο ξέπλυμα, για να κινητοποιηθούν αυτοί οι πόροι και να είναι αποτελεσματικοί και να έχουν επίπτωση. Ευχαριστώ, Χρήστο. Όντως το ζήτημα χρηματοδότηση ήταν το μείζον της COP27. Της COP27, αλλά και της COP26. Με το σύμφωνο της Γλασκόβης και τα μέτρα που έπρεπε να εφαρμοστούν, και βέβαια η COP27 επέτυχε μείζον πολιτικό ορόσημο υπό την έννοια ότι πολιτικά συμφωνήθηκε η ίδρυση ενός ταμείου ζημιών και βλαβών πρέπει να εφαρμοστεί. Είναι δηλαδή στο χαρτί, θα εφαρμοστεί κατά την COP28 στο Ντουμπάι, που θα λάβει χώρα στο Ντουμπάι, στην ίδια Ήπειρο δηλαδή, λίγος πολύ, όπου έλαβε χώρα η COP. Και βέβαια, εν τω μεταξύ, συστάθηκε μια επιτροπή μετάβασης για να εντοπίσει τις ακριβείς ανάγκες, το εύρος, τους χορηγούς, τα διάφορα ορόσημα και βέβαια τις δεσμεύσεις που θα πρέπει να ληφθούν και από τον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Γιατί ο ιδιωτικός τομέας πρέπει να εμπλακεί πάρα πολύ ενεργά στην τεράστια αυτή άσκηση. Προς το παρόν, ο μείζον χορηγός μέχρι στιγμής είναι η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και είμαστε πάρα πολύ περήφανοι γι' αυτό, αλλά δεν επαρκεί. Πρόκειται για μια διεθνές πρόβλημα και επομένως απαιτείται διεθνής κινητοποίηση και αυτό έρχεται και προστίθεται στην δέσμευση που ανελήφθη να παρασχεθούν 100 δις δολάρια από το 2020 μέχρι το 2025 επί ετησίας βάσεως, ώστε να υποστηριχθούν οι πιο ευάλωτες χώρες σε ό,τι αφορά την απάλυνση των κλιματικών επιπτώσεων και δράσεων προσαρμογής. Εξ αυτών η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει καλύψει το 1/4. Όμως, και η αναφορά που κάνατε ότι παραμένει αδιάθετο ένα σημαντικό ποσό, εξακολουθεί να υφίσταται. Το ερώτημα είναι κατά πόσον αυτά τα 100 δις μεταξύ 2020 και 2025 θα αποτελέσουν τμήμα του ταμείου το οποίο συζητάμε, ή θα είναι επιπρόσθετο το ποσό αυτό? Για μένα ιδανικά θα έπρεπε να είναι ένα επιπρόσθετο ποσό. Το ταμείο είναι μια άλλη ιστορία. Είναι συγκεκριμένες δεσμεύσεις που πρέπει να εφαρμοστούν, αλλά που δεν έχουν εφαρμοστεί μέχρι στιγμής. Και το σημαντικό ερώτημα για το ταμείο ζημιών και απολειών είναι κατά πόσο το ταμείο αυτό θα καλύψει αναδρομικά βλάβες, γιατί είναι διπλός ο σκοπός, απώλειες και βλάβες. Θα καλύψει λοιπόν αναδρομικά όλες τις βλάβες που υπέστη για παράδειγμα η Σομαλία ή το Πακιστάν, με τις τεράστιες πλημμύρες που οδήγησαν σε μεταναστεύσεις πληθυσμών, ή θα είναι, όπως λένε οι δικηγόροι, εξνόκ, δηλαδή από τώρα και πέρα, και όχι να καλύπτει αναδρομικά τέτοιες βλάβες? Υπάρχουν εξαιρετικά σημαντικά ζητήματα λοιπόν, και κατ' εμέ επίσης σημαντικές είναι οι δεσμεύσεις και οι υποσχέσεις που έδωσε ο ιδιωτικός τομέας, γιατί υπάρχουν πολύ σημαντικές πολυεθνικές με παρουσία σε όλο τον πλανήτη, που αν δώσουν μόνο ένα μικρό ποσοστό των κερδών τους θα μπορούσαν να συνεισφέρουν πολύ ουσιαστικά στο ταμείο, αλλά επίσης και άμεσα να επηρεάσουν το σχέδια δίκαιης ενεργειακής μετάβασης που έχουν ήδη ξεκινήσει. Ο πρόεδρος Μισελ αναφέρθηκε σε αυτά. Είχαμε το πρώτο με την Νότιο Αφρική, 8,5 εκατομμύρια, μικρό το ποσό, αλλά κάτι λέει. Έχουμε άλλα σχετικά σχέδια στην Ινδονησία, υπήρξαν άλλες συμφωνίες. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση επίσης δεσμεύθηκε να παράσχει 1 δις στην Αφρική μετά την COP27. Όλα αυτά λοιπόν, τα ποσά που απαιτούνται για την απάλυνση του κλιματικού φαινομένου και την προσαρμογή απαιτούν δις. Τα δις που είδαμε μέχρι στιγμής, 3, δεν είναι επαρκή λοιπόν τα δις που έχουμε δει μέχρι στιγμής. Άρα 2 διαφορετικά προβλήματα. Δεν είναι επαρκή τα χρήματα για να ξεκινήσουμε, και πώς κινητοποιούμε για να υλοποιηθούν οι υποσχέσεις που έχουν δοθεί. Και άρα ο Μισελ ανέφερε επίσης τα διαφάνεια και αξιοπιστία και το πόσο μπορούμε να βασιστούμε και πράσινο ξέπλυμα κλπ. Καθώς βλέπουμε λοιπόν στο μέλλον και μιλάμε για αποκαλύψεις στοιχείων που αφορούν περιβαλλοντικά ζητήματα, είδαμε τις σχετικές προσεγγίσεις και οθήσεις και για τράπεζες και πολυεθνικές. Πώς μπορούμε να έχουμε μεγαλύτερη διαφάνεια, σαφέστερους κανονισμούς που ίσως επίσης να μοχλεύσουν για να μπορέσουμε να απελευθερώσουμε και κάποια άλλα κονδύλια με μεγαλύτερη εξουσία από τον ιδιωτικό τομέα? Ναι, το θέμα είναι πώς χρηματοδοτούμε τη μετάβαση αυτή, όχι μόνο από πλευράς χορηγών, αλλά από και χρηματοοικονομικά πιστωτικά ιδρύματα. Αυτό που βλέπουμε από την Ευρώπη ιδιαίτερα είναι μια όθηση από την Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα προς χρηματοπιστωτικά ιδρύματα, για να μπορέσουν να εντάξουν στην όλη στρατηγική τους και τη δανειοδότησή τους τα ζητήματα αυτά του ESG και περιβαλλοντικού ζητήματος. Αυτό έχει να κάνει και με το μετασχηματισμό τραπεζικού τομέα, αλλά και τι συνεπάγεται αυτό για τις πολυεθνικές. Τι σημαίνει για την ενσωμάτωση των κριτηρίων, τι σημαίνει για τη δική τους αξιολόγηση και πώς αυτό συνδέεται πάλι με θέματα διαφάνειας και αποκάλυψης δημοσιοποίησης στοιχείων, γιατί ελείποντα στοιχεία είναι το υπαριθμόν ένα πρόβλημα που έχουμε. Αυτό λοιπόν που κάναμε τα τελευταία 20 ετία, ας πούμε, σε ό,τι αφορά την δημοσιοποίηση στοιχείων, ESG εν γέννη, ήταν να δουλεύουμε γύρω από κάποιο είδους εθελοντικές κατευθυντήριες γραμμές, που δεν ήταν ακριβώς ίδιες παντού, ούτε προήγαγαν συνέπεια ή έναν εύκολο τρόπο σύγκρισης των δημοσιοποιούμενων στοιχείων. Ευελπιστούμε λοιπόν ότι η νέα σύγκληση που έχουμε τώρα, που είναι πραγματικά εκπληκτική για κάποια που παρακολουθεί το ζήτημα αυτό εδώ και 20 χρόνια, είναι 2 πολύ σημαντικά πράγματα που έχουν συμβεί. Έχουμε ένα διεθνές μέτωπο, την IFRS, που δουλεύει ακριβώς για συγκεκριμένα παγκόσμια πρότυπα για τα θέματα δημοσιοποίησης τέτοιων στοιχείων, κατά βάση δηλαδή κάθε προϋπάρχον πλαίσιο ή κατευθυντήρια γραμμά έχει μπει κάτω από την ομπρέλα του IFRS, επομένως όλα τα παλιά στοιχεία που αφορούσαν και τους κανόνες δημοσιοποίησης στοιχείων ενοποιούνται, και το ίδιο αυτό που έχουμε στην Ευρώπη σε σχέση με την οδηγία των ευρωπαϊκών προτύπων αειφορίας. Ευελπιστούμε λοιπόν ότι αυτή η σύγκληση, η οποία έλειπε σε μεγάλο βαθμό, θα επιλύσει πάρα πολλές από τις προκλήσεις τις οποίες αντιμετωπίζαμε. Τώρα, είναι επαρκής αυτή η σύγκληση? Όχι, είναι προφανώς η απάντηση. Όμως, είναι ένα σημαντικό βήμα το οποίο έλειπε μέχρι στιγμής. Θα έλεγα λοιπόν ότι το βασικό πρόβλημα το οποίο έχουμε με την τυποποίηση, τη διαφάνεια και το πώς πραγματικά οι δημοσιοποιήσεις μπορούν να επιφέρουν την απαιτούμενη αλλαγή, ιδιαίτερα σε ό,τι αφορά την απολυτεχνητοποίηση, είναι η αλλαγή προσέγγισης προς μια καλύτερη θεώρηση του χάρτη. Έχουμε κάποιον δηλαδή ο οποίος προετοιμάζει τη δημοσιοποίηση, συντάσσει και υποβάλλει εκθέσεις, αλλά και χαρτεβαίνει το επίπεδο αυτό δημοσιοποίηση σε όλα τα επίπεδα ιεραρχίας, όχι απλώς μια άσκηση να κλικάρουμε κάποια κουτάκια, αλλά να γίνει πλήρης ενδελεχέστατη έκθεση και αναφορά. Βλέπουμε περισσότερα στοιχεία πια από παγκόσμιες έρευνες, ιδιαίτερα σε ό,τι αφορά το κλίμα, αλλά και από διάφορους υπεύθυνους αξιωματούχους αειφορίας. Οι περισσότεροι εξ αυτών, πάνω από το 90%, έχουν αναλάβει σχετικές δεσμεύσεις απολυτεχνητοποίησης, αλλά οι δημοσιοποιήσεις, οι επιδόσεις, που είναι πιο σημαντικό, υπολείπονται κατά πολύ. Για παράδειγμα, αν και το 90% έχουν αυτού του είδους τις δεσμεύσεις για καθαρό 0, ούτε το 30% δεν έχουν συγκεκριμένες μετρήσεις, ποιοτικούς δείκτες KPI μέχρι το 2030. Δηλαδή μπορεί να έχουν δεσμευτεί μέχρι το 2050, αλλά μέχρι το 2030 ποιος είναι εν μέρη στόχος? Δηλαδή μας λείπει αυτό, αν θέλετε, το benchmarking και ο στόχος στην επόμενη πενταετία. Εν κατακλείδη λοιπόν, ιδιαίτερα σε ό,τι αφορά τη δημοσιοποίηση στοιχείων που αφορούν στο κλίμα, βοηθά πάρα πολύ. Βοηθάει επίσης το ότι βλέπουμε αυτούς τους μεγάλους οργανισμούς που δημοσιοποιούν πλέον πρότυπα να εστιάζουν πλέον στη μοντελοποίηση κλιματικής αλλαγής που έλειπε και εξακολουθεί να λείπει από τις στρατηγικές απολυτεχνητοποίησης. Δεν μπορούμε να έχουμε τέτοιου στρατηγικές χωρίς να ελέγχουμε πώς θα κινηθούμε υπό διαφορετικά κλιματικά σενάρια. Αυτό τώρα πλέον είναι υποχρεωτικό και αυτό είναι τεράστιο βήμα. Ο στόχος λοιπόν, θεωρώ, είναι ότι βελτιώντας τις δημοσιοποιήσεις να βελτιώσουμε τις επιδόσεις και για την επίτευξη των στόχων αποθρακοποίησης. Επομένως, το τραπεζικό σύστημα έχει ένα πολύ αποφασιστικό κεντρικό ρόλο να παίξει, γιατί μοχλεύει αφενός μεν την διοχέτευση δημόσιων πόρων, αλλά και για να κινητοποιήσει και να κατευθύνει κατά κάποιο τρόπο τη χρηματοδότηση του ιδιωτικού τομέα προς τη σωστή κατεύθυνση από σκοπιάς κλίματος. Ναι, ακριβώς, την δίκαιη μετάβαση κατά βάση. Τζόρτζιο, ανέφερες πάρα πολύ περί δημόσιας αλλά και ιδιωτικής χρηματοδότησης και καταλαβαίνουμε ότι προσπαθούμε να δημιουργήσουμε μια κυκλική πράσινη οικονομία κλπ. Γιώργο, στα πλαίσια αυτού που μόλις ακούσαμε, ποιος είναι ο ρόλος της αειφόρου χρηματοδότησης σε αυτό το είδος το περιβάλλον? Η πράσινη χρηματοδότηση είναι στις μέρες μας αυτό που πρέπει να αναπτυχθεί και έχει θεσμοθετηθεί, κάνει στον κανονισμό ταξονομίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, που έχει και πολύ ευρύτερο φάσμα, όπως η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα και η Ευρωπαϊκή Τράπεζα Αναπτύξεως και άλλοι χρηματοπιστωτικοί οργανισμοί και εθνικές τράπεζες έχουν ασπαστεί. Όχι όλες τις αρχές, εν πάση περιπτώσει, της ευρωπαϊκής ταξονομίας, αλλά οι βασικές ιδέες, ότι δηλαδή οποιαδήποτε χρηματοδότηση από εδώ και πέρα θα πρέπει να έχει αξιολογήσει τις περιβαλλοντικές, κλιματικές και τα κλιματικά, περιβαλλοντικά και ενεργειακά ίχνη της του χρηματοδοτούμενου project, είναι πολύ σημαντικό στα ταξονομία. Ακριβώς αυτό είναι αυτό το οποίο προάγουμε σε όλο τον κόσμο, γιατί αυτή η ταξονόμηση έχει πάρα πολλές περιβαλλοντικές προτεραιότητες και μεταξύ αυτών και την κυκλική οικονομία, που για μένα είναι η συνολική προτεραιότητα ομπρέλα προκειμένου να προάγουμε αυτό το εμβληματικό μοντέλο, το οποίο θα μας δώσει τη δυνατότητα να σώσουμε τον πλανήτη μας και όχι να αντιμετωπίσουμε τις συνέπειες της γραμμικής οικονομίας που θα έχουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε αν συνεχίσουμε να έχουμε, γιατί θα χρειαζόμαστε 2-3 πλανήτες ακόμα μέχρι το 2030-40 για να μπορέσουμε να καλύψουμε τις ανάγκες της τρέχουσας κιόλας και των άμεσα επόμενων γενεών. Ως εκ τούτου αυτό συνδέεται και με την ταξονομία του τραπεζικού τομέα, γιατί η Κιάρα, επειδή θέσατε το ερώτημα, όντως και οι τράπεζες είναι δεσμευμένες να εφαρμόσουν από μόνες τις τα κριτήρια ταξονομίας έναντι των πελατών τους. Και επίσης οι εταιρείες, σύμφωνα με τα κριτήρια αυτά, πρέπει να αναπτύξουν projects, αλλά επίσης να είναι προπράσινες για να μπορέσουν να έλξουν πράσινη χρηματοδότηση. Βρισκόμαστε λοιπόν και δημιουργούμε έναν κύκλο που είναι κάτω από την ομπρέλα της κυκλικής οικονομίας και που προάγει την πράσινη χρηματοδότηση προκειμένου να μειωθεί το περιβαλλοντικό και ενεργειακό ίχνος κάθε εταιρείας. Μια ερώτηση λίγο πιο προκλητική, μιλώντας για την κοινοτική ταξονομία, η οποία σταδιακά υιοθετείται ευρύτερα, είναι λίγο ο ελέφαντας στο δωμάτιο. Κάνουμε αρκετά. Η Ευρώπη ηγείται τις προσπάθειες αυτής στην αλήθεια, αλλά είναι σίγουρο ότι κάνουμε αρκετά ώστε να μην βάζουμε σε μειονεκτική θέση ευρωπαϊκές βιομηχανίες. Το έχουμε συζητήσει αυτό με τον Μισελ και έχει πολύ έντονη άποψη γι' αυτό. Ναι, και οι ευρωπαϊκές εταιρείες είναι μειονεκτικές, γιατί η χρηματοδότηση πια είναι πράσινη και είναι δύσκολο να την προσεγγίσουν. Ενώ οι υπόλοιπες εταιρείες ανά τον κόσμο έχουν πολύ πιο εύκολη χρηματοδότηση, όχι απαραίτητα πράσινη, δεν δεσμεύονται από τους κανόνες ταξονομίας, ενώ εμείς προάγουμε και επιβάλλουμε αυτή την πρακτική. Και οποτεδήποτε υπάρχουν πρωτοβουλίες πολιτικής έναντι όμορων χωρών, υπάρχουν συγκεκριμένοι κανόνες που πρέπει να εφαρμοστούν. Αλλά και πάλι δεν είναι ακόμα παγκόσμιοι κανόνες αυτοί. Και επιπροσθέτως οι άλλοι διεθνείς εταίροι δεν δεσμεύονται από σχετικούς κανόνες κρατικών επιδοτήσεων, οπότε μπορούν να υποστηρίξουν τη βιομηχανία τους, μπορούν να εμείς έχουμε κανόνες πράσινες διεθνείς κρατικές προμήθειες με πολύ έντονα κριτήρια και με πολύ σκληρά κριτήρια αξιολόγησης, περιβαλλοντικής αξιολόγησης των σχήων. Γιατί αυτή τη στιγμή οποιοδήποτε υποβαλλόμενο προς χρηματοδότηση project πρέπει να πληρεί συγκεκριμένα κριτήρια, ώστε το project και να είναι ανθεκτικό, αλλά και η όλη λειτουργία του project να απαλύνει οποιοδήποτε αντίκτυπο στο περιβάλλον. Επομένως, διεθνείς συμφωνίες όπου η COP27 είναι κεφαλαιόδους σημασίας για να ασφαλίσουμε ότι ο πλανήτης κινείται προς την ίδια κατεύθυνση, ακόμα έστω και σε διαφορετικές ταχύτητες. Ναι, διότι διαφορετικά έχουμε πλέον αθέμητο ανταγωνισμό που θα είναι εις βάρος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Γιατί το δικό μας επίπεδο φιλοδοξιών είναι εξαιρετικά υψηλό. Έχουμε βάλει τον πύχη πάρα πολύ ψηλά, ιδιαίτερα κατά την περίοδο της ενεργειακής κρίσης, και από την όλη πληρώνουμε το τίμημα. Το οποίο βέβαια είναι πάρα πολύ ευγενής στόχος και είναι κοινού συμφέροντος, αλλά δεν είναι επικερδές για τον ευρωπαϊκό επιχειρηματικό κόσμο. Επανερχόμενος και άρα σε αυτή την έννοια περί ενδελεχούς έλεγχου και ακεραιότητας και κοιτώντας τις πιστώσεις και τις υπό κανόνες αγοράς ανταλλαγής πιστώσεων εκπομπών. Ποια είναι τα προβλήματα και οι προβληματισμοί? Ένα έχει να κάνει με αυτό που τόνισε και ο Μισελ στην αρχή. Την κύρια συμπεράσματα που υπήρξαν από την COP27. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό να θυμίζουμε στους εαυτούς μας ότι η κλιματική αλλαγή δεν είναι ένα μεμονωμένο γεγονός. Είναι μια συστημική κατάσταση που απαιτεί συστημική προσέγγιση. Επανερχόμενοι λοιπόν στο σχόλιο περί κυκλικής οικονομίας, γιατί η κυκλική οικονομία είναι ένα μοντέλο ουσιαστικά, που μία από τις βασικές του αρχές είναι να χρησιμοποιούμε περισσότερο ΑΠΕ για τη χρηματοδότηση της οικονομίας και να μην δημιουργούμε εξωτερικά κόστη και συνέπειες. Επανερχόμενοι λοιπόν στις πιστώσεις, η έμφαση σαφέστατα δίνεται στην απόσυρση, όχι απλώς αποφυγή εκπομπών, αλλά και κάθαρση. Αυτό είναι προφανές και από πλευράς παγκόσμιας κοινότητας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής. Δεδομένου λοιπόν όλων αυτών των πρωτοβουλειών που δημιουργούν πιστώσεις διοξείδιο του άνθρακα, είτε με βάση τεχνολογικών λύσεων όπως η αποθήκευση, η συλλογή και αποθήκευση εκπομπών, αλλά και φυσικών λύσεων, αυτό που βλέπουμε στην Ευρώπη κατά βάση είναι ότι υπολοιπόμεθα κατά δύο τρόπους. Πρώτον, γιατί οι φυσικές δεξαμενές πλέον κατά βάση αποδυναμώνονται, άρα δηλαδή δεν έχουμε κάθαρση από διοξείδιο του άνθρακα όπως θα θέλαμε, και επίσης δεν υπάρχουν επαρκείς καινοτομίες αυτή τη στιγμή για να αποφύγουμε περαιτέρω σύλληψη, συλλογή των περαιτέρω εκπομπών, σε ό,τι δέσμευση περαιτέρω εκπομπών. Όταν πρόκειται λοιπόν για καλύτερες μεθοδολογίες, η αλήθεια είναι ότι έχουμε κάνει βήματα από το πρωτόκολλο του Κιώτο. Βλέπουμε πιο ποιοτικές προσεγγίσεις, πιο ακριβείς προσεγγίσεις. Παραμένει βέβαια ένα ζήτημα, οι διπλομετρήσεις παραμένει ζήτημα, και επίσης οι βασικές αρχές περί του πώς οι πιστώσεις εκδίδονται. Δηλαδή η αιρεσιμότητα είναι πολύ σημαντικό, για παράδειγμα, όταν μιλάμε για αυτά τα project. Κρατώντας λοιπόν υπόψη τις βασικές μεθοδολογίες, η επαλήθευση λοιπόν πίσω από αυτές τις πιστώσεις και επίσης ο τύπος τεχνολογίας που εφαρμόζεται, για παράδειγμα, πέραν μηχανισμών για την παρακολούθηση, υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές πληροφορίες και backup που παίρνουμε από την παγκόσμια κοινότητα σε ό,τι αφορά την χρήση των blockchain για τις εκπομπές. Δηλαδή κινούμε προς την διαδικασία όπου θα πρέπει να αυξηθεί η διαφάνεια με κάποια προσέγγιση του είδους blockchain. Κινούμαστε δηλαδή προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση, δεν έχουμε φτάσει ακόμα, αλλά και πάλι είναι εν εξελίξη το έργο. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Μισελ, επανέρχομαι σε σένα. Αυτό που ακούω είναι ότι κάνουμε πρόοδο σε πάρα πολλές διαστάσεις, αλλά όχι αρκετά γρήγορα και όχι με απόλυτα συγχρονισμένο τρόπο σε διαφορετικές γεωγραφικές επικράτειες, αλλά έχουμε κάποια θεμελιώδη υποδομή για να μας βοηθήσει. Τι πρέπει να περιμένουμε από την επόμενη COP? Τι περιμένεις να δεις, να συζητείτε εκεί? Πώς περιμένεις αυτό να εξελιχθεί από εκεί που βρισκόμαστε σήμερα? Εντάχει, ως ένα σχόλιο, αυτή η Σύνοδος Κορυφής COP πάντα δημιουργεί μεγάλη ματέωση, γιατί υπάρχουν τόσες συζητήσεις, χιλιάδες σελιδών και δεσμεύσεις, και εν κατακλείδη οι εκπομπές ανεβαίνουν κατά 11%. Θα έπρεπε να έχουν μειωθεί κατά 45% μέχρι τέλους της δεκαετίας, αν θέλουμε να μείνουμε κάτω από τους 0 βαθμούς. Θα ξεπεράσουμε τους 1,5 βαθμούς άνω θερμοκρασίας τα επόμενα χρόνια. Άρα η κατάσταση είναι πάρα πολύ σοβαρή πια. Αυτού λεχθέντος, η COP28, εξ εντολής από τη Συμφωνία των Παρισίων, θα είναι ο παγκόσμιος απολογισμός, η τυποποίηση ουσιαστικά του πού θα βρίσκεται ο κόσμος. Θα κάνουμε λοιπόν ακριβώς αυτό που είπα, δηλαδή να αναζητηθούμε κατά πόσον το 1,5 βαθμός ζει ακόμα. Είναι σοβαρό. Και πίσω από αυτό είναι το θέμα της λογοδοσίας και διαφάνειας, στο πώς μετράμε και τι ακριβώς παρακολουθούμε κάθε χρόνο και τι κάνουμε κάθε χρόνο ώστε να πιέσουμε τα πράγματα. Στην COP27 παρακολούθησα συναντήσεις και συζητήσεις για το κατά πόσον θα πρέπει να άρουμε αυτόν τον περιορισμό. Μα δεν διαπραγματεύεσαι με την επιστήμη. Κάθε βαθμός, ένας βαθμός, έχει τεράστια σημασία. Βλέπετε τι γίνεται σε όλο τον πλανήτη, παντού. Το ερώτημα λοιπόν είναι πώς επιταχύνουμε τη διαδικασία αυτή. Πρώτα λοιπόν θα είναι ο παγκόσμιος απολογισμός, θα μου δώσει εικόνα, και μετά πρέπει να μπούμε σε πραγματική συζήτηση για δράση. Μια θεματική που είναι συναρπαστική είναι η ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Θα συμβεί στις Αραβικά Εμιράτα, άρα τα ορυκτά καύσιμα θα είναι στο κέντρο της συζήτησης. Και η ενεργειακή μετάβαση που συνδέεται με αυτό που έλεγε ο Γιώργος. Αν θέλουμε οι αναδυόμενες αγορές να έχουν καθαρή ενέργεια, πρέπει να τους δώσουμε πρόσβαση σε χρηματοδότηση. Και πρόσβαση σε χρηματοδότηση που δεν θα είναι μόνο 15-16%, γιατί κανένα project δεν πρέπει να απογειωθεί έτσι. Πρόσβαση σε χρηματοδότηση δεν είναι ένα επιπρόσθετο χρέος. Ο πρόεδρος της Νοτιού Αφρικής στην COP27 είπε ρητά, όταν λάβαμε αυτή τη χρηματοδότηση από την ενεργειακή μετάβαση, υπήρχε ένα ερώτημα, το πώς η χρηματοδότηση αυτή θα χρησιμοποιηθεί και πώς θα γίνει. Είπε, αν μας δίνετε δάνεια, είναι περιττό. Είμαστε ήδη χρεωμένοι μέχρι το λαιμό. Δεν μπορούμε να πάρουμε κι άλλα δάνεια. Σκεφτείτε, είναι υπαρξιακή η κρίση. Όταν πρόκειται για υπαρξιακή κρίση, τι κάνεις, τι θυσιάζεις. Υπάρχουν άλλα μέσα, υπάρχουν χορηγίες, υπάρχουν επιδοτήσεις, υπάρχουν άλλοι τρόποι, δωρεές για να βοηθήσουν οι ανεπτυγμένες χώρες. Άρα είναι το θέμα των ορυκτών καυσίμων και η ενεργειακής μετάβασης. Προφανώς θα τεθεί το ζήτημα της προσαρμογής, γιατί πρέπει να κινηθούμε σε αυτό, ξεκινώντας με τα 100 δις που χρειάζονται. Δεν είναι σοβαρά. Όλοι ξέρουμε ότι 100 δις είναι σταγόνα στον ωκεανό. Χρειαζόμαστε 400 δις τουλάχιστον μέχρι τα τέλη δεκαετίας με όλες τις εξελίξεις και τα γεγονότα. Γιατί ουσιαστικά αυτό που συμβαίνει είναι ότι έχουμε διπλασιάσει το κόστος δράσης αλλά και αδράνειας και έχουμε να καταβάλουμε και τα δύο αυτά κόστη. Και πάλι και αυτό θα συζητηθεί. Προσαρμογή λοιπόν είναι πολύ σημαντικό στοιχείο το οποίο θα συζητηθεί και νομίζω ότι πρέπει να βρούμε έναν τρόπο για να χρηματοδοτήσουμε τις ζημιές και τις βλάβες. Διαφορετικά θα υπάρξει απώλεια αξιοπιστίας. Πάρα πολλά λοιπόν είναι προς συζήτηση, αλλά πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε να το κάνουμε. Ένα στοιχείο ελπίδας είναι ότι υπήρξε συμφωνία Κίνας και ΗΠΑ να επανέλθουν στο τραπέζι διαπραγματεύσεων και να ξεκινήσουν και πάλι οι ομάδες εργασίας. Χρειαζόμαστε ηγεσία. Και αν ΗΠΑ και Κίνα μπορούν να συμφωνήσουν για να δημιουργηθεί αυτή η ηγεσία, τότε βοηθούν όλο τον πλανήτη. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, ευχαριστούμε για τη συμμετοχή, καταπληκτική συζήτηση. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Well, these seats were built for normal people and not for 6'10" ones. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που είστε μαζί μας σήμερα. Η συζήτησή μας θα έχει να κάνει με την αειφορία στην τουριστική ανάπτυξη. Γιατί θα πρέπει να δούμε τι σημαίνει αειφόρος και βιώσιμος τουρισμός. Ο ορισμός έχει αλλάξει συν το χρόνο από την ταπεινή εκκίνηση που ήταν απλώς τα προγράμματα ανακύκλωσης σε κάτι το οποίο έχει γίνει πολύ πιο συγκεκριμένο και πολύ πιο επιστημονικό. Δυστυχώς, το νόημα του βιώσιμου τουρισμού έχει διαφορετικές έννοιες, διαφορετικές σημασίες για τους καταναλωτές, για τις επιχειρήσεις και ούτω καθεξής. Στις περισσότερες περιπτώσεις η ερμηνεία είναι προσωπική παρά βασισμένη σε γεγονότα. Έχουμε όντως πλήθος οργανισμών, ευτυχώς, που έχουν δημιουργήσει, δίνουν τη δυνατότητα για πιστοποίηση και αυτό θα αυξηθεί και στην συνέχεια θα είναι πολύ πιο αποδεκτό από το ευρύ κοινό. Υπάρχει ο ορισμός του αειφόρου τουρισμού, είναι ο τουρισμός ο οποίος λαμβάνει πλήρως υπόψη του τις παρούσες και τις μελλοντικές επιπτώσεις στην οικονομία και στην κοινωνία, λαμβάνει υπόψη τους επισκέπτες και βεβαίως τις κοινότητες οι οποίες προσφέρουν αυτό το τουριστικό αγαθό. Είναι πολύ γενικός, όπως ξέρετε, αυτός ο ορισμός και οπωσδήποτε επιδέχεται πολλές ερμηνείες. Αυτό ήρθαμε εδώ να συζητήσουμε σήμερα. Έχουμε τη χαρά να έχουμε μαζί μας τον Υπουργό, τον κύριο Κικίλια, τον Υπουργό Τουρισμού, ο οποίος θα μας δώσει επίσης και κάνει μια επισκόπηση, αν θέλετε, των προσπαθειών αειφόρου τουρισμού της Ελλάδος, την Ελένη Ανδρεάδη, η οποία εργάζεται για τον Όμιλο Σάνι Οίκος. Δυστυχώς δεν βρίσκομαι εκεί με φυσική παρουσία, είμαι εδώ κολλημένος στο Μαϊάμι των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών και επίσης έχουμε μαζί μας τον δόκτορα Ιωάννη Παπά, ο οποίος είναι διευθυντής της περιοχής Μεσογείου του GES2022 και επίσης συνιδρυτής της Green Revolution ΑΕ. Είναι από τους ανθρώπους που δουλεύει εκ του σύνεγγυς με τα Υπουργεία με αντικείμενο την ανάπτυξη προγραμμάτων και θα μας δώσει τη δική του άποψη ή έποψη, αν θέλετε, επί του θέματος. Έχουμε επίσης τον Θοδωρή Παπακοσταντίνου, ο οποίος δουλεύει με την Deloitte και είναι ειδικός επί του αντικειμένου και έχει αναλάβει μεγάλο κομμάτι της συμμετοχής της εταιρείας σε μελέτες με αντικείμενο τη βιωσιμότητα και την αειφορία των τουριστικών προορισμών. Θα μας δώσει αυτήν την άποψη. Κύριε Υπουργέ, θα ξεκινήσουμε με εσάς. Έχετε το λόγο, είτε στην ελληνική είτε στην αγγλική. Κοιτάξτε, νομίζω ότι είναι καλύτερο να μιλήσω στην αγγλική και εγώ. Και χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που συναντιόμαστε ξανά. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ για την πολύ ευγενική πρόσκληση. Φυσικά και είστε στο Μαϊάμι. Αλλά φαντάζομαι ότι αρχές Δεκεμβρίου έχετε μάλλον καλό καιρό εκεί. Και εμείς επίσης. Έχουμε τουρίστες εδώ στην Αθήνα, στην Αττική, σε όλους τους τοπικούς προορισμούς. Είναι μια πολύ επιτυχημένη χρονιά. Νομίζω 3 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ σε κέρδη πάνω από τα προϋπολογιστέντα για φέτος. Νομίζω ότι θα ξεπεράσουμε τα 18 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ σε έσοδα και το μεγάλο ερώτημα, το ερώτημα του 1 εκατομμυρίου δολαρίων είναι ότι αν μπορούμε αυτά τα κέρδη να τα κάνουμε βιώσιμα, αειφόρα, να βρούμε έναν τρόπο να μπορέσουμε να υποστηρίξουμε τους τουριστικούς προορισμούς, να μειώσουμε τις εκπομπές διοξιδίου του άνθρακα, να επιβάλλουμε κάποιες πολιτικές οι οποίες θα είναι εν της πράγμαση φιλικές προς το περιβάλλον και τι σημαίνει αυτό για τις μελλοντικές γενναίες και για το μέλλον του τομέα. Νομίζω ότι το προσωπικό όραμα του Πρωθυπουργού, του Κυριάκου Μητσοτάκη, είναι να προωθήσει πολιτικές και να υιοθετήσουμε πολιτικές τις οποίες θα δούμε στην αρχή στα μικρά νησιά. Έχουμε τις χιλιάδες μιλίων ακτογραμμών, έχουμε τον βασικό παράγοντα, ο οποίος είναι να το επικοινωνήσουμε αυτό ανά τον κόσμο. Θα υιοθετήσουμε επικοινωνιακές στρατηγικές για το 2023 και αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, πολύ ενδιαφέρον, γιατί είμαστε μία από τις πρώτες 5 μπράντες παγκοσμίως τουριστικά και αυτό πραγματικά είναι πολύ καλά νέα, αποτελεί πολύ μεγάλο κομμάτι της οικονομίας μας, είναι 25% του ΑΕΠ. Φυσικά έχουμε δημιουργήσει αυτό το μπραντ της χώρας ως ασφαλή τουριστικό προορισμό και πρέπει να δούμε τώρα τι κάνουμε με τα απορρίμματά μας, με την διάθεση των απορριμμάτων, την ανακύκλωση, τι κάνουμε με το νερό στα νησιά. Έχουμε 224 κατοικημένα νησιά. Το ένα είναι πιο όμορφο από το άλλο. Θυμάστε, ο ίδιος ο Πρωθυπουργός μίλησε για την μείωση κατά 50% μέχρι το 2050 των εκπομπών διοξιδίου του άνθρακα και το τι θα κάνουμε με την ενέργεια. Δυστυχώς για όλους τους λάθος λόγους έχουμε πόλεμο στην Ευρώπη μετά από 80 χρόνια, έχουμε πληθωρισμό, έχουμε αστάθεια. Είμαστε στο επίκεντρο. Πρέπει να δούμε τώρα τι θα προωθήσουμε και πρέπει τις ΑΠΕ. Νομίζω πως ναι, είναι σωστό και πρέπει να το κάνουμε. Είναι δαπανηρό τη σήμερον ημέρα, αλλά είναι το μέλλον μας. Είναι το μέλλον του πλανήτη μας. Είναι το κληροδότημα που θα αφήσουμε για τις επόμενες γενιές. Εάν η Αστυπάλαια είναι ένα μικρό νησί στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο και η Χάλκη επίσης, και επιτυχάνουν αυτά που επιτυγχάνουν με την συνεργασία του διοικητή Χατζημάρκου, του Περιφερειάρχη Χατζημάρκου, και τα ίδια γίνονται στην Άξο και στη Σύρο, όπως βλέπετε. Η τελευταία WWT στο Λονδίνο που διεξήχθη, πήγαμε και υπογράψαμε μια τεράστια εταιρεία για μια κοινή προσπάθεια να μειώσουμε την χρήση των πλαστικών και την διάθεση των πλαστικών στις ακτές και στις θάλασσες των δήμων και των κοινοτήτων μας. Πραγματικά πρέπει να εντατικοποιήσουμε την συνεργασία μας με τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, δίνοντας τα αδέοντα οικονομικά εργαλεία που θα μπορέσουν να χρησιμοποιήσουν όλα αυτά τα πράγματα στα θέρετρά τους και στα ξενοδοχεία τους. Νομίζω ότι είμαστε στον σωστό δρόμο και θα ολοκληρώσω εδώ ως εισαγωγή λέγοντας ότι ένας στους 2 ταξιδιώτες από το 2023 και μετά θα έρχονται σε μια χώρα η οποία θα σέβεται την οικολογία και το περιβάλλον. Θα έρθουν εάν δουν καθαρές ακτές χωρίς πλαστικά. Θα πάνε σε ένα θέρετρο ή σε ένα ξενοδοχείο εάν υπάρχουν προγράμματα, και αυτά είναι εμφανή, απτά, τα οποία δείχνουν σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον. Αυτό δεν είναι επειδή είναι της μοδός ή επειδή είναι του σειρμού ή ότι θα το δούμε για 1-2 σεζόν. Αυτή είναι η μοίρα μας. Αυτό είναι το πεπρωμένο μας προκειμένου να διατηρήσουμε τον τρόπο ζωής μας και να συντηρήσουμε τον πλανήτη. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Υπουργέ. Ελένη, θα ξεκινήσω με εσένα και θα ήθελα να πω κάτι το οποίο ο τουρισμός σίγουρα θα θέλει να ξεχάσει, και είναι η COVID-19. Γιατί η COVID-19, ο κορονοϊός, μας ανάγκασε, ορισμένες φορές μας έδωσε και την δικαιολογία να αναστείλουμε, να αλλάξουμε τις αλλαγές τις οποίες επρόκειτο να κάνουμε και είναι τα προγράμματα αειφορίας που έχουμε, και να τα βάλουμε σε δεύτερη μοίρα ή να κατεβάσουμε ταχύτητα, αν θέλετε. Τώρα, προφανώς, δεδομένου ότι η COVID είναι πίσω μας κατά κύριο λόγο, τα περισσότερα των προγραμμάτων έχουν ανακτήσει ταχύτητα ή θα έπρεπε. Υπάρχουν ερωτήματα και υπάρχει προβληματισμός ως προς το εάν οι εταιρείες, τα ξενοδοχεία, τα κρουαζιερόπλια ή οι τουριστικοί προορισμοί χρησιμοποιούν ακόμα την δικαιολογία για να το καθυστερήσουν την ανάκτηση ταχύτητος. Πείτε μας ποια είναι η γνώμη σας. Γεια σε όλους. Λυπάμαι πάρα πολύ λόγω ανηλυμένων υποχρεώσεων που δεν μπορώ να βρίσκομαι εκεί μαζί σας. Ισχύει ότι η COVID καθυστέρησε πολλά σχέδια. Είδαμε πολλές εταιρείες, επιχειρήσεις οι οποίες εξέδιδαν αναφορές βιωσιμότητας κάθε χρόνο, σταμάτησαν να τις δημοσιοποιούν κατά τη διάρκεια της πανδημίας. Αυτό που είναι ενδιαφέρον είναι ότι είδαμε ακριβώς το αντίθετο να συμβαίνει με τους ταξιδιώτες. Είδαμε ένα τεράστιο ενδιαφέρον και επιπλέον ζήτηση από πιθανούς ή ενδυνάμει ταξιδιώτες, και έχουμε πολλές μελέτες που το περιγράφουν αυτό. Τουρίστες να θέλουν περισσότερη αειφορία, περισσότερη βιωσιμότητα, περισσότερη υπευθυνότητα από τον τομέα μας. Και είναι ένα ενδιαφέρον οξύμορο αυτό. Πιστεύω ότι παρά την ακραία κρίση της COVID και την επίπτωσή της στην βιομηχανία μας, τα κίνητρα είναι όλα ευθυγραμμισμένα προς την ίδια διεύθυνση. Στην Ευρώπη τουλάχιστον έχουμε την συμφωνία EU Green. Μίλησα νωρίτερα για τους τουρίστες μας, τους επισκέπτες μας, οι οποίοι ζητούν ολοένα και περισσότερο περίπλοκα και λεπτομερή feedback, τα οποία γνωρίζουμε ότι δεν μπορούμε να τους δώσουμε αμέσως. Παίρνουμε βεβαίως τέτοιο feedback από τους ταξιδιώτες στο TripAdvisor ή σε άλλα τέτοια ερωτηματολόγια ως προς τη χρήση του πλαστικού ή κατά πόσο χρησιμοποιούνται ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας. Μπορώ να σας πω με αυτοπεποίθηση ότι γίνεται πολλή δουλειά. Πολλές λεπτομερείς ερωτήσεις σχετικά με τις επιδόσεις μας σε βιωσιμότητα και αειφορία. Έχουμε τα κίνητρα τα οποία δίδονται στο πλαίσιο του Green Deal. Είμαστε η πρώτη χώρα η οποία πήρε ένα δάνειο σε σχέση με την βιωσιμότητα. Έχουμε KPIs, δείκτες δηλαδή παρακολούθησης της βιωσιμότητας. Βλέπουμε τους επενδυτές να το κοιτούν εκ του σύνεγγυς. Όλα αυτά ευθυγραμμίζονται μεταξύ τους. Αναφέραμε επίσης τα κόστη της ενέργειας. Αυτή είναι μια επιπλέον ανησυχία που θα πρέπει να επιταχύνει την κατεύθυνσή μας προς καθαρές μηδενικές εκπομπές και την μηδενική εκπομπή διοξιδίου του άνθρακας. Θεωρώ ότι η COVID δημιούργησε πρόβλημα σε πολλά τέτοιου είδους προγράμματα και κάποιες χώρες ήδη έχουν επιταχύνει τις προσπάθειές τους να ανακτήσουν ταχύτητα. Θεωρώ ότι έχουμε επανέλθει σε τροχιά, έχουμε επανέλθει στις ράγες θα έλεγα και κινούμαστε σε πολλές διαφορετικές κατευθύνσεις και πραγματικά είναι κάτι το οποίο ήρθε για να μείνει, δεν είναι παροδικό. Πολύ ωραία. Μιλώντας για τους καταναλωτές τώρα. Ιωάννη, εσύ εργάζεσαι με τους tour operator με αντικείμενο κάποια από τα προγράμματα βιωσιμότητά τους. Πώς μπορούν να τα υλοποιήσουν με πιο αποτελεσματικό τρόπο? Ποια μπορεί να είναι η δική τους εμπλοκή στον βιώσιμο αειφόρο τουρισμό? Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ κατά πρώτον για την πρόσκληση. Χαίρομαι πολύ που βρίσκομαι εδώ μαζί σας. Υποθέτω και είναι κάτι που το βλέπουμε στα προγράμματά μας παγκοσμίως, ότι όλοι οι μεγάλοι παίκτες έχουν αποφασίσει να κινηθούν προς αυτήν την κατεύθυνση. Η βιωσιμότητα δεν είναι απλώς μία απόφαση. Αποτελεί μέρος του DNA τους, του γενετικού του υλικού. Όλοι αναπτύσσουν προγράμματα επί τη βάση στρατηγικού σχεδιασμού, έχουν ήδη υιοθετήσει στρατηγικές, τουλάχιστον οι μεγάλοι. Μέχρι το 2030 ή και μετά το 2030 έχουν τέτοιου είδους προγράμματα. Όλοι είναι ευθυγραμμισμένοι με την έννοια ότι η βιωσιμότητα πρέπει να είναι εγγενής στα προγραμμάτά τους. Θεωρώ ότι υπάρχουν κάποια κριτήρια στη λειτουργία αυτού του τομέα. Εισάγουν όλα αυτά τα κριτήρια και προσπαθούν να τα συνδέσουν αυτά με την διαπίστευση που λαμβάνουν και την πιστοποίηση που παίρνουν, χρησιμοποιώντας όλα αυτά τα στοιχεία και συνεργαζόμενοι με όλα τα ενδιαφερόμενα μέρη της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας σε όλο τον κόσμο. Σκεφτείτε την Booking.com, σκεφτείτε την Expedia, ακόμα και η Google. Όλοι αυτή τη στιγμή εισάγουν στο σύστημά τους τρόπους με τους οποίους μπορούμε να περιγράψουμε την αειφορία, τη βιωσιμότητα, επί τη βάση ποιων κριτηρίων, επί τη βάση ποιων KPIs. Όλοι χρησιμοποιούν αυτήν τη γλώσσα για να επικοινωνήσουν σήμερα. Αυτή είναι η διασύνδεση που αποκαλείται πρόσβαση στην αγορά, market access. Γιατί αν δείτε τους ταξιδιώτες τώρα, μπαίνοντας στη booking.com, υπάρχουν περί τις 400.000 οντότητες που έχουν περιγράψει με κάποιον τρόπο βέλτιστες πρακτικές που σχετίζονται με την βιωσιμότητα. Όχι μόνο πιστοποιημένες, αλλά με μονομένες καλές πρακτικές. Ο ταξιδιώτης λοιπόν τώρα έχει στα χέρια του το εργαλείο, με το οποίο μπορεί να ψάξει να βρει ένα κατάλημα ή να εντοπίσει κάποιο ξενοδοχείο ή κάποιο μικρό άλλο κατάλημα για να το επισκεφθεί. Αυτό λοιπόν εστιάζει τους προορισμούς αλλά και σε ολόκληρη την αξιακή αλυσίδα αξίας, για τον τουρισμό. Έχουμε να κάνουμε με τη γαστρονομία, έχουμε να κάνουμε με τις κρουαζιέρες. Όλοι αυτοί οι κρίκοι της συγκεκριμένης αλυσίδας κινούνται προς την ίδια κατεύθυνση, με την ίδια διεύθυνση. Και αυτό πρόκειται να αλλάξει μόνο στο ότι θα εντατικοποιηθεί και οι προκλήσεις θα είναι τόσες πολλές στο μέλλον που όλες οι χώρες θα πρέπει να ακολουθήσουν αυτό το πολύ καλό παράδειγμα. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Κύριε Κικίλια, από περιέργεια, γιατί έχετε συναντήσεις με πολλούς ανθρώπους στο χώρο των tour operator, των πρακτόρων και ούτω καθεξής, το αναφέρουν αυτό το θέμα. Σας μιλούν για την βιωσιμότητα των τουριστικών προορισμών? Κοιτάξτε, τους συνάντησα στο Παρίσι, στο Λονδίνο και είναι απολύτως συμβατοί με όλο αυτό. Αν θέλουμε να μιλήσουμε για συγκεκριμένες πολιτικές, ήδη υπογράψαμε συμφωνία με το Google. Έκαναν rescaling και upscaling, αναβάθμιση δηλαδή και εμπλουτισμό των δεξιοτήτων των προγραμμάτων που έχουν πλήθους εκατοντάδων ξενοδόχων με αντικείμενο τον βιώσιμο τουρισμό και έχουμε ένα καινούριο όπλο στη φαρέτρα μας με την τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση, δίνοντάς τους τη δυνατότητα να κατανοήσουν ποια είναι τα υποδειγματικά εργαλεία που υπάρχουν για την μέτρηση αυτών των πολιτικών. Ποιες θα είναι πράσινες και μπλε πολιτικές. Τι είδους είναι αυτές οι βιώσιμες πολιτικές, οι αειφόρες. Ο κόσμος δεν έχει ανάγκη να το μάθει αυτό, αλλά αν θέλουν να το μάθουν, τους δίνουμε τη δυνατότητα να κατανοήσουν με ποιον τρόπο μπορούμε να κάνουμε τη μετάβαση, να αναπτυχθούμε, αν θέλετε. Θα διατηρήσουμε το παραδοσιακό μας πλαίσιο, δεν υπάρχει καμία αμφιβολία περί τούτου, αλλά να δώσουμε την ευκαιρία για μεγαλύτερη πρόσβαση στα στοιχεία της πράσινης και της μπλε οικονομίας και της αειφορίας. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Θα ήθελα να επανέλθω στην Ελένη για ένα λεπτό, γιατί μας δίνει την άποψη της βιομηχανίας και να τη ρωτήσω, τότε που πρωτοϊοθετήθηκαν τα πρωτόκολλα ασφαλείας, υγειονομικής ασφαλείας κατά πάσα πιθανότητα, είχαμε πολλές πιέσεις από τις αεροπορικές εταιρείες, από τις εταιρείες με τα κρουαζιερόπλια και ούτω καθεξής, να υιοθετηθούν αυτές οι οδηγίες. Εξακολουθείτε να έχετε την ίδια πίεση από τους tour operator και από όλους τους υπόλοιπους σε θέματα βιωσιμότητας και αειφορίας, Ελένη? Κοιτάξτε, εξακολουθούμε να έχουμε τα πρωτόκολλα τα οποία υιοθετούνται και ακολουθούνται, αλλά θεωρώ ότι επανερχόμαστε παγκοσμίως, με την εξαίρεση την Κίνα και ορισμένα άλλα μέρη της Ασίας, με συγχωρείτε. Στις χώρες των βασικών αγορών μας υπάρχει μια επιστροφή στην κανονικότητα. Βλέπουμε τελείως διαφορετική στοχοπροσήλωση σε αυτό τη σήμερον ημέρα. Θοδωρή. Εσείς είστε ο οργανισμός που μελετά και βοηθά τους προορισμούς, αναπτύσσετε προγράμματα για αυτούς. Για να περάσουμε στην πλευρά του καταναλωτή, γιατί θεωρώ ότι εκεί υπάρχει μια μεγάλη πρόκληση. Ναι, όλοι όσοι επηρεάζουν τις μάζες μπορούν να αλλάξουν και τους προορισμούς, αλλά οι καταναλωτές σκέφτονται διαφορετικά. Μας έδωσες μια ιδέα για το πώς ένας καταναλωτής δημιουργεί τάσεις, χρησιμοποιεί στατιστικές. Έχεις κάποια στοιχεία παραπάνω να μας δώσεις από αυτού? Ναι, βεβαίως, Τιμ. Ήδη αναφέρθηκε από τον Υπουργό, τον κύριο Κικίλια, και την κυρία Ανδρεάδη, ότι ο καταναλωτής δίνει μεγάλη έμφαση στη βιωσιμότητα. Κάθε πρόσφατη μελέτη και έρευνα από την Booking ή την Expedia ή από την Deloitte, που εμείς δημοσιεύουμε κάθε δεύτερο μήνα, όλες αυτές οι έρευνες εστιάζουν στην έμφαση που δίνουν οι καταναλωτές στην αειφορία, στην βιωσιμότητα. Και αυτό βεβαίως σημαίνει ότι το 90% των ταξιδιωτών θεωρούν τη βιωσιμότητα πολύ σημαντικό παράγοντα. Αν θυμάμαι καλά, το 75% όταν επιλέγει, το 75% όταν επιλέγουν έναν προορισμό, λαμβάνουν υπόψη τους τη βιωσιμότητα και πόσο αξιόπιστος είναι ο προορισμός. Επίσης σημαντικό να αναφερθεί είναι ότι οι πιο πρόσφατες γενναίες, οι millennials και η γενιά Z, η Z, λαμβάνουν υπόψη τους πολύ περισσότερο αυτά τα στοιχεία και υπάρχουν πιέσεις και προκλήσεις αυτή τη στιγμή που είναι πολύ έντονες στο παγκόσμιο περιβάλλον. Επομένως, ως προς η βιωσιμότητα είναι κυρίαρχος στόχος, είναι αντικείμενο ενδιαφέροντος. Οι επιχειρήσεις θέλουν να δουν πώς θα βελτιωθεί, πώς θα αναπτυχθεί η οικονομική τους θέση, τι γίνεται με τον πληθωρισμό και ούτω καθεξής, αλλά εξακολουθούμε να βλέπουμε ότι η βιωσιμότητα είναι πολύ ψηλά στην ημερησία διάταξη. Το ζήτημα είναι το τι ζητάνε από τους προορισμούς αλλά και από τις εταιρείες, είναι να εξισορροπήσουν όλες αυτές τις διαφορετικές απόψεις. Θεωρώ ότι αυτή η βιωσιμότητα, αυτά τα προϊόντα που προσφέρονται στο επίπεδο της βιωσιμότητας, έχουν ξεκινήσει τον κύκλο ζωής τους. Θα έλεγα ότι είναι πολύ ρηξικέλευτες καινοτόμες και θα περάσει λίγος χρόνος μέχρι να γίνουν προσιτές σε όλους. Επομένως, το κόστος είναι ένα από τα προβλήματα που πρέπει να ξεπεράσουμε. Η διαθεσιμότητα επίσης θα πρέπει να βελτιωθεί και είναι θέμα εμπιστοσύνης και αξιοπιστίας. Για να επανέλθω σε αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Παπάς, ότι οι εταιρείες και οι προορισμοί θα πρέπει να αποδείξουν με συγκεκριμένα δεδομένα, με συγκεκριμένους δείκτες παρακολούθησης και KPIs, δηλαδή ότι καταβάλουν συγκεκριμένες προσπάθειες προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση, ώστε οι καταναλωτές να είναι βέβαιοι ότι οι επιλογές που κάνουν είναι πραγματικά βιώσιμες, πραγματικά αειφόρες, και εκεί θα δημιουργηθεί ένας ενάρετος κύκλος, θα δημιουργήσει πιο προσιτά προϊόντα, πιο διαφανή προϊόντα, πιο βιώσιμα προϊόντα, το οποίο θα δημιουργήσει τεράστια ωφέλη για ολόκληρη την αλυσίδα αξίας του τουρισμού. Η εταιρεία σας έκανε μια τέτοια μελέτη για λογαριασμό του Υπουργείου. Υπάρχει κάτι συγκεκριμένο, κάτι το οποίο μπορείτε να μοιραστείτε μαζί μας από το περιεχόμενο της μελέτης, το οποίο έχει να κάνει με την βιωσιμότητα και την αειφορία? Υπάρχει κάτι συγκεκριμένο που θέλετε να μοιραστείτε μαζί μας με αυτό το αντικείμενο?
Αν μπορώ να εκφράσω την άποψή μου σε ό,τι αφορά σε εθνικό πλαίσιο τη χώρα ως προορισμό, ως Ελλάδα έχουμε αυτή τη στιγμή τα βασικά. Έχουμε τη δέσμευση της τράπεζας και όλων των εμπλεκομένων. Έχουμε ένα πολύ ευγενικό, έχουμε την πράσινη συμφωνία, έχουμε χρηματοοικονομικά εργαλεία. Αυτή τη στιγμή νομίζω ότι είναι ιδανικές συνθήκες και επομένως πρέπει να έχουμε πιο λεπτομερείς χάρτες, τομεακούς, και πιστεύω ότι υπάρχουν και περιφερειακά και άλλες σχετικές εξελίξεις. Θα έλεγα όμως ότι χρειαζόμαστε επίσης και τομεακούς ή υποτομεακούς χάρτες για πιο αειφόρα διαδραστηριότητα με απολιγνητοποίηση, όπως ας πούμε πρόγραμμα Z0 σε ό,τι αφορά την αεροπλοεία στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο αντίστοιχα. Χρειαζόμαστε και ετικετοθεσία πιστοποίησης ότι είναι αειφόρος η εκμετάλλευση και είναι πράσινη, και όπως ανέφερε ο Υπουργός και συγκεκριμένοι προορισμοί, συγκεκριμένα νησιά, το ότι υπάρχουν πλέον και είναι διαπιστευμένα με αυτού του είδους χαρίζουν πολύ στο θέμα της αειφορίας. Όλες αυτές τις πρωτοβουλίες, διαχείριση αποβλήτων, ενέργεια, ύδατα, κάνουν την Ελλάδα πολύ καλύτερη χώρα για τουρισμό και για διαβίωση. Ναι. Αν αφήσουμε για λίγο την Ελλάδα από την όλη συζήτηση, ξέρω ότι εσείς προσωπικά και η εταιρεία σας συνεργάζεστε με πάρα πολλά Υπουργεία Χώρων Προορισμού πάνω σε προγράμματα αειφορίας. Μπορείτε να μας δώσετε κάποια παραδείγματα επιτυχών προγραμμάτων ή πρακτικών? Ναι, πολλά από τα πράγματα που κάνουμε δεν μπορούμε να τα πούμε. Για παράδειγμα, για πολλά χρόνια συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με την Νορβηγία. Επίσης, με πολλές χώρες στην περιοχή μας και στην Ασία υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλη δραστηριότητα. Στη Σιγκαπούρη, για παράδειγμα, αυτή τη στιγμή υπάρχει ένα εθνικό καταπληκτικό πρόγραμμα, το οποίο απογειώνεται αυτή τη στιγμή. Αλλά, εν πάση περιπτώσει, έχουμε πολύ στενές σχέσεις, αποκλειστική θα έλεγα, έχει ένα αποκλειστικό πρόγραμμα με την Τουρκία. Το τουρκικό πρόγραμμα είναι σε πιλωτική φάση αυτή τη στιγμή, αλλά τις επόμενες εβδομάδες, μέσα σε ένα μήνα, θα δρομολογηθεί. Θα είναι ένα ενιαίο ολοκληρωμένο πρόγραμμα πιστοποίησης από τη βάση μέχρι την κορυφή, θα συμπεριλαμβάνει τα πάντα και θα είναι ένα πάρα πολύ καλό παράδειγμα για το πώς ένας παγκόσμιος οργανισμός αναγνωρίζεται για να τρέξει ένα εθνικό πρόγραμμα μαζί με κυβέρνηση, προκειμένου να ενώσουμε τις τελείες. Έχουμε το εθνικό πρόγραμμα, έχουμε τον πελάτη, έχουμε τους φορείς. Έτσι λειτουργούν τα πράγματα. Και ένα έξοχο παράδειγμα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Κύριε Κικίλια, στον περιορισμένο χρόνο που έχουμε ακόμα, να σας θέσω ένα ερώτημα για να κλείσουμε το πάνελ. Ο προορισμός δεν υφίσταται χωρίς την τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση. Τα κρουαζιερόπλια, τα ξενοδοχεία, τις εταιρείες μεταφοράς. Υπάρχει ένα αίτημα από εσάς προς αυτούς να σας βοηθήσουν με την προσπάθεια της αειφορίας? Καταρχάς, ότι δεν είναι οργανισμοί μέσα σε ένα μητρό. Ο καθένας είναι για το κέρδος. Αυτοί είναι οι κανόνες. Όμως ενδιαφέρονται επίσης να κρατήσουν, προφανώς δεν είναι κοινοφελείς οργανισμοί, ενδιαφέρονται βέβαια να επιβιώσουν ως εταιρείες. Και επομένως, μιας και επιδοτήθηκαν πάρα πολύ κατά τη διάρκεια της πανδημίας κλπ., απέδειξαν ότι επιβίωσαν. Συνεργαζόμαστε μαζί τους και με ελληνικές εταιρείες και με tour operators διεθνώς και είμαστε αισιόδοξοι. Όταν υπάρχει όραμα, στρατηγική και βούληση, παρά τις δυσκολίες, προφανώς υπάρχουν και ευκαιρίες. Ανεξαρτήτως των δυσκολιών, αναλαμβάνεις το βάρος, συνεχίζεις να πιέζεις προς τα μπρος και εν κατακλείδη κάπου θα καταφέρεις, κάπου θα ξεφύγεις, θα δεις την μετάβαση σε επόμενη φάση, μια εξέλιξη των τομέων και αυτό είναι σημείο αποφασιστικός παράγοντας για να συνεχίσεις να μεγεθύνεσαι και να αναπτύσσεσαι. Η εφορία, επαναλαμβάνω, δεν είναι κάτι που θα δούμε κάτι της μόδας για μία ή δύο σεζόν, ήρθε για να μείνει. Και για τους πολύ σωστούς λόγους. Και η ομάδα βλέπω με το υπόβαθρο που έχετε από πίσω, με το κοκτέιλ, μας θυμίζει τον Τόμ Κρούζ από την αντίστοιχη ταινία και μας εμπνέεται για διακοπές. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, πρέπει να ολοκληρώσω λέγοντας ότι η βιομηχανία, οι εταιρείες που εμπλέκονται στον τουρισμό και οι τοπικές κοινωνίες πρέπει επίσης να καταβάλουν προσπάθεια, να καταβάλουν και αυτή την προσπάθειά τους στην κατεύθυνση της εφορίας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ τους πάντες, ευχαριστώ πολύ που ήσταν μαζί μας. Γεια σας. Good evening. My name is Stratos Papadimitriou, and it is a great joy and honor to be the moderator of this panel with the distinguished and excellent professionals in the field of logistics and supply chain, whom I will be introducing right away. To my left, the right, as you see, is Madam Aphroditi Koutsopoulou, who is Vice President of the Supply Chain of Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos. At the center, we have Thanos Mavros, who is a partner business consulting services of Ernst & Young Greece, Supply Chain Operations Leader, and broader for EUI Greece and Central and Eastern and Southern Europe and Central Asia. To me, I have Madam Nana Gula, who is Product Supply Senior Director of Procter & Gamble, Southeast Europe. Our subject is supply chain management on one hand, and on the other hand, to what extent our country can attract the investments in the supply chain sector. I personally come from the field of transportation and maritime transports, more specifically, but is very active. Suffice to say that had we not have marine and transports, half of the world would have freezed and the other half would starve. So this I consider my sound exaggeration, but it is true to a great extent. And the colleagues, all the people involved in the supply chain, are challenged to respond to the special challenges that arose lately. Furthermore, another catchphrase is that supply chain is like nature, can be found everywhere. It surrounds us everywhere, and this is also reality. So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor and raise the first question, first to Madam Kutsopoulou. Ask the following. Supply chain was indeed at the spotlight lately, due both to the pandemic and the Ukraine war and many other reasons. What were the factors that demonstrated and promoted this role that much, and to what extent companies like yours have responded to this role? And if you like, in the same question that follows suit, has there been in the supply chain the feeling of the sense of resilience and adaptability and flexibility in these dire circumstances?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. It's a beautiful question, particularly as of late when the supply chain has been at the spotlight. COVID helped us very much to look at things and to try to bring the client, the customer closer to the branches, the shops and the businesses that they couldn't go to. So in terms of supply chain, we were forced, in inverted commas, to invest and to approach the clients, bring them next to us. So we invested in last mile and the Thai e-commerce shops, so as to come closer and cover and meet the needs of the consumer. Truth be told, we in Vasilopoulos invested very much in both in systems and in infrastructures to get right next to them very, very fast. But we didn't stop there. We continued investing in other systems as well. We invested in ordering and feedback systems, both on behalf of the client, the customer, and on behalf of the supplier, so that this chain would be smooth, to transition into it smooth and to cover all needs, underlying needs. So over the past 2 years, the supply chain came here and came here to stay. We've already made investments and we will keep on investing on different links of this chain. Right, thank you very much, Mrs. Kutsopoulou. I would like to ask the same question to the other lady in our company, Mrs. Gula. To ask you something slightly different now. You're working in a sector that is product-oriented, consumer product-oriented. How did you respond to these changes, to these adverse conditions? And to what extent do you think that this supply chain is capable of meeting the needs of your clients? Right, so you started with the ladies first. Thank you so much for that. Now, Mr. Papadimitriou, I'm working in the supply chain sector for the past 13 years, 23 years. And if you asked me last year, I would have said I've seen it all. But what we experienced last summer after the war broke out in Ukraine, it exceeded all provisions and predictions. We had to meet successive challenges in many parts of the supply chain, be that the finding of raw materials, finding drivers, different routes to bring our products in. Different production lines. And of course, we focused our interest on a supply chain as PNG because the most important reason we did that, well, actually, the reasons are two. The first and foremost is for the product to be on the shelf. Like Mrs. Kutsopoulou said, it is our priority as well for the product to be on the shelf. Before the pandemic, the consumers did not know what a shortage is. They never saw empty shelves, and no one had ever thought, it never crossed their minds to think how many times this product is laden and unladen until it reaches the shelf. So this shortage in the shelves last summer led us to turn to see how we can make our supply chain more resilient and, of course, to help the consumer. Now, of course, this is a top-bottom new CEO, Mr. Moller, a mere weeks after he took on the leadership of PNG, set very few but very specific goals. They are very few, and one of them was the supply chain. To give you an idea, his focus on the supply chain is such that whenever he sees a CEO of one of our large customers, he does not meet them either in their office or in our stores, as he usually did. On his demand, he goes to their distribution centers, their own distribution centers. So it starts from the head, such a decision. Now, you talked about resilience and what we did. Well, I must say that resilience is not something that you can acquire overnight. You can't build it overnight. It takes strategy and it takes investments. So we in PNG, because we have a very complex network, we're talking about 40,000 raw material suppliers, 250 storage areas, 150 factories. We tried to make this system more flexible. What do I mean by that? We try to find alternatives, plan Bs. When a supplier can't bring us product A, another one can. When a transportation route cannot be accomplished traditionally, to have an alternative. So even before the COVID pandemic, we built a more flexible, a more simplified network. It helped us tremendously both during the pandemic and now. I have two characteristic examples. During the pandemic, we changed our entire supply head in Malta, and we used to bring the products in via container. We did it using the road network. I mean, such solutions are less expensive. So when you start digging, you find simpler, easier solutions that are closer to the consumer and cheaper. Now, a key example as to how this flexible supply chain helped us during the war is our example with our factory in the Ukraine. On the day that the war broke, we lost all the female hygiene product supply because our factory was in the Ukraine. We had to close it down to protect our colleagues in Ukraine, but we can't leave consumers, female consumers, without their female hygiene products. So we had to transport our entire production to our factory in Budapest. Now, in conclusion, it's a one-way street to add to the supply chain. Right.
Yes, all the innovations have happened, as it happens usually with wars. Let us conclude with my dear Thanos Mavros. Since Madame Hula mentioned the word investments, the data, the conclusions, the basic data that arose from the latest survey of INRY vis-à-vis the attractive survey of Greece for 2022, what are the final conclusions vis-à-vis Greece as a country of investment interest, and more specifically for supply chains? Well, thank you for the question. I'm glad, dear Stratos, seeing you in live after so much time. You know that I have studied in the USA. My professor at the time would say that we respond with open book and open notes. So allow me to use my notes. I recourse to my notes. So, EWA attractiveness survey affected in Greece in 2022 is a reiterated survey on supply chain. I point out three elements. The question, how do you change the model of supply chain? 250 companies, corporates, that is the question, 144 established in Greece, 106 outside Greece. And they all said that they reduced the dependency of their supply chain from one single predominant country as main supplier. More than half of the interviewees, 54%, said, yes, we do so. More than half had replied, 51% in 2021. So this was a trend that was already appearing before 2021, but within the 12 months there has been differentiation. Question, whether they operate more regional models of supply chain. Here again, 49% in 21, 52% is here. The question, sub-question, concerning the increase of their manufacturing presence elsewhere in Europe, there I see smiles around, from 13% that was in 2021, in almost half now, 48% in 2022. So what you did, either you could not help it, or even when there are no direct needs or the war, and doesn't affect, it does affect the psychology, the substantial psychology that tomorrow something else might close down. Here, at the question, I'll give you some examples. We see that generally speaking, in transport and logistics, we see one recurring paradigm, privatization infrastructure. The central ports, Athens, Thessaloniki, are privatized, and big investments are currently in progress. Regional ports will also be privatized, or are in the process of being privatized, have this trend, such as Alexandroupolis, for instance. Now, airports, the central one of Athens and the regional ones, the train, the operators of train, everything is privatized. National roads, everything is privatized. So we see a landscape now extremely important, or if you like, to the right direction, because have been complaining for years that this pertains to the public and so forth. This is no longer the case. Furthermore, we see serious funds being diverted, coming here, not merely some people coming just to build a trade zone as a gate from the east to Central Europe. We see SIG, the Fund de Invencio, creating the logistics city, but at the same time, we see important investors, operators. Just previous week, I believe, we saw Veinorlu. We see VGP Parks coming along and established and wanting to erect big infrastructure projects. This appears in the market. It appears, therefore, that there's also an overall situation that corporates view due to the needs, due to the problems, due to the cutting the dependency and weakening of infrastructure. We see corporates, I don't want to put names, but we see them, that they see Greece for the first time as a transport hub for Eastern Mediterranean in a substantial way, and serving the Northern Africa countries without playing the fortune teller. The logical evolution is that many corporates see Greece as a regional hub center. Most interesting and useful proposals, the way actions must be implemented so as to accelerate infrastructure for the attraction of investments in the logistics sector. Let's have one more round of questions in the same direction. Let me say the following. The World Bank has this logistics performance index published every 2 years with 6 indices. Part of those indices do not concern solely infrastructure, but also other indices such as tracking and tracing, visibility in the supply chain, to what extent we have well-trained and capable workforce to satisfy the supply chain, how our customs operate. So at this second round, I would like to give the floor to the three of you, keeping the same track. Madam Kutsopoulou first. How do you view enhancing the role and the importance of the supply chain, and to what extent and under what circumstances can we attract more investments?
Right. I will start by saying that we see this very important part of the supply chain and how necessary it is for us to keep investing in that in order to be able to cover the needs of the country. We invest in buildings, in premises, in trucks. We invest in systems. We expand. We correct and amend our buildings in order to meet and respond to this need and this pressure. Because as I said before, supply chain is here to stay, and it's a path we'll tread down on. Quite clearly, a part that has already been mentioned, and I think was mentioned in the previous panel, is that of the labor force. It's something we need to invest in and to start supporting. It's a part that's missing in terms of drivers, of staff, of laborers. It's been made apparent in Europe for a long time and started touching on Greece as of late. So we need to start supporting it even more. We need to start coming up with resources, with strength, powers to keep investing. We as Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos continue our investment. We believe in this. We believe that Greece is a part, like Mr. Mavros said, of the European Union. Our ports have expanded, trains have started improving, and the railroad is working. So connection with Europe is a matter of, well, it's yesterday's news. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kutsopoulou. Let's move on to Mr. Mavros and to say, Mr. Mavros, what is the conclusion at the end of the day? If you had to make a proposal to the competent minister or the competent group or team in relation to the increase of the power and the dynamic of our country as it could have in the field of supply chain and logistics in general, as a hub of entry, of exit, and of transit of cargo. Now again, I look at my cheat sheet, and there are 7 points. You already mentioned it. It's the interconnection of the main portal, ports supports with road and railroad networks. It's a must. There have been many announcements in that direction, but it appears that the RRF is helping in terms of money. The further development of the road network, motorways, not just for reasons of safety of citizens, but even further, I'm talking about utilization, the central road to Lavrion, to Athens. We know all these things, Attikiodos. These projects are very concise and very precise. We need to rationalize the cost of fares for crossing these thoroughfares. And it's something we need to understand, because I heard the previous panel being said, something that's very good for the Turkish market, because at some point Turkish transport companies or even transporters with a single truck for all their export trucks had zero taxation. Okay, I'm not a specialist in taxation. I'm not making this suggestion. We can't do this here because we're working on a different rationale. But at least in terms of tolls and toll booths, it's a very serious thing to understand. Acceleration of privatizations in the regional ports, it appears to be in the pipeline as well. But also some hinterland logistics, some infrastructures that will not be of storage nature, not just the Costco's PCDC. We need something to do with repackaging or relabeling and to do something on that. And even greater capacity in the railroad for operators. And of course, the electromobility has been announced of the network, at least in the main branches it has, in the main trunks. And we need some logistics infrastructures from sub-products like agricultural products, the so-called agri-logistics in specific areas. We know which they are. There isn't a need for many studies. We know these things. And all this part needs to be interconnected, using the naval and the maritime complex and the capabilities and potential of the Greek ecosystem. We need to carry this ensemble and to link it in. So integration? Yes, integration. In terms of human resources, I will agree that there is in fact an issue in midway and below, and I will try to say this, and please do not misunderstand me. Upwardly speaking, Greek logisticians that we have in the country today who hold excellent positions in companies abroad are unique. I mean, I don't know how this came to pass, but we see in huge corporate entities, and I will not name any names, Greek men and women who are leaders in this thing. So we do have the potential, the capacity in the upper part. And the same goes for technology, which is equally important. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Now, for the remaining time, Mrs. Bula, please answer the same question. If you'd like, you can talk to us about your actions in this field in terms of enhancing this purpose, this goal. Well, truly, I agree with your comments and my esteemed interlocutors. Yes, it is the geographical position of Greece. Yes, it is the infrastructures we have and we see being created. But I will focus on Greek dynamic, Greek talent, and Greek know-how through an example that we experienced in our company very recently. Actually, it was an opportunity seized by P&G Greece, which arose as a result of the pandemic, believe it or not. One of the speakers said yesterday we shouldn't leave a single crisis go untapped. We in P&G Europe have approximately 40 distribution centers scattered all over Greece, 40 large warehouses, to make it clearer. During the pandemic, all these storerooms, these warehouses, worked unhindered. But we saw that some of our colleagues worked from home, remotely worked. So even in the distribution centers, there are jobs that do not require physical presence of the staff. So we thought this. Instead of having 3 people in each warehouse managing some of these tasks, for instance, inventorying, stock analysis, service level analysis, managing inventory that is no longer necessary or needed, some quality assurance processes, systems experts, very important. So we said, instead of having these people there, wouldn't it be better to gather all these people in a single hub that will have a single center, a single basis that will do all these tasks and find synergies that will apply to all storerooms, to run pilot projects that can apply to all storerooms. So I would like to share with you that this idea is that, yes, we will have a hub that will be created come next January, and Greece, among 9 countries of P&G Europe, was selected to host this hub, which will do this. It will control all Europe, all our distribution centers in some of the tasks I mentioned. Some people may think, yes, of course, Greece, because Greece is cheaper, it's more economical. Now, I want to say that this was not the criterion, because more economical companies were offered from other countries in P&G Europe, but this was the unique combination of Greek know-how and talent with a good, financially sound proposal. So this vote of confidence we will honor. This is excellent news. And I sincerely hope that other companies will do the same. Our country does have the capability, the potential, the characteristics even, that will allow it to play a key role in the whole of southeastern Europe. Truly, it connects three continents. It has the maritime power. So the area of supply chain may in fact be very important and very useful for the economy of our country as an investment leverage as well. Thank you all very much for being with us.
Now, let us come to the session of health, viewing it both from the sides of patients and companies. It regards us all, and we'll be speaking about innovation, clinical trials, clinical studies, if you like, and data in healthcare. This is a most interesting topic. It regards the whole sector of medicines, of medical equipment. Let me introduce myself first of all. My name is Dimitra Eftimiadou. I'm a journalist, and I will be introducing our speakers. This is a subject we will be all evaluating. Next to you, we have Mr. Yannis Kotsiopoulos, who is the Secretary General of Hospitals, Health. You are involved with hospitals, so you can speak of all subjects. Mr. Pascal Apostolidis, is the chairman of AbbVie, one of the biggest pharma companies in Greece, and you want to make clinical studies. Next to him is Mr. Spyros Gikas, who is President General Manager of GE Healthcare, and at the extreme end, Mr. Nikos Kostaras, who is Managing Director of IQVIA Hellas, the company that collects data from the health sector, and he was also, it's NEM Day today, yes. I suppose we've got many Nicholas here today. So let us have a lively chat, because this is what we will be meeting over the next years. And let me start right away. The representative of the Ministry of Health, Mr. Kotsiopoulos, is a person who knows about hospitals, clinical trials, and innovation that has been accompanying us. It's innovation in medicines, in medical equipment, and all that must, in a way, be tied to the data. We've all got half an hour at our disposal. Mr. Kotsiopoulos, Let me ask about clinical trials. Why don't we have the appropriate institutional framework in this country so as to facilitate companies to develop clinical trials is an integral part that could also bring money to hospital, to the state. The patients will be benefited because they will have access to innovation. I think it seems that something is wrong here. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Yannis Kotsiopoulos, Secretary General of the Ministry, and under my realm I have the hospitals. Perhaps you have related me with the pandemic. Since the pandemic operated as a catalyst the last 2 years in the Ministry of Health and is directly linked with clinical trials, since we needed the outcome of innovation so as to have the COVID vaccine. So the pandemic has operated as a catalyst so as to understand that we must do things a little bit different. We must accelerate as a country and European Union at large what we call R&D and clinical trials. Therefore, we need less cost for the health system because patients can be integrated in clinical trials without additional cost. It means a hope for some patients that have gone through all existing therapies, but most clinical trials means greater prestige for our country, but also for the researchers and more money. Yes. There's also the issue of investments, which of course clinical trials means that we can bring in resources from abroad, which will be invested in our hospitals as well. And because you raised the issue of the institutional framework, let me tell you that one of the things that we acknowledge is that the institutional framework doesn't have the necessary incentives, neither for hospitals or the pharma industry. So one of the things that we recently changed this summer is to establish incentives for hospitals. You may perhaps not know it, that the money that was dispersed for clinical trials could not be exploited. That is, the budget of the hospital per se was not increased by those credits. This has changed. So these budget lines can go straight to the hospitals for the purchase of material, biotechnological reagents or whatever. This is already adopted and is enforced. The second thing is that we have had the investment clawback that really gave a push to clinical trials, because let me remind you that investment clawback is more than 500 million euros, including clinical trials. Therefore, incentives were introduced for pharma industry as well. And the third, but equally important, beyond the institutional framework, is the mentality that hospitals should and must develop clinical trials. Of course, this is not something that changes overnight. So we focus on issues of training and additional training of hospital personnel so as to be appropriately equipped to do away with the red tape in the hospitals. And at this point, I must mention that a small team in the Ministry of Health has become an official committee, and all things are discussed there. We have the major workshop next week where all the stakeholders participate. Governors of hospitals, of health regions, from the pharma industry will all be sitting around the table to see how we can move ahead with issues of clinical trials, what we can additionally improve with the institutional framework, what procedures can change, how we can make them simpler. And this is most important, that we also have the participation of the people from hospitals, who are those who really are experts, and we will run those clinical trials, because we've seen an insufficient comprehension of the role by the board of directors of the hospital. So we focus on this osmosis between the state, the pharma industry, and hospital governance, so as to bring in additional ideas, which I hope will allow us to have the next bill on clinical trials before the next elections. I hope that the results of the workshop will conclude into a new institutional framework. But then again, I point out it's not only laws. Laws must also be implemented by certain people. So this is a culture needed, this change management in hospitals, so as to create and form those leaders. So the 40 persons who will be in the Pfizer Center Thessaloniki, I hope that they will be the leaders in this most ambitious venture that will indeed to the increase.
Well, I don't know if you have enough time to make all these things, because the Prime Minister is smelling elections in the air. Now, Mr. Apostolidis, what Mr. Kostopoulos said is that there is an intention on behalf of the government. I, as a journalist, will say that all governments had this intention to increase access to innovation in clinical trials. And we only collect 100 million, whereas we could have 500 million? Well, manyfold, I would say. Well, you're the man who knows about innovation. You know the difficulties that are out there. Right, so I will focus exactly on that. It's this slide I have. Now, Mr. Kotsiopoulos, I don't want to flatter him, is probably one of the people who are in the know in the field of health and pharmaceuticals. And he said that the framework that has been created on clinical trials includes... he's talking about the RRF. It includes clinical trials on the one hand, but is not favorable on the other hand. And in 2022, we saw a reduction of clinical trials carried out in our country for no other reason but for lack of this framework supporting these clinical trials. We have many of the best researchers in Europe, many of the best research centers in Europe, not only private ones, but also public hospitals after the intervention that Mr. Kotsiopoulos mentioned, but also recognized from all the references made to our researchers, peer reviews from abroad as regards publications, but also citations in foreign fora and conferences. So the infrastructure is there, but we need to go to the status quo ante, institutionally speaking. Incentives in the line presented by Mr. Kotsiopoulos, either in a one-stop shop rationale at hospitals, or with a coordinator or a moderator. That he talked about the incentives of the governors of the hospitals, which are additional resources that are not in our country yet to be able to be utilized and to be used and brought from abroad by us, the pharmaceutical companies. So I understand that you have red tape problems in the hospitals themselves, that the governors of the hospitals impede this. No. They simply don't know it, and it's not in their priorities. This is what Mr. Kotsiopoulos is trying to change. Also, the framework of the RRF does not help now. It's primarily for fixed investments, fixed asset investments, and there's no problem there, but we need fixed asset investments, but we also need investments on clinical trials that are not a once-off, okay? They're not a one-off. Innovative pharmaceutical industry invests 40 billion per year. Now we can have 500 million, which is it's 40 million per year. So 500 million is the EU average. Countries such as Belgium have shown that they can benefit up to 2 billion from clinical trials. And we only 100 million? Yes, indeed, only 100 million. It's a shame. It's a developmental pillar that will be used, but only after the necessary interventions, like Mr. Kotsiopoulos said. Yes, but we need to make haste because the elections are ante portas. Well, the first interventions have already been made, and I am indebted to all the members of the Greek pharmaceutical companies and market that participate, and we have the first legislative interventions first, and we have resolved problems that were festering over time. Now, the goal is to make the framework better, and for lack of time, we'll move on to Mr. Gikas. GE Healthcare. Mr. Gikas, you have innovative healthcare equipment, and we have a picture, because we're talking about development and growth, that the hospitals have a rather lengthy and difficult to move in order to adopt this new equipment. So growth is rather limited. And you said earlier, and it's very interesting to share with the rest of the panel, that in order for an equipment to reach the hospital from the moment it's purchased, it's already outdated. It's interesting. Please elaborate.
Thank you for the invitation and for involving me in this nice session. Yes, I represent General Electric, which is one of the biggest companies worldwide in medical equipment, but at the same time, I'm here in my capacity as member of the Committee of the Hellenic American Chamber on Medical Equipment. And what I will share here express the views of most of the parties involved. There are three major challenges. The first has to do with the clinical trial. How can improve the medical trial, having more cures. The second has to do with the cost. There's a huge cost in the health sector, which continuously soaring, although the fact that 20% of the expenditure could be used in a better way. So it's a small waste. And the third has to do with accessibility. So our innovation can address those challenges in three axes. The first is data. It's not something new, what I'm saying. Each hospital produces 50 megabytes, petabytes of data, which most of it remains unexploited. The second axis are focusing on the patient. That is, we make the innovation patient-centered and give the control and greater participation to the patient in order to secure his health. For instance, today, a pregnant woman can take a ultrasound at home, or can have control in her mammography and make it in an easier way, more comfortable way. The third axis, which is most important, sustainable development. 4.4% of the burdening the climate change is due to health sector. So our industry has a great role to play. And this is through innovative solutions that are guided through those practices. These are the three axes. Patients at the center, data, exploitation that is of the produced data, and sustainable development. I will dwell a little bit on this, tapping on the data in the next round, because I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Kostaros in this first introduction. You are the company, one of the most known in the country, who has most of the data that are being sold, and you're also involved in clinical trials. This with the issue is always an issue. Why not all companies have access to data so as to direct the markets, the purchases, or development, the basis of specific data? Well, if you allow me, let me make a brief presentation. As a company, we combine both the data and the clinical trials through our latest merger. Since we spoke of figures, the signed contracts, IQVIA, are $26 billion. In Greece, we've only got 80 to 100 million in Greece. There are also other big companies with remarkable clinical trials. That means there's a great chapter, a huge fund invested in clinical trials. You must view Greece as a country fighting for a small market share. So if we change and improve the institutional framework, if we change management, that Mr. Kotsiopoulos has said, the notions and perceptions of the administration in hospitals, then we'll be able to attract more money without the state having to disperse anything more. This will not be a cost for the state. It will be investments, because each investment in a clinical trial, and we'll see it in the first slide you'd see, is 22 million euros is the positive impact on the GDP growth for each 10 million euros invested. So the 100 million euros invested currently bring along 220 because of the taxes paid, the clinical tests, the labs, and so forth. Imagine if we attracted 500 million, as is the average in the European Union. The impact would be 1.1 billion euros. If you read the latest news on the direct foreign investment in Greece, they reached 4.4 billion euros in the first semester. So this 500 million we're discussing, it's a huge figure. Imagine what would have happened. So that money will be infused in the company, in salaries, social contribution. The state will collect, there will be diverted consumption. So it's a win-win-win situation. Everybody wins. So this with regard to the financial aspect, new jobs and so forth. Now, it has been said before, we touched upon the issue of the clawback and the innovative medicines. There's always a problem, ever exacerbated in Greece, and we should not turn a blind eye to that, having to do with the cost of new therapies. Innovative therapies are far more costly than the existing ones. And of course, when we speak of rare diseases, they're even more costly. There is such a rare disease that entails more than 2 million euros for the treatment. So innovation must be created. So we must create a fund for innovation. We can't ask the state to create that. So we might have an innovation fund financed by the increase of revenues of pharma industry through clinical trials. So if we have great investment in clinical trials, the state, by acknowledging the positive impact, might divert part of those profits in funding the innovation fund. That would be to the benefit of pharma industries and those that have innovative drugs, and those who do not have the innovative drugs, that they will have less impact on clawback, and the patient for and foremost. And we will have greater visibility vis-à-vis the cost of the next years. So, in a simple scheme, at the left we would see the pharma industry putting greater investment in clinical trials, the state that we will be funding through an existing mechanism, theoretically speaking, will be funding the innovation fund, and the benefits will be for the patient, the state, and the pharma industry, both Greek and foreign ones. So, as I said, it is a plan, it is a proposal that entails only benefits for everyone, and it is worth discussing. Let us view the pros and cons and see how we can improve it. So that was our proposal.
Right. This is something that you want an innovation fund to be created in which the companies will invest. The state will stand to win, Mr. Kotsiopoulos, and please explain that, because correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Apostolidis has mentioned this innovation fund for a great number of years. Am I wrong? No, you're not, madam. Right, so the state will stand to win, the companies will stand to win, but the one who invests will be the one to gain the most, because some of the money will be returned to them by the state. I don't know how this can happen. I imagine that will be a combination of taxation reduction, clawback reduction, or whatnot. Now, this is a proposal that I personally have heard in the past quite a lot. Mr. Kostaras visualized it very, very well, how it can happen. Why is it that no government has adopted it? I think it's to the benefit of everyone. First of all, as we said, our government is very open to the co-drafting of proposals alongside the markets. We're very open to looking at the details of this proposal, to examine them. It would be very good if we could have this institutionally in the framework of the committee we have at the Ministry of Health, so as to allow everyone who cover the entire spectrum of stakeholders to speak their minds. But it's definitely something that does hold water and will allow for some discussion. But what was very well described by Mr. Kostaras is that what we need is more clinical data, and IQVIA has a particular specialization in this field. Now, if you'd like, the part of clinical trials, one of the reasons why clinical trials have not taken off as much as they have and have not bloomed in the clinical area of our country is that there is a very low level of digitalization in the hospital. So when we have very few clinical data, it's very difficult to do patient recruitment, come up with patients. So what we invest in through the RRF is the digitalization of hospitals, with particular emphasis on the clinical subsystems, which is what is of interest. Clinical data, not financial data, that more or less, and after 10 years of financial crisis, we do have available. So what we need to see is how we can do make the hospitals paperless or paper rights and paper light, and base themselves on new technologies to have more clinical data on the course of the patients in the hospital itself. So this digitalization in and of itself, and utilizing Mr. Koustaras as well, the data at the secondary level, which is the European EU health data space, which will be passed by the European Parliament in early 2023, this is how we make the difference. All these efforts now through the RRF, the EU data space, I believe, will shape an entirely different framework for clinical trials in our country, which appears to have a very active role. In the EU regulation, we are partners and we send our comments. In the RRF, we are one of the countries that spends and invests more money in the digitalization of health, digital health, if you'd like. So we position ourselves quite differently, and this is something we will see slowly have an impact on clinical trials. Right, well, you mentioned data, Mr. Kotsiopoulos. I will ask Mr. Apostolidis to have one last round of questions. You, because you were the president of the SFE, you have asked for these data for quite some time that come from e-prescription. Why do they hide it? It will be anonymized. Why don't they give the companies these data so that they can, direct their investment, the innovative treatments and technological and medical devices and everything? Have you realized, have you understood why they hide it? It's sort of state secret. I mean, I'm sure you don't need the names, the first and last name of the patients, but do you have an answer for this? Well, I'm still here, you know. Yes, I do want to find an answer from the SG, but I want Mr. Apostolidis to answer. Well, a large tanker is not easy to steer. It will not turn on its head, you know, okay? It will not turn on a dime. We have a rationale on behalf of the state that has been the same for decades, but this is a mentality that changes. We have EU legislation, we have implementation of this legislation within the EU, so we have good examples to follow of implementation. I'm talking about Finland. They have utilized such data. And they have been heard, and they have created their insurance fund from the 900 requests that have been made over the past 3 years, and this is yesterday's questions. 700 of them have been answered. Resources for the AOP. The utilization of these data is most valuable to us. Mrs. Eftimiadou said that we've had these data for 10 years. Now we pay them in gold. It's like the treasure of Atreus. One of our companies paid here in the country 8.1 billion for this data. And why is it valuable? Because we can design new drugs, new molecules by watching what is the response of the population. Of course, fully anonymized, or on populations that have comorbidities, so that this design will bring about new drugs faster. You saw what happened with the coronavirus. Mr. Kotsiopoulos mentioned it. There were vaccines that emerged in less than a year, targeted treatments in less than 2 years. Imagine innovative drugs instead of 10 years to emerge in 2 or 3 years. And we pay gold, they're weighting gold for this data, and they're sitting around, and we'll have new funds for the Ministry of Health and Ministry. The SG says that we're not in cahoots with Mr. Apostolidis, but he covered what I said. Now, this thing with the EU regulation will resolve issues, because this is not something that is dealt only by our country. There are many countries in the EU. Hence the discussion at the European level with the European regulation. Given that the implementation of the GDPR in each member state was different and created these problems that we have until today. So it's very frustrating. I agree the criticism, I accept the criticism that says the way in which the GDPR is implemented in our country is rather a deterrent. Right, Mr. Gikas, to look at the medical device products that can utilize this data. Isn't this true, Mr. Gikas? All the more so?
Well, we have the reverse problem. We find data. It's a shame that we can't find them in Greece, but we don't have the digital systems, but we can find them abroad. But our agents use thousands of data and create smart algorithms of AI or artificial learning. The point is that private hospitals and public hospitals to have the budget to ask data and have it fed in the system. So haven't reached that point, because the procedures are so slow that until such a process is completed, an innovation becomes obsolete and is lost. In the private sector, on the other hand, we recently saw a very daring reform that had been expecting for years, the introduction of qualitative data with regard to the reimbursement of clinical acts, which was tremendous. But in order for that to integrate innovation, which uses data, must become more daring so as to offer incentives to private sector to have those applications introduced. And then that will be a virtuous circle. Data will support the production and collection of qualitative data, and that will be used for innovation. Mr. Costara, a comment on that so as to conclude with Mr. Kotsiopoulos. You are the person who are swimming in data, and you know how this can direct the development of companies or even technological products, Mr. Costaras. Well, we have no time, so let me say that we have both the know-how. Let me remind you that we have a hub for business intelligence, which is of worldly renown, with 35 staffed with 35 scientists that take projects for more than 60 countries, and another hub for HTA with 23 persons of pan-European level, and they work of world-class data. Imagine if we had the Greek data. There are countries such as Israel, far more advanced than us. And I give it as an example because we recently bought out such a company with data. Imagine if we had it in Greece. It would be a huge financial benefit for the state, but most importantly, it would be a benefit for the patient. Quicker, swifter clinical trials, quicker and better outcomes. We can be really pioneers. Samely as we make the hubs, Greece must be put on the map and state that we are a country that we can create the know-how and export it. We have this capacity. We just need the hurdles to be done away. We're all here to help. It's not a criticism here. We're here to help so as to have things run smoothly. We can make Greece far stronger. And data is something that will bring in positive results, both in economy and health. Well, this menacing message with the time, okay, I've exceeded. We close with Mr. Kotsiopoulos because he represents the government. So let us keep his commitment that you will be facilitating through a new institutional framework clinical trials. You will also be facilitating the dissemination of data so as for companies to move ahead for growth, and you contribute. Well, we said a lot of will, and I don't like all that. Contrary to the past, let me say that clinical trials have been and always are a strategic choice, and many things have already been done. We are on the same page at last with all the stakeholders. There is money from the RRF, and we made a huge effort to earmark those funds for digital transformation of health and new machines and equipment, because there will be generous infusion for medical equipment renovation in our hospitals. So there is a strategy. We're in line with the market. There is money available from the RRF, and the effort is made to put it in the right direction. And all that, along with the European regulation, which is to be adopted at the beginning of 2023, will set a new course for clinical trials. And this will not be wishful thinking. So this is a commitment. Yes, it's not we will, it's a commitment. Finished. So let me thank you all, and each one separately, for the nice live discussion. And thank you all who had the patience to follow these very important subjects on health that regard us all.
Λοιπόν, επανήλθαμε και νομίζω ότι αυτή είναι η τελευταία συνεδρία του συνεδρίου μας, βεβαίως μετά πριν μάλλον την εισήγηση του Υπουργού Ανάπτυξης. Θα συζητήσουμε λοιπόν για τις start-up και την καινοτομία στην Ελλάδα. Τα τελευταία χρόνια βλέπουμε μια σημαντική άνοδο, ανάπτυξη θα έλεγα, νεοφυών εταιριών, αρχής γενομένης με την οικονομική κρίση της περασμένης δεκαετίας, και στην προσπάθειά τους να υπησέλθουν και να διεισδύσουν στην αγορά, χρειάστηκαν χρηματοδότηση και πραγματικά βοήθεια για το πώς θα μπορέσουν να αναπτυχθούν σε αυτήν την αγορά εργασίας. Στην επόμενη μισή ώρα θα δούμε πώς μπορούμε να αναπτύξουμε ένα τέτοιο καλό οικοσύστημα που θα είναι θετικό για τις νεοφυείς εταιρείες. Έχουμε τον αναπληρωτή, όχι τον υφυπουργό, Έρευνας και Τεχνολογίας του Υπουργείου Ανάπτυξης και Επενδύσεων, τον κύριο Σίνα Αμίντι από το Plug and Play Tech Center στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Σας έχω ετοιμάσει κάποιες ερωτήσεις, οι οποίες ελπίζω θα ξεκινήσουν ένα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα διάλογο. Ας προσπαθήσουμε να είμαστε σύντομοι στις απαντήσεις μας για να μην χάσουμε πολύ χρόνο. Θα ξεκινήσουμε με τον κύριο Δήμα. Πρώτη ερώτηση. Η Elevate Greece έγινε κάτι πολύ μεγαλύτερο από τις διάφορες startup και είναι αυτή η εξωστρέφεια των startup ο βασικός ρόλος της εταιρείας αυτής. Ποια είναι μια πιθανή εξέλιξη? Κύριοι, παρακαλώ, με συγχωρείτε. Ζητώ συγγνώμη γι' αυτό. Πρώτα απ' όλα θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω όλους τους διοργανωτές και ιδίως το Ελληνοαμερικανικό Εμπορικό Επιμελητήριο, που είναι τεράστιος υποστηρικτής αυτού του οικοσυστήματος καινοτομίας στην Ελλάδα. Ξεκινήσαμε την εταιρεία διότι δεν γνωρίζαμε πόσες startup θα έχουμε, σε ποιους τομείς λειτουργούν, πόσα άτομα εργάζονται και τι προϋπολογισμούς έχουν. Είναι δύσκολο να εφαρμόσουμε πολιτικές κατά αυτόν τον τρόπο, οι οποίες θα είχαν τη μεγαλύτερη δυνατή επίπτωση, τον αντίκτυπο. Θέλαμε λοιπόν να γνωρίζουμε ποιο είναι αυτό το οικοσύστημα στην Ελλάδα. Το καταφέραμε αυτό, αλλά θέλαμε να κάνουμε κάτι πιο δυναμικό, κάτι πιο χρήσιμο στο οικοσύστημα καινοτομίας στην Ελλάδα. Επομένως, δημιουργήσαμε εργαλεία πολιτικής για το οικοσύστημα στην Ελλάδα, συμπεριλαμβανομένης της νομοθεσίας για πρώτη φορά, με οικονομικά κίνητρα για τους angel investors, για τις μετοχές, για αυξημένο μετοχικό κεφάλαιο κατά τη διάρκεια της πανδημίας που χρειαζόταν σε αυτό το οικοσύστημα. Αλλά πέραν των εργαλείων οικονομικής πολιτικής, είναι πολύ σημαντικό να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να προσελκύσουμε τον ιδιωτικό τομέα στο οικοσύστημα καινοτομίας ή ακόμα και θεσμικούς παίκτες όπως το Ελληνοαμερικανικό Επιμελητήριο. Και πραγματικά όλες οι ελληνικές τράπεζες έγιναν επίσημοι συνεταίροι της Elevate Greece, δίνοντας συγκεκριμένα εξατομικευμένα τραπεζικά προϊόντα. Πολυεθνικές εταιρείες, οι οποίες έδωσαν πρόσβαση στα παγκόσμια κέντρα καινοτομίας που διατηρούν, ή σε δωρεάν υπηρεσίες clouding, σε υπηρεσίες mentoring. Θεσμικοί δρόντες, όπως είπα και πριν, το Ελληνοαμερικανικό Επιμελητήριο παρέχουν ένα ευρύ δίκτυο εταιριών και τεχνογνωσίας που έχουν και μπορεί να είναι πολύ χρήσιμα για το οικοσύστημα καινοτομίας. Ήδη δηλαδή έχει αναπτυχθεί τα 2 χρόνια που λειτουργεί σε κάτι που είναι πολύ μεγαλύτερο από ένα απλό μητρό startup εταιριών. Και ο βασικός μας στόχος είναι να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να αυξήσουμε την εξωστρέφεια του ελληνικού οικοσυστήματος startup και καινοτομίας, για να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να είμαστε plug and play με τους άλλους σημαντικούς δρόντες και παίκτες στο οικοσύστημα, το παγκόσμιο οικοσύστημα, να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να χτίσουμε γέφυρες με άλλα οικοσυστήματα και να εξυψώσουμε την Ελλάδα, να την μεταμορφώσουμε σε μια χώρα που θα έχει εταιρείες οι οποίες θα συνεργάζεται ο δημόσιος τομέας με τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, με χρηματοοικονομικά κριτήρια, με στόχο να δούμε πώς θα μπορέσουμε να αυξήσουμε αυτήν την απαιτούμενη εξωστρέφεια του συστήματος. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Φαίνεται ότι έχετε ήδη ένα σχέδιο εδώ και ότι θα υλοποιηθεί πολύ σύντομα. Κύριε Αμίντι, λοιπόν, έχω ερώτηση και για σας. Η PNB, Plug and Play, συνδέει εταιρείες blue chip με τις καλύτερες startup ανά τον κόσμο. Μπορείτε να μοιραστείτε με εμάς τον τρόπο με τον οποίο δημιουργήσατε αυτήν την εξαιρετική πλατφόρμα?
Πιστεύουμε ότι μια startup είναι ένας επιχειρηματίας που είναι του αγώνα μετεμποδίων, που ταυτόχρονα θα έχει τεράστια αντοχή. Προσπαθούμε λοιπόν αυτά τα εμπόδια να τα εξομαλώνουμε ώστε να το περισσότερο ή τέλος πάντων να τα χαμηλώσουμε. Αυτή τη στιγμή λοιπόν ο στόχος μας είναι να επεκταθούμε σε όλο τον πλανήτη και να κάνουμε το ταξίδι του startupper λίγο ευκολότερο σε ό,τι αφορά την ανάπτυξη επιχείρησής του. Τι κάναμε? Βρίσκουμε λοιπόν επιχειρηματίες σε φυτόρια, startups που θέλουν βοήθεια, που θέλουν να μπουν στο χαρτοφυλάκιό μας, μπορούν να βοηθηθούν από τους εταίρους μας, μεγάλες εταιρείες ή κράτη ανά τον κόσμο, και βοηθούμε στην εισαγωγή τους. Γιατί οτιδήποτε μπορούμε να κάνουμε για να σώσουμε 30 λεπτά, μία μέρα στη ζωή μια startup, είναι κάτι που θα τους βοηθήσει να αναπτυχθούν και να γίνουν ίσως ο μονόκερος του μέλλοντος. Ευχαριστούμε. Κύριε Δήμα, ένα από τα επαναλαμβανόμενα αιτήματα είναι η ενίσχυση συνεργασίας επιστημονικών και τεχνολογικών τομέων σε θέματα καινοτομίας και συνεργασίας. Αυτό όμως προϋποθέτει μια κεντρική στρατηγική που πηγαίνει πέρα από τη γρήγορη απορρόφηση κοινοτικών κονδυλίων. Ποια είναι οι σκέψεις της κυβέρνησης να φέρει πραγματικά ωφέλη στην πραγματική οικονομία? Ένας από τους στρατηγικούς στόχους αυτής της κυβέρνησης ήταν να συνδέσουν έρευνα και ανάπτυξη πολύ πιο αποτελεσματικά με επιχειρηματικότητα. Προάγουμε λοιπόν σημαντικές δράσεις, για παράδειγμα για τη δημιουργία κλάστερς καινοτομίας, για την δημιουργία κέντρων αριστείας, έχουμε γραφεία μεταφοράς τεχνογνωσίας στα πανεπιστήμια μας, ερευνητικά κέντρα. Αλλάξαμε τον νόμο, το πλαίσιο του νόμου σε ό,τι αφορά την λειτουργία των εταιριών spin-off, απλουστεύοντας πολύ σημαντικά τη διαδικασία, ώστε να δώσουμε τη δυνατότητα σε ταλαντούχους ερευνητές και πανεπιστημιακούς να δημιουργήσουν τη δική τους εταιρεία. Προάγουμε επίσης σημαντική δράση χρησιμοποιώντας τα χρήματα τα κοινοτικά με όνομα Research Innovate με 300 εκατομμύρια που προσπαθεί να συνδέσει την καινοτομία με την επιχειρηματικότητα, αλλά ταυτόχρονα δώσαμε και σημαντικά οικονομικά κίνητρα, φορολογικές απαλλαγές ουσιαστικά σε χώρες που επενδύουν σε έρευνα και ανάπτυξη. Μειώσαμε τα κλιμάκια, τις εκτόσεις φόρου για δαπάνες και ανάπτυξη από 200-300%. Έχουμε λοιπόν το πιο ανταγωνιστικό πλαίσιο στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και έχουμε προσελκύσει πολύ σημαντικές εταιρείες σε έρευνα και ανάπτυξη τελευταία 2,5 χρόνια. Ένας από τους στόχους μας ήταν να αυξήσουμε την δαπάνη σε έρευνα και ανάπτυξη στη χώρα μας. Και με μεγάλη μου χαρά μπορώ να πω ότι τα τελευταία χρόνια είχαμε τη μεγαλύτερη άνοδο σχετική δαπάνη που βιώσαμε ποτέ. Αλλά παρόλα αυτά πραγματικά προσβλέπουμε να έχουμε μια ακόμα μεγαλύτερη αύξηση από έτος σε έτος για να φτάσουμε το 3% του ΑΕΠ σε ό,τι αφορά δαπάνες που θα διατίθενται σε έρευνα και ανάπτυξη. Είμαστε ενθουσιώδεις και αποφασισμένοι να συνεχίσουμε σε αυτήν την κατεύθυνση, γιατί πιστεύουμε ειλικρινά ότι η Ελλάδα έχει όλα τα απαραίτητα συστατικά για να γίνει το κύριο κέντρο έρευνας και καινοτομίας στα Βαλκάνια και την Ανατολική Ευρώπη. Ευχαριστώ. Μιλώντας περί αυτού, ποια είναι τα τελευταία νέα με την εξέλιξη του project της Χροπή? Μία από τις ναυαρχίδες μας είναι η δημιουργία μιας περιοχής καινοτομίας στην Αττική, δηλαδή το φυσικό τόπο όπου θα φιλοξενούνται startups, εταιρείες που επενδύουν σε έρευνα και αναπτύξει ερευνητικά κέντρα, καλλιεργώντας συνθήκες για να δημιουργηθούν οι απαραίτητες συνέργειες που θα βοηθήσουν να ανθίσει η έρευνα και η ανάπτυξη. Πρόσφατα, όντως, είχαμε έναν διεθνή διαγωνισμό ο οποίος εξαγγέλθηκε τα επόμενα χρόνια, το πρώτο τρίμηνο 2023. Ελπίζουμε να έχουμε τον τελικό πλειοδότη Είναι το κύριο project για έρευνα και ανάπτυξη στην Ελλάδα αυτή τη στιγμή και είμαστε πεπισμένοι ότι θα μπορέσουμε να προσελκύσουμε σημαντικούς διεθνείς παίκτες προκειμένου να δημιουργήσουμε ένα κέντρο καινοτομίας στην Ελλάδα που θα προσελκύσει ταλαντούχα άτομα και επιστήμονες, όχι μόνο από την Ελλάδα, αλλά από την ευρύτερη ευρωπαϊκή περιοχή. Ευχαριστώ. Κυρία Μίντι, εργάζεται σαν γέφυρα μεταξύ της Silicon Valley και 35 τόπων από τον κόσμο, κάνοντας ανοιχτή την καινοτομία σε οπουδήποτε στον πλανήτη. Η ΕΜΕΑ είναι ανθίζον κόμβος καινοτομίας. Όπως ακούσατε από τον Υφυπουργό, η Ελλάδα που δημιουργεί τέτοιο κέντρο, θα λέγατε ότι τα αποτελέσματα υπάρχει μεγαλύτερο ενδιαφέρον στο οικοσύστημα καινοτομίας στην Ελλάδα? Υπάρχει μεγαλύτερο ενδιαφέρον από επενδυτές σε διάφορους τομείς στην οικονομία? Βλέπετε να υπάρχει αυξημένο ενδιαφέρον για αυτό το οικοσύστημα startups?
Πιστεύουμε πάρα πολύ σε αυτήν την οικοδόμηση των startup και πραγματικά θεωρούμε ότι είναι καλό το να βρίσκονται όλοι αυτοί σε μια πραγματική φυσική τοποθεσία. Θα βοηθήσει το ταξίδι αυτών των επιχειρηματιών και της αναπτύξεώς τους και είναι πραγματικά μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα πρωτοβουλία και χαιρόμαστε πάλι που είμαστε μέρος της. Αυτή τη στιγμή, δεδομένου του κλίματος της startup, είδαμε μια πτώση στο πλαίσιο των επενδύσεων στις startup. Αυτή η πτώση, κατά την άποψή μου, δεν είναι κακό πράγμα, διότι η επένδυση σε startup οι οποίες δεν θα είναι επιτυχημένες ή δεν πληρούν τα κριτήρια τα οποία απαιτούνται για την επιτυχία, δημιουργεί πολύ φασαρία, πολύ θόρυβο. Επομένως, αυτή τη στιγμή το κλίμα είναι λίγο πιο δύσκολο για τους επιχειρηματίες, δεδομένου ότι τα χρήματα είναι σε σπάνιδα, θα έλεγα. Αλλά πάντοτε υπάρχει ευκαιρία για ανάπτυξη για τις startup και ο καλός επιχειρηματίας θα βρει τρόπο να τα ξεπεράσει και να επιτύχει. Και νομίζω ότι στην Ελλάδα έχουμε πολλούς τέτοιους επιχειρηματίες. Οι επιχειρηματίες θα πρέπει να διδαχθούν να βλέπουν την τεχνολογία και όχι να είναι μόνο να γνωρίζουν ποια είναι αυτά τα συστατικά που θα τους κάνουν να έχουν επιτυχημένη εταιρεία. Λοιπόν, τις τελευταίες 2 μέρες θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω αν η Plug and Play ενδιαφέρεται να δημιουργήσει ένα περιληπτικό και περιεκτικό κλίμα μεταξύ των startup και των ιδρυμάτων και των αρχών εδώ. Ναι, 100% είναι η απάντηση. Το τελευταίο χρόνο επεκταθήκαμε σε καινούρια γραφεία. Στην ΕΜΕΑ έχουμε 29 γραφεία αυτή τη στιγμή. Και κάθε κουλτούρα, κάθε τοποθεσία έχει πολλά να προσφέρει. Οι άνθρωποι στην Ελλάδα είναι απίστευτα μορφωμένοι και εκπαιδευμένοι και θα πρέπει απλώς να διδαχθούν πώς να επιτύχουν. Πρέπει να διδαχθούν ότι υπάρχει ευκαιρία στην επιτυχία και υπάρχει ευκαιρία φυσικά. Αλλά το να τους ανοίξουμε τα μάτια σε αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό και τις τελευταίες ημέρες που είμαστε εδώ εξερευνούμε. Προσπαθούμε να κατανοήσουμε το δυναμικό και την δυναμικότητα, την θέληση τόσο των επιχειρήσεων όσο και της κυβερνήσεως όσο και των επιχειρηματιών να δουν αν υπάρχει ενδιαφέρον. Εάν θα ήθελαν να συμμετάσχουν σε αυτήν την κοινότητα την οποία δημιουργήσαμε και τους υποδεχόμαστε με ανοιχτές αγκάλες, όπως θεωρούμε και εμείς ότι μας έχετε υποδεχθεί με ανοιχτές αγκάλες στην ανάπτυξη του ελληνικού οικοσυστήματος. Είναι κάτι το οποίο η κατάσταση πριν από μερικά χρόνια δεν ήταν η ίδια, ο κόσμος αλλάζει, το βλέπουμε να αλλάζει πολύ πολύ πιο γρήγορα και στην Ελλάδα και θα δούμε σίγουρα περισσότερους επιχειρηματίες να επιτυγχάνουν στο πλαίσιο του ελληνικού οικοσυστήματος. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Υφυπουργέ, κύριε Δήμα, πρόσφατα επισκεφθήκατε το Σαν Φρανσίσκο, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, με τον Υπουργό και 7 εταιρείες και είχατε αρκετές συζητήσεις με θεσμικούς επενδυτές, είχατε την ευκαιρία να δείτε και την Plug and Play εκεί και άλλες εταιρείες επίσης. Ποια είναι η εντύπωση που σας δημιουργήθηκε από αυτό το ταξίδι και εντοπίσατε κάποιες βέλτιστες πρακτικές τις οποίες θα μπορούσαμε να εισαγάγουμε στη χώρα? Κοιτάξτε, μία από τις καλύτερες κοινή σύστημα που φέραμε την plug and play στην Ελλάδα. Χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ όμως που μας υποδέχθηκαν στο plug and play στην Καλιφόρνια. Ναι, είναι ένας εκπληκτικός χώρος να βρίσκεται κανείς και πραγματικά είναι ένα πολύ ζωντανός χώρος. Η Silicon Valley είναι πολύ ζωντανός χώρος. Βλέπει κανείς εκεί πολύ ανταγωνιστικές ιδέες, πολύ έξυπνους ανθρώπους, άτομα τα οποία δημιουργούν συνέργειες. Επομένως, ο λόγος για τον οποίο κάναμε αυτό το ταξίδι στην Καλιφόρνια είναι επειδή θέλαμε να αυξήσουμε την εξωστρέφεια του ελληνικού οικοσυστήματος. Δεν ήταν συναντήσεις G2G, G2B. Είχαμε 6 startup μαζί μας και είχαμε την ευκαιρία να δώσουμε αυτές τα VC funds, να κάνουμε κάποιες σημαντικές επικοινωνίες με κάποιες εταιρείες, αλλά ταυτοχρόνως η κυβέρνηση πραγματικά έδειξε ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον να δει άλλες βέλτιστες πρακτικές όπως η Swiss Next, και αυτές είναι πραγματικά είναι πολύ σημαντικές υποδομές τις οποίες έχουν δημιουργήσει οι χώρες στην περιοχή του κόλπου της Καλιφόρνια και του κόλπου του Σαν Φρανσίσκο συγκεκριμένα, προκειμένου να δώσουν τη δυνατότητα και να προαγάγουν τις startup από τις χώρες τους ή άλλες εταιρείες από τις χώρες τους, να τις ενισχύσουν και να τους δώσουν τη δυνατότητα να χτίσουν τις απαραίτητες γέφυρες με τα αντίστοιχα οικοσυστήματα στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Το είδαμε αυτό πάρα πολύ προσεκτικά. Όχι μόνο να μελετήσουμε τις βέλτιστες πρακτικές, αλλά να τις επενδύσουμε και να δούμε ποιο είναι ο θετικός αντίκτυπος που είχαν στην ελληνική οικονομία και στο ελληνικό οικοσύστημα καινοτομίας. Όπως είπα και πριν, με πολλή εξωστρέφεια, διότι δεν μπορείς να έχεις ένα οικοσύστημα startup το οποίο βασίζεται μόνο σε εθνικό επίπεδο. Οι startup εξ ορισμού, εξ υπαρχής, θα πρέπει να είναι ανταγωνιστικές σε διεθνές επίπεδο. Ακριβώς, λέει ο κύριος Σπιρτούνιας. Κύριε Δήμα, θεωρείτε ότι οι επενδύσεις από τεχνολογικούς κολοσσούς που ήδη έχουν ξεκινήσει να γίνονται στην Ελλάδα, όπως η Microsoft, η Cisco, η Deloitte, η Amazon, η Google, σημαίνουν ψήφο εμπιστοσύνης για την πολιτική σας ως κυβέρνηση, και γιατί μια μεγάλη τεχνολογική πολυεθνική θα επέλεγε τη χώρα μας σήμερα?
Μιλάω για την startup κοινότητα βέβαια, γιατί θέλουμε να δημιουργηθεί ένα ολόκληρο οικοσύστημα. Ναι, όταν ήμουν παιδί, ένα από τα όνειρά μου ήταν το ταξίδι στο χρόνο, να μπορώ να γυρίσω στην αρχαιότητα. Μία από τις περιόδους που δεν θα ήθελα να επισκεφθώ όμως θα ήταν το 2015. Και αναφέρομαι συγκεκριμένα για να καταδείξω την τεράστια αλλαγή στην πολιτική στη χώρα τα τελευταία χρόνια. Ήμασταν σε πάρα πολύ βαθιά χρηματοοικονομική κρίση. Ως εκ τούτου είχαμε πάρα πολύ διαρροή εγκεφάλων. Οι άνθρωποι έφευγαν από τη χώρα γιατί δεν μπορούσαν να βρουν αξιοπρεπείς δουλειές στην Ελλάδα. Όταν γίναμε κυβέρνηση λοιπόν το 2019, μία από τις κύριες προτεραιότητες που είχαμε θέσει ήταν να επαναπατρίσουμε κάποια από τα λαμπρά μυαλά που είχαν φύγει από τη χώρα. Για να επαναπατριστούν όμως πρέπει να δημιουργήσει καλές ευκαιρίες δουλειάς. Επομένως έπρεπε γρήγορα να δημιουργήσουμε ένα πολύ πιο φιλικό επιχειρηματικό περιβάλλον, και χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα ότι η Intelligence Unit της Economist βαθμονόμησε μακράν τη χώρα με τις μεγαλύτερες βελτιώσεις στο επιχειρηματικό περιβάλλον το τελευταίο χρόνο, και χαίρομαι που έχουμε πολύ σημαντικό ρεκόρ ανόδου επενδύσεων κατ' έτος από το 19. Αλλά για να το κάνουμε αυτό προωθήσαμε κάποιες σημαντικές μεταρρυθμίσεις στη χώρα. Η προσέλκυση λοιπόν χωρών όπως η Pfizer, η Google, η Cisco, η Amazon Web Services, Applied Materials, εταιρείες δηλαδή που θα δημιουργήσουν πολύ καλές ευκαιρίες δουλειάς, ήταν προτεραιότητα. Χαιρόμαστε ιδιαίτερα που τις έχουμε προσελκύσει αυτές τις επενδύσεις. Επιτρέψτε μου όμως να πω ότι δεν θέλουμε μόνο να προσελκύσουμε μεμονωμένα ελληνικά ταλέντα να επαναπατριστούν, να απασχοληθούν σε πολυεθνικές. Εγώ δούλευα για πολυεθνικές και ήμουν πολύ περήφανος γι' αυτό. Αλλά θέλουμε να απελευθερώσουμε επίσης και το ταλέντο και το δυναμικό που έχουν. Και γι' αυτό η καλλιέργεια ενός πολύ ισχυρού καινοτόμου οικοσυστήματος είναι σημαντικό για μια χώρα και αυτά τα δύο ταιριάζουν πάρα πολύ καλά. Δημιουργούμε λοιπόν ένα περιβάλλον που δημιουργεί και βοηθά την άνθηση ενός οικοσυστήματος, το επιχειρηματικό περιβάλλον για να προσελκύσει άμεσες ξένες επενδύσεις αλλά και ελληνικές εταιρείες που θα επενδύσουν σε έρευνα και ανάπτυξη. Και αυτό δημιουργεί όλο και περισσότερες ευκαιρίες δουλειάς. Και για αυτόν τον τελευταίο χρόνο με υπερηφάνεια λέμε ότι είχαμε πάνω από 160.000 νέες θέσεις εργασίας που δημιουργήθηκαν και είδαμε και κάποιους Έλληνες να επανακάμπτουν στη χώρα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Κυρία Μίδη, πώς μπορεί να συνδέσετε τις startups με κεφάλαια? Το plug and play καλύπτει ένα ευρύ φάσμα πεδίων από γεωργία σε ενέργεια κλπ. Μπορείτε λίγο να μας πείτε πώς συνδέονται με την ελληνική καινοτομία? Ο επιχειρηματίας στην Ελλάδα αυτή τη στιγμή αξιολογείται πολύ χαμηλότερα από ότι ένας επιχειρηματίας στην Καλιφόρνια και δεν υπάρχει κανένας λόγος για κάτι τέτοιο. Το πρώτο λοιπόν που πρέπει να κάνουμε είναι ο επενδυτής εδώ να αξιολογείται για την αξία του σε διεθνές περιβάλλον. Διασυνδέοντας λοιπόν τους επιχειρηματίες εδώ με την διεθνή κοινότητα των start-upers, ήδη αυξάνουμε και αλλάζουμε την νοοτροπία σε ό,τι αφορά την αξιολόγηση των startups. Και αυτό είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντικό, γιατί δεν υπάρχει καμία διαφορά στην ποιότητα μιας startup στην Ελλάδα σε σχέση με εκείνη που ξεκινά στην Καλιφόρνια. Αυτό είναι καθαρά ζήτημα νοοτροπίας. Μπορούμε να το κάνουμε λοιπόν αυτό κάνοντας ελκυστικό για startups να έρθουν να εγκατασταθούν στην Ελλάδα. Έχουμε εδώ κάποιους από τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες στον κόσμο που έχουν εκπληκτικές ικανότητες καινοτομίας. Εάν μπορέσουμε να δημιουργήσουμε startups από αυτούς, να έχουν ευνοϊκό περιβάλλον στην Ελλάδα, τότε οι τοπικές startups θα δουν ομότιμους και θα άρθουν στο ύψος των περιστάσεων. Μπορούμε επίσης να χρησιμοποιούμε το παράδειγμα από startups στην Καλιφόρνια, ώστε να γίνει πιο εύκολο για έναν επιχειρηματία να μπει σε μια κοινότητα όταν μεταφέρεται κάπου αλλού, σε άλλο χώρα. Είναι σημαντικό για έναν επιχειρηματία ενδεχομένως να κινηθεί αλλού, να μάθει ότι μπορεί και να κρατήσει την κουλτούρα που έχει από το σπίτι του. Γιατί η κουλτούρα είναι το πιο σημαντικό κομμάτι μιας εταιρείας, το πιο σημαντικό κομμάτι μιας startup. Δεν έχουν πάντα προϊόντα, δεν έχουν πάντα χρήματα. Αυτό που έχουν είναι η ιδέα, η ορμή, το συναίσθημα της αρχικής εταιρείας. Μπορούμε να τους μάθουμε λοιπόν να μάθουν. Μπορούν να μάθουν από την Καλιφόρνια, από το Μόναχο, από αλλού και μπορούν να επαναφέρουν αυτή τη γνώση στην Ελλάδα και να ενδυναμώσουν την ομάδα εδώ. Γιατί το DNA τους είναι αυτό που τους επιτρέπει την ανάπτυξη. Αν μπορούμε να δημιουργήσουμε λοιπόν αυτή τη γέφυρα μεταξύ πολλαπλών τοποθεσιών, μπορούμε να βοηθήσουμε το οικοσύστημα εδώ να αναπτυχθεί ταχύτερα, δημιουργώντας απλώς γρηγορότερες συνδέσεις.
Έχετε πάει και σε άλλες ευρωπαϊκές χώρες, έτσι. Πώς μπορούν να είναι οι χώρες αυτές καταλύτες στην παγκόσμια παρουσία της Plug and Play? Μπορείτε να μας δώσετε παραδείγματα από άλλες χώρες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης? Ναι, στη Στουτγκάρδη ας πούμε έχουμε ένα γραφείο στη Γερμανία. Εκεί δουλεύουμε για εταιρείες. Δημιουργήσαμε ένα οικοσύστημα με όλες τις μεγάλες εταιρείες, την Daimler, την Porsche, την Bosch, και τις βάλαμε να δουλέψουν όλες μαζί και αυτό είναι εξαιρετικό και η δουλειά που κάνουμε για εκείνους είναι πάρα πολύ καλή. Αλλά θα ήθελα πάρα πολύ να δω μεγαλύτερη εμπλοκή των πανεπιστημίων, να δω τους φοιτητές των σχολών του Πανεπιστημίου της Στουτγκάρδης. Υπάρχουν πανεπιστημία στο Μόναχο, στη Φραγκφούρτη, να έχουν εμπλοκή στο έργο που κάνουμε για την κινητικότητα. Η κινητικότητα είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον τομέας, για τον οποίο ενδιαφέρονται και οι φοιτητές. Και αν μπορούσαμε να έχουμε την αρρωγή της κυβερνήσεως, ώστε να συμμετέχουν σε ένα ετήσιο event που κάνουμε, στο έργο που κάνουμε και ούτω καθεξής, εγώ μπορώ να διδάξω τους φοιτητές ότι υπάρχει κι άλλος τρόπος. Αντί να μπουν σε μια εταιρεία του Fortune 500 ή να πάνε σε μια μεγάλη πολυεθνική, να πάρουν 2 χρόνια και να ρισκάρουν τα πάντα και να δημιουργήσουν μια startup. Και το είπα αυτό, λες και μόνο ένας 22χρονος μπορεί να είναι επιχειρηματίας. Όχι λοιπόν, βλέπουμε όλο ένα και περισσότερους ανθρώπους μέσα από εταιρείες να δημιουργούν δικές τους startup. Και αυτοί έχουν μεγαλύτερη πιθανότητα επιτυχίας, γιατί γνωρίζουν την αγορά, γνωρίζουν τους κινδύνους και τα ρίσκα τα οποία αναλαμβάνουν, γιατί κάποιος ο οποίος είναι οικογενειάρχης δεν παίρνει ένα ρίσκο χωρίς να ξέρει γιατί. Επομένως, θα θέλαμε πάρα πολύ να διδάξουμε όχι μόνο στους μαθητές, στους φοιτητές, αλλά και γενικότερα στους Έλληνες ότι υπάρχει μια επιλογή, υπάρχει ευκαιρία να πάρουν 1-2 χρόνια και να ρισκάρουν. Και αυτό το ρίσκο θα σας δώσει ένα όφελος ανεξαρτήτως αν θα επιτύχει η startup, γιατί θα γίνετε ακόμα πιο πολύτιμοι για την διεθνή, για την πολυεθνική στην οποία εργάζεστε στη συνέχεια. Μπορώ να προσθέσω κάτι, γιατί αυτό έχει να κάνει με την νοοτροπία, με τον τρόπο σκέψεως και πραγματικά συμφωνώ με αυτό. Γιατί μέχρι πρόσφατα δεν είχαμε την νοοτροπία, τον τρόπο σκέψεως στην Ελλάδα του ότι αν αποτύχεις στην πρώτη σου επιχειρηματική προσπάθεια έχεις αποτύχει απολύτως. Αυτή ήταν η νοοτροπία μας και βεβαίως είναι λάθος. Και συμφωνώ απολύτως με αυτό που είπατε νωρίτερα, ότι μαθαίνεις ακόμα και από τις αποτυχίες σου και σε βελτιώνει αυτή η εμπειρία ως επιχειρηματία, ως μάνατζερ, ως διαχειριστή. Σε άλλες χώρες έχουν ακόμα και το ρητό ότι πρέπει να αποτύχεις στην πρώτη σου προσπάθεια για να γίνεις επιτυχημένος επιχειρηματίας. Στην Ελλάδα προσπαθούμε να το αλλάξουμε αυτό. Να αλλάξουμε αυτήν την νοοτροπία. Είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντική αυτή η αλλαγή. Και σίγουρα ξεκινάει οίκοθεν από τα σπίτια στην Ελλάδα. Ο ρόλος της εκπαιδεύσεως στα σχολεία, στα πανεπιστήμια είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντικός εξίσου. Κύριε Μύτη, έχω ένα ερώτημα για σας. Βεβαίως στις ΗΠΑ το σύστημα είναι διαφορετικό από ό,τι στις ΗΠΑ από ό,τι στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Υπάρχει διαφορετικός τρόπος χρηματοδότησης. Στις ΗΠΑ βασίζεστε στις ιδιωτικές επενδύσεις, ενώ στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχουμε κρατικές επιχορηγήσεις, επιδοτήσεις και ευρωπαϊκές. Σε αυτό το κομμάτι, τι μπορεί να εισαγάγει καινούριο η Plug and Play εδώ, κατά τη γνώμη σας? Κοιτάξτε, τα χρήματα με τα οποία βοηθάει η κυβέρνηση μια startup είναι πολύ σημαντικά και μειώνει τους κινδύνους. Όσο περισσότερο όριμος είναι ο επιχειρηματίας, τόσο πιο λελογισμένα είναι τα ρίσκα που παίρνει. Αυτή η χρηματοδότηση θα πρέπει να εξασφαλίσουμε ότι πηγαίνει στα σωστά άτομα, ότι δεν γίνεται μια διαδικασία κυνηγιού επιχορηγήσεων και να έχουμε startup οι οποία πηγαίνουν από τη μία κυβέρνηση στην άλλη, από μία εταιρεία στην άλλη, από την Ycom στην Plug and Play και παίρνουν ένα PowerPoint και τρέχουν σε όλο τον κόσμο. Θα πρέπει να εξασφαλίσουμε ότι μία έκαστη των επιχορηγήσεων, ένα έκαστο των δώρων που κάνει η κυβέρνηση στους επιχειρηματίες γίνεται με στόχο την επένδυση. Είναι πάντοτε ρίσκο, έτσι. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο για να βοηθηθεί η οικονομία, δεν είναι ελεημοσύνη. Είναι για να βοηθήσει τον επιχειρηματία στο ταξίδι του, να είναι επιτυχής και με αυτά τα χρήματα θα επιτύχουν ταχύτερα, χωρίς αυτά τα χρήματα θα επιτύχουν πάλι άλλα βραδύτερα. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και τους δύο. Κύριε Δήμα, επανέρχομαι σε εσάς. Νομίζω ότι
βρισκόμαστε πλέον στην πορεία για την ανάπτυξη της νότιας κοινότητας. Πλέον έχουμε ένα όρημα, έχουμε μπει στο δρόμο. Ποιο είναι ο μεγαλύτερος φόβος σας για τα επόμενα χρόνια? Μπορεί να υπάρχουν κάποια εμπόδια? Υπάρχουν φόβοι ότι ίσως να μην λειτουργήσουν τα πράγματα όπως ευελπιστούσατε και είχατε οραματιστεί? Πάντα υπάρχουν φόβοι, αλλά οφείλω να πω ότι είμαι μάλλον αισιόδοξος. Όπως σας είπα, ο κύριος στόχος είναι να απελευθερώσουμε το ταλέντο που αδιαφυσβήτητα έχουν οι Έλληνες. Να αλλάξουμε όμως νοοτροπία, να αλλάξουμε πνεύμα και να κάνουμε όλους τους Έλληνες να πιστέψουν ότι είναι ικανοί να είναι ανταγωνιστικοί σε παγκόσμια κλίμακα, είτε βρίσκονται στην Ελλάδα, τη Θεσσαλονίκη, την Κόρινθο ή την Κρήτη, και να μπορούν να είναι παίκτες σε παγκόσμια σκηνή. Δεν μπορώ να εντοπίσω, για να είμαι ειλικρινής, κάποιο συγκεκριμένο φόβο. Αυτό που βλέπω και μπορώ να δω είναι ότι έχουμε όλο το δυναμικό για να γίνουμε πραγματικά ηγέτες στην έρευνα και καινοτομία στην Νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Ήταν μια ερώτηση παγίδα, είναι αλήθεια. Αλλά, εν πάση περιπτώσει, το ρολόι μας λέει ότι πρέπει να ολοκληρώσουμε. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που ήσταν μαζί μας. Είχαμε μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση και προσβλέπουμε να συνεργαστούμε πολύ πιο στενά μαζί σας, γιατί αυτό είναι το κύριο πρόβλημα για την Ελλάδα ακριβώς. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την παρουσίαση και τη συζήτηση. Αυτά λοιπόν. Και νομίζω ότι περιμένουμε τώρα τον Υπουργό Ανάπτυξης και Επενδύσεων. Ευχαριστώ.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of this part of the 33rd Economic Summit. I couldn't think of a better way for closing this conference rather than the Minister for Investment and Development, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis. And we await all of you on the 12th of December at 8 o'clock at the round table we will have with the Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. In discussion with EY's Julie Lynn Teigland and Tino Lindberg from AmCham. Vasilis, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Nicolas. Good afternoon. Dear friends,
in concluding the 33rd Greek Economic Summit Annual Conference on the subject of Greek bets in challenging times, we'll be discussing one of the more critical topics for the development of Greek economy. We'll be discussing the investment prospects in Greece in a new reality currently shaped. It's a great honor and joy to have with us Mr. Avanos Georgiadis, Minister for Development and Investments and Deputy President of Nea Demokratia. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It is for me the honor and actually concluding this two-day conference, which was extremely rich with very important participations and a lot of news. I want once again I would like to thank the Chamber for the excellent cooperation we had from the first day. We believe there have been some good results in my mandate, but in order to reach that point, you also did some job in the Chamber. Thank you. In the last 2 days, we had the opportunity to discuss the development course and the new paradigm our country follows, the new funds from the RRF and the great absorptions and the great performance in the subject of attracting foreign investment in our country, and obviously the Hellenic American trade relations and investments. But also we explored the great challenges from increasing inflation, geopolitical disruption, the increased energy cost that create a broader environment of concern, especially in Europe. How do you believe that this concern will affect the really ascending trend of attracting a direct foreign investment in Greece? And what can we do so as to continue being an attractive investment destination? Let me merely say that indeed the last 2 years, both 21 and 22, we've had 2 consecutive years with a record of direct foreign investment. And I can certainly tell you, addressing this query, that 2023, despite the crisis, it will break another record. And why can I be that confident? Well, I see what happens. I will bring something new today. Today, we concluded the first quarter of the cycle of a new development law on tourism. When we adopted this new development law, we were criticized at the Parliament because we had set very strict criteria for someone to file a request for inclusion. In order to do that, one must have secured written bank funding, that is, have front-load all the necessary capital. And this had triggered huge concern in the Parliament on whether there will be interest, given that that would be a very strong hurdle. That is, no one can make a request unless it has the available funds available. Within the first 3 quarters of this law implementation, 561 projects were submitted of 1.6 billion euros, and it's only 1 quarter under one regime. What does this mean? That means that not only where no one has been averted, but actually we have an unprecedented raise and with a secured funding. So if you take also into consideration that we've got a part of loans in the RRF, 10 billion euros approved investment plans were currently in the process, and they will be implemented in 2023. And if you also take into consideration the request to RA and ADMIE for renewable energy sources of several billions, all that aggregated show that we have already have secured this record for 2023. Therefore, there's no issue. The velocity with which investments are made in Greece is huge. Now, why is that? I can elaborate if you so wish. So, is everything a rose garden? No. Of course, we would definitely prefer not to have the crisis, not to have the Ukraine war. We would be far better if interest rates were low, as it was last year's. Everything would have been much better. But even in this situation, the demand for investments in Greece is extremely high. And I remind you, both the European Commission forecast for the development of Greek economy in 23 and 24 and that of the IMF make special reference to investments, and they consider that they will play the primordial role for the development. That's most important. It's interesting that many economists express an optimistic view that these challenges, as you mentioned them, are common to all. They're international. They are not indigenous problems in Greece, as was with the previous crisis. On the other hand, Greece managed to deal with a very important pandemic and financial crisis, and perhaps has developed a potential of greater resilience. This, in combination with the credibility it has restored and the RRF, perhaps we are at a far better position to exploit opportunities. What are these opportunities, you think? Well, I'll say something which is not very common for, but this happens often to me. Our bankruptcy in 2010 is now an advantage in the current conjuncture, and I'll tell you why. Vis-à-vis our public debt, it is mostly up to other countries and ESM, and with locked interest rates for many years ahead. So 82% of the Greek public debt is not affected by the increase of interest rates. There's no other case of other country that has such a well-secured public debt as ours. Second, in the fear that Europe has that the abrupt increase of interest rates will trigger a great cycle of red loans and great exacerbation of debting to companies and households, we are exempted because the previous decade no one had this problem. And they managed to keep those who kept their loans would pay 4 and 4.5 interest rates. This is what we had during the MOUs. Therefore, our lenders have already survived from such a crisis, and the weakest of them did not take any loans. So we are better equipped. We've got, if you like, antibodies in such a disease. Third, Greece has another additional advantage. This crisis is interlinked with the energy. It is also an energy crisis. Actually, the main problem arises from there. But in this new environment of the energy crisis, now Greece acquires all of a sudden advantage. Renewable energy sources, which is something that we can produce in abundance, we are allowed by the exposure, geographical position, sun and wind. We no longer not only have competitive prices that we had to subsidize in the past due to the various funds for the pollutants, now have become extremely competitive as a price. It's cheaper to produce energy from wind than natural gas. So it is an incentive for someone to produce green energy. And where is one to produce such an energy? Where it is in abundance, therefore in Greece. So with what we have already approved, that and RAE, our national goal, which was to generate 20 giga from renewable energy sources until 2030, is attained with the license we have issued now between March and August of 2024, 6 years ahead. And now we will increase the goal from 20 to 30 giga by 50%, precisely because we have huge investment interest. And if we had the grid ready, which limits us now, we could have done even better. And with regard to tourism, which is the other part of our economy, important pillar, you know that Greece is the only country throughout European Union which in 2022 has great tourism revenue since 2019, which was the record year. We are above that. The rebranding of Greece has greatly helped in tourism as well. The major chains that we have attracted and which are currently built here, Four Seasons, One and Only, and so forth, give access to clients which we did not have. And in Enterprise Greece, there is a request for licensing for strategic investments. The first hotel, which one? Of Goldman Sachs. The very first hotel that Goldman Sachs wants to establish. Imagine, we will have the first hotel of Goldman Sachs. That means that such a company puts its trust. The clients it will attract will be high caliber, because this is a tourist model we want to attract, and this shows the size of the change. Now, if we are to take into account as well this if we also combine that with the Gladstone hotels that came, there are major changes here in Greece and have also attracted investments in the field of high technology, which is most interesting for me. Suffice to say that on Thursday morning, we will be inaugurating with the Prime Minister the new huge digital data center of digital reality. It has been inaugurated, the foundation were laid last year, and now we'll inaugurate the first building of 9,000 square meters, and they are preparing for another 2 buildings. And additionally, we've got Microsoft, Digital Realty, Google, Pfizer. We have a series of big American investments in high technology that radically change the image of the country.
Now, 2 questions, one on tourism and one on the economy. Now, from tourism, what we can see from studies and surveys from the actual transactions, a huge interest in the field of tourism. From a recent survey by Deloitte, Athens is ranks 9th as a city in respect with the attractiveness of investments, and Greece is on the rise as a destination for investments. But we see that these investments primarily have to do with the purchase, with the acquisition and the upgrade of tourist infrastructures. How can we have more greenfield and composite investments? Well, it's not just that, says the minister. I could mention 15 off the cuff that start from scratch. One and only CGR, for instance, the big Arab project on the island of Crete. So it's both, I would say. But I believe that the economy works when there is duration. Those like Blackstone or Goldman Sachs who make renovation of old hotels, if they see that it works and it walks, they will stay because they are very hesitant to enter a market that had a bad reputation in the past. And I would like to say that here Deloitte has helped us tremendously. And I want to say this. Deloitte is one of the investments in my tenure that makes me very proud as to how they have progressed in the country and in Thessaloniki in particular. Now, this is a very good pass, I would say. You fed me a straight one regarding the digital competence and the digital innovation center with the epicenter, with the center rather, of Thessaloniki. We have Deloitte, Pfizer, Chubb and others. How can we enhance this wave in the rationale that in order for it to carry on, we need sufficient, talented, well-educated, well-skilled personnel? Well, in the RRF, we have a very big amount for the upscaling and rescaling of our labor force because there is a problem there. The investment by Pfizer showed something very important that is very interesting for the Balkans. So it appears that we have a reservoir of people with skill, and they will try to find a good job near the countries, and Greece gives them such a possibility. So the more investment of this type we attract, the more our power will be. And we have a fund abroad from Greece that left in the past, and reservoir rather, and they will come back if they have a good opportunity for a job and continue their career in Greece. So with a combination of all three, I believe that we will have the necessary workforce that we need, the human resources we need. I believe that this will be the most important asset of the country in the years to come, obviously, says the minister. Right, I would like to keep this optimism that Greece is at an excellent position to utilize these opportunities and to deal with the problems that we can see. I would like also to hold on to the necessity to intensify the reform work and not to rely on... Do you think that we're relying, that we're appeased here or anything? Quite the contrary. We want to get it over with the elections and have a second tenure and to do our work. In the next 4 years, Greece will be an absolutely European country with an absolutely free economy that will be fully digital, and I'm very optimistic. Because if in these 4 years, with all this adversity we have reached so far, in the next 4 years, where I trust adversity will not carry on, will be even better. But since we're closing, I want to say this. As I was entering the hotel, I had a beautiful surprise, and I want to thank Mr. Bakatselos from the bottom of my heart. That is essential, and I would like to thank him personally. When I was appointed as Minister of Investment and Development, Syriza had decided to close down the Syriza factory in Athens, which is a traditional factory, a big one. and generations of Greeks had combined themselves with it, and they said that the previous government had signed to fire everyone with respect to their rights, of course, and to transport and carry and to move production to Turkey. This hurt me, you know. And in this effort, I met with Mr. Bakatselos, and he made a proposal with Pyramis, and it was a very difficult thing. It wasn't easy. It required my intervention, an intense intervention in closing the deal. But the deal was closed, and the factory is operational. As I was coming in, I was I saw the first mobile kitchen oven from Pyramis with the signatures of the workers who found work, the previous Pitsos employees who found employment in Pyramis. I want to tell you that this gives me a big personal pleasure, joy, to see that people who'd be out of job still have a perspective and a prospect in their lives thanks to what I did as well. But it's also a source of national joy. That means that Greece can still remain competitive. Tourism alone and energy alone will not suffice to make Greece great. We need to become a productive company. We need industry. And I believe that Greece can make it happen. In 2 or 3 years from now, our production from renewable energy sources will be very high, and the prices of power and electricity will be lower in Greece, whereas very high. Our competitive disadvantage right now, which is energy, will be an advantage, and our productiveness will increase. And we need to be ready with all this rescaling and upscaling programs to be ready to produce the necessary human resources to staff these companies. And I have appetite to work on that. And this is very positive, and I would like to work on this, and I would like to close with a single thing. We have 90 years since the establishment of the Hellenic American, the AmCham in 1932. Over these past years, we have tried a lot. We have contributed greatly in the development of the relationships between Greece and the United States. The dialogue on prospects and perspectives of the two countries and prosperity as well. I would like a brief comment on your behalf regarding new ideas, new collaborations, how we can contribute and help the ministry in attracting new investment in the next 10 or 100 years. The Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, and I'm the Minister of Chambers, you know, in Greece, is a model. The AmCham is a model in how it works, a model in the level it maintains, a model in the way the members of the chamber work amongst themselves. Over this period of time, we attracted huge American investments in Greece for everyone, and the AmCham played a huge role, a huge positive role. So the people of the Hellenic American Chamber and the chairman thereof in this success. It's not a personal success of Mitsotakis or of Georgiadis, this success. It's a national success. We had, over this period, we had the best possible relations between the US and Greece. I was always pro-American, always. I'm not trying to hide it. Now I find more friends who are also pro-American, and this is very pleasant. I would like to say that for me, the future of Greece is in enhancing its strategic relationship with the United States of America. The US is the leader of the Western free world. It is the land of democracy. What their anthem says about the land of the free and the land of the brave are actual true words, not just words. And Greece, throughout its history, since the revolution of 1821, even from the American Revolution, there were Greeks who fought in the American Revolution for independence. Until today, we were never on poor relations with the US. So these excellent relations are very good defense relations that are excellent and very close. If we can combine them with equal economic relations, prosperity for the Greek people will be unprecedented. And this, I must say, the AmCham has played and is playing a huge role. They are the institutional partner of all Greek governments to this effect. They're the face and the first face of Greece in the United States, and the first face American investors see when they come in Greece. I want to thank each and everyone who has worked in favor of this prosperity and all these records broken, investment records recorded by Elstat. And tomorrow at noon we will have the Q3 of 2022 development and growth rates. For all these, you have played a tremendous role. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And I believe that it is with these words we can close the 23rd GES. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.